ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Karatuba jodiri tukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimo, Eguma wego. Karatuba jodiri tukuma tukutuba jodiri ndimo, Obodo jisike nubo seruna, Oyibo.
It is everyone, befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo, yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. Nuba say ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banyo siya kuna nye gobe mkambasi ozo.
since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna togabu.
So there it is right there. Good day to you. How are you? Pardon me. Is water, not vodka, water. Water is good for you. You know, the best, the almost a cure to everything is just simply a glass of water. That's just it. Right. Actually, I'm going to give you that rendition again. It's only 49 seconds, but because there's something very important that is being said in this little piece that I need you to pay attention to. Listen especially to this to the part that it says "Erin koja ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù." So when I play it now, pay particular attention to that particular sentence, that phrase. Erin koja ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù. So I want you to pay attention to that. And then when we come back, then I'll just give you a little texture of what that means. Pay attention. Right. Stay steady. Let me explain what you just heard. So I did ask you to pay attention to Erin koja ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù, but before we get there, let me just tell you what built up to that. They said àjànàkú yọ lókèrè ẹ lọ mọ́rẹ́ dání. So listen to that. Àjànàkú yọ lókèrè ẹ lọ mọ́rẹ́ dání. So àjànàkú, erin is an elephant, but in Conk Yoruba, àjànàkú is also an elephant. So hold on to that. Àjànàkú yọ lókèrè ẹ lọ mọ́rẹ́ dání. So what is òkèrè? Òkèrè is the horizon. So an elephant shows in the horizon, and then it says ẹ lọ mọ́rẹ́ dání. Àjànàkú yọ lókèrè ẹ lọ mọ́rẹ́ dání. So an Aure is a cane. Aure is a cane. So an elephant shows in the horizon, and you went to get yourself a stick or a cane. And then he then went on to say, Erin, which is also an elephant, koja ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù. Erin koja ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù. It then explains to you that don't be silly. An elephant is too big an animal to be herded with a stick. It's not a cattle, you know. So that's, another thing we say in Yoruba, we say, lówe lówe là ń lùlù àgídìgbò. Ọlọ́gbọ́n ló ń jó, ọ̀mọ̀ràn ló ń mọ̀tún ẹ̀. So I'm not quite sure if that Agidigbo is a drum or a festivity or a deity, but what that essentially is telling you, Lowe Lowe Lan Lulu Agidigbo, we beat the drum beat of Agidigbo in Proverbs, and only the initiated, only the satiated, only the marinated in knowledge can decode what is being said. So there it is. Go figure. All of that, the Americans just term it go figure. So go figure. Thank you, Adeola. You see, I'm not just some Ajabota guy. So the all of what I've just said, the Americans will just say, go figure. So go figure. But on your way to figuring, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and tackle me on my Yoruba interpretation, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, this brings you into the studio, and then you can give me your understanding of those words, whatever that little ditty was telling us. So that like, subscribe, and then at your discretion, click on the hyperlink. So by law and compulsion, you must like. I keep telling you, when the police come knocking on your door, don't phone me, because to be forewarned is to be forearmed. To be forewarned is to be forearmed. You are compelled by law to click on the like button. So if you are not clicking on the like button now, you are flouting law. You are going against law. You are also compelled by law to be subscribed. So do those as a mandatory must. And then you are highly recommended then to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. That's discretionary. But what is not discretionary, what law compels, is that you're subscribed. And then you click on the like button. So do those. So click on like and subscribe, all that. So all the jars to land us on this. All that jars to land us on this. So it lands us on this, and here we go. So now it's a battle. The Nigerian state and the administration of it is a relentless battle. So you have two options. You either take on that battle, or you can just do the Buhari thing, just go and sleep in your bed for 8 years and let the country, whatever, anybody that dies, anybody that wins. Let them just cannibalize each other. So long as they continue to call you Mr. President, that's all that matters. And that was how Buhari administered the Nigerian state. But if you want to take on the task that is the Nigerian state, is a Herculean battle, because our corruption is so satiated and marinated into the fiber of the fabric of that country that this is what you're seeing playing out in the cement space is nothing but corruption. It is greed and avarice, and it is power play. You know, Dangote is under the cosh, and he's now using his leverage to attack the country. This is what is going on. So they have to take it on, and let's see how they are taking it on. So we kick it off with this. Manufacturers give federal government conditions to reduce cement price in Nigeria within 30 days. So if they are saying that there are conditions to reduce the cement price, then that is to tell you that there's some artificiality in that cement price, because it cannot be any factor. They've removed the subsidy on. We know that the naira is hemorrhaging, but it cannot be a factor that cement price has gone up about 300%. So that is to tell you that there's market manipulation more than the pressure of the exchange rates. But let's see what's been explained here. Manufacturers give federal government condition to reduce cement prices in Nigeria within 30 days. So what are they? Cement manufacturers in Nigeria have made a recommendation to the federal government on how to bring down the rising cost of the product within 30 days. Speaking through its national chairman, David Iweta, the Cement Producers Association of Nigeria said on Sunday that they are ready to assist the federal government in crashing the price of cement within 30 days if they are invited on board as part of efforts to bring a solution. So it's essentially what they are going to demand essentially are some preferential discounted dollars. So they are going to ask for a subsidy is essentially where this is going. The CEPAN argued that the current hiking price is a result of insufficient products as the current demand for cement far outweighs the supply. So we cannot say that Nigeria has the biggest. So then they should open anyway. CEPAN argued that the current hike in prices is a result of insufficient product as the current demand for cement far outweighs the supply. So let's hold on to that as a holding argument being presented by the umbrella body of the cement manufacturers. So that runs contrary to everything then that has been the build up to it so far, because of course the opposition spaces are linking it to the price of the dollar and mismanagement of the economy. But what the Cement Producers Association are telling you, that it is a simple matter of demand outstripping supply. CEPAN argued that the current hike in prices is a result of insufficient products as the current demand for cement far outweighs the supply. So if we still stay with that statement, if the demand for cement is outweighing the supply of cement, that is not to tell you of an economy that is hemorrhaging. That is to tell you the narrative of an economy that is building. You know, because cement is not a food item. You know, so that if the demand for cement is outweighing the supply, then that tells you of an active, upwardly mobile economy. CEPAN argued that the current hike in prices is a result of insufficient products as the current demand for cement far outweighs the supply. He added that the hike in price is not a result of foreign exchange issues as being touted in some quarters. So let's just be clear who is saying this. So, and I'm pretty sure the traditional naysayers will go rushing around social media, probably come in here as well, to argue contrary to the person that is in charge of that industry space. They say, you know what they do now, bouncing up and down like screaming banshees. This is the speaking through its national chairman, David Iweta, the Cement Producers Association of Nigeria. So those are the people speaking, and they are telling you it's nothing to do with the foreign exchange. Yes, CEPAN argued that the current hike in price is a result of insufficient product. He added that the hike in price is not the result of foreign exchange issues, as been touted in some quarters. Iweta, in a chat with correspondent, said even before the current scarcity / price hike, the association had foreseen the present development and had warned the federal government of the implications and the likely consequences of placing the cement needs of over 200 million people in the hands of a few selected persons. What we are seeing today is a case of demand clearly outweighing supply. And we in the association knew it would come to this because there is no way the few players in the industry can meet the cement needs of Nigerians. If you remember, the association had earlier warned, even when the commodity was still as low as 3,000 naira, that in the nearest future, it will sell as high as 9,000 naira if certain steps were not taken. Why we were saying that then was to ginger the government to take action and avert this mess that we are all in today. He said, as a way out, Iweta told the government of President Bola Tinubu to revisit the late Umar Yar'Adua backward integration policy, which licensed some other players in the industry to import cement, but was scuttled by those he called cabals in the sector. In those cabals, of course, are Dangote. So apparently, Yar'Adua had liberalized that space and opened up importation to make up the differential between capacity to produce and the demand of the market space. But Yar'Adua, Dangote rather, had gone through that back door in Aso Rock that only he has the key for, to go and scuttle that, just to squeeze the market, because of course Dangote can only function in a monopolized space. As a way out, Iwete told, and by the way, Dangote can only function in a monopolized space. Is not a competitive business, and he cannot thrive under competition. That is why he has to kill the competition in order for him then to have the monopoly. Wait till his refinery comes on stream and see how we'll continue to squeeze us by the balls. As a way out, Iwete told the government of President Bola Tinubu to revisit the President Umar Yar'Adua's backward integration policy, which licensed some other players in the industry to import cement, but was scuttled by those he called cabals in the sector. In a bid to address the supply gap then, the late President Yar'Adua had given import licenses to some manufacturers in the sector to import the commodity for a certain period of time before developing the financial muscle to be able to produce here. This was meant to bridge the noticeable supply gap in the sector then, but was scuttled by the cabals in the sector then. The way out in the immediate for the federal government is to revisit that policy. Otherwise, the price will keep on rising, since it is obvious that these few players cannot cope with the demands of Nigerians. So I'm not quite sure what suddenly happened within the last 3 weeks that spiked up. I suspect that a lot of these things that is going on is probably the blame actually parks a lot with Dave Umahi, who has now decided to be building Nigerian roads with cement, and that demand alone, it will take at least 40% of the output. The way out of the way out in the immediate for the federal government is to revisit that policy. Otherwise, the price will keep on rising, since it is obvious that these players cannot cope with the demands of Nigerians. The CEPAN president lamented that previous efforts by the association at getting an audience with the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment and the presidency to make its position known on the issue in the past had been rebuffed. But the fact remains that we are still very much open and ready to help government in addressing the situation and crash this exorbitant price in 30 days, he said. So a 30-day promise, then we'll see how that plays out. So a 30-day promise, we'll see how. Oh, I'll save this one till I'll save this one now. I'll save this one till the tail end. Yeah, this is nothing to do with politics, but this is to do with. I wonder if I should send this to Dupsy or handle it here. All right, so that's that. Let me go on from that today. So this still, so this is a different inflection on it. So let's see what this one offers. Cement price crashed from 15,000 to 7,000 naira. Cement manufacturers in Nigeria have unanimously agreed to bring down the price of the product to between 7,000 to 8,000 naira per 50 kg bag, depending on the location within the country. This was disclosed after the meeting with the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, and attended by his counterparts from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Investment, including Doris something or the other in Abuja on Monday. The meeting is part of efforts made by the federal government to identify the underlying reasons for the abrupt increase in commodity price with a view towards reducing it. Manufacturers who attended the meeting also expressed their readiness and willingness to reduce the prices in future as soon as the federal government intervention are fulfilled. Correspondence learned BUA Industries also disclosed plans to bring 6 million tons of cement into the market to mitigate the surging price. The federal government has also declared its intention to encourage the introduction of 6 new manufacturers. Recall, so this is the thing now. You see, they don't liberalize enough. There is no, you see, this is, if you've ever wondered what's holding the Nigerian state back, this little soup song is a good sample of what is actually holding the Nigerian state back. Is that monopolistic, favoritism, is that monopolistic favorism or favoritism that we have within that space? And what do I mean? So this guy now, Aboki from Ding Dong Ding in Kano local government area, he goes then to Aboki in Aso Rock to tell him he needs a license for something. He gives him that license. But then when other people go to apply for that license, Aboki from Ding Dong Ding local government in Kano, he goes back to the Aboki in Aso Rock and tell him not to give anybody any licenses. So he has a monopoly. He doesn't have capacity. He puts out the little that he can and then sells it at extortionate prices. So that's and that is not just the cement. That is virtually every industry space. We need to give out as many licenses as possible for whoever has demonstrated a capacity to enter into any industry space. You just have to show that you're capacitated and you're equipped and you have the funding. Then just liberalize that economy if you want it to work. It's as simple as that. But if we're still operating on this ranker-dedenized sort of templates, then forget it. Ranker-dedenized template. So that's a new coinage from me. That's my new gift to you. Ranker dedenized that. And I didn't even think about it to even say it. Still within that space, Dangote, Lafarge, other manufacturers agree new price for a bag of cement, give conditions. So still stay very much within that space. Right, cement manufacturers have decided to bring down the price of the product to between 7 to 8,000 naira. This was agreed in the meeting, blah, blah, blah. The meeting is part of efforts. At the meeting, the manufacturers present expressed their readiness and willingness to do to bring down the price. However, they noted that the new price proposed would be dependent on the fulfillment of the federal government's intervention. So what does that mean? What does the federal government intervention usually means subsidy? So are they essentially saying that the government is going to be subsidizing cement? It's a real travesty, you know. Nigeria is just it's a hostage situation. Nigeria is a hostage situation. We're being held captive against our will. However, they noted, additionally, BUA Industries disclosed plans to, you see this BUA industry, that's the biggest guy man within the Nigerian space. He promised us barely, what was it, six weeks, barely 2 months ago, that he was going to freeze the price of cement at 3,500. And that never happened for 1 microsecond. He skyrocketed to 15,000. Now, this guy just speaks for the applause of that moment. Is a clout chaser. Yes, that's the contemporaneous term. It's a clout chaser. So the clout chasing Aboki from Kano. So this one is a poke in the eye to so many people. This now next headline, it will really rankle the nerves of so many people. I need a sip of water before I bring you this. This next headline, it will jar the senses of so many people. So now the next headline will jar the senses of so many people. Nigeria regains cheapest petrol title in West Africa. So there it is right there. For all of your screaming and shouting and squealing and running up the hills, lifting up your skirts and whatever it is that you do, we have the cheapest petrol in Africa, especially in West Africa, beyond equivocation. And if you have the cheapest petrol in West Africa, probably the cheapest in the world. So that's the petrol chart right there. Let's just go with the chart. So in Nigeria, it is 599 naira. You even say 700 naira. Let's even say it's 1,000 naira. So whatever it is. In Liberia, which is the nearest to Nigeria, is 3 times more expensive, 1,570 naira. In Ghana is 1,000 near 600 naira. In Benin Republic is 1,740 naira. In Togo, 1,790 naira. In Cameroon is 2,145 naira, and in Guinea is 2,169 naira. So all this gnashing at the teeth and screeching and squealing like a bunch of banshees, you still live a highly subsidized life. Go and check the price of a bottle of Coke in Ghana is 3 times what you're paying in Nigeria, and you will still howl at the moon every morning, singing Mobile and all that nonsense. The price of premium motor spirit PMS, popularly known as petrol, in Nigeria remains the cheapest in West Africa, despite the exchange rate standing at 1,555 naira to the dollar, indicating that subsidy on the product was reduced, not removed, as claimed by the federal government. Data obtained by correspondents are data obtained from the Global Petrol Prices, a website. In fact, I'm going to go and check that. I'm going to have that website on the standby in case anybody wants to get funky with some ludicrous argument. Data obtained from the Global Price Petrol, a website that tracks retail price of refined petroleum products, revealed that the cost of petrol in Nigeria stood at 0.39 cents per liter. Imagine that. Do you know how much they sell a liter of petrol in this country? I don't, to my chagrin. It's about £1.70, nearly £1.80. So how much is a pound? Now that is nearly 4,000 naira for a liter of petrol in this country. So crime, don't let me say that anyway. It will be my using the so essentially Nigeria has some of the cheapest petrols on the planet, as you all already know. So this one now, I'll just give you these as headlines. Tinubu's 349 million naira wristwatch causes a stir after begging Nigerians to be patient with current economic hardship. Yeah, so that's the thing, isn't it? It's very difficult for somebody of wealth to be telling you that to endure in poverty. That's just they are probably best off being silent, but all his children are coming out. Sheyi came out, and so has now the Iyaloja of Nigeria. I'll be patient with my father. Tinubu's daughter begged Nigerians against hardship protest. So that protest, of course, I did have it to hand, but I don't know where it is now. There's an output from Ohaneze, warning, not warning, but admonishing the Southeasterners not to join in the protesting going on. Now, I did have it lined up as one of the headlines. I did have it lined up. Hold on. I had it lined up. Okay, I think somebody has sent it to me. Okay, let me go with this one. So there it is. Ohaneze Ndigbo has warned Igbos against joining protest against hardship in Nigeria. This was conveyed in a statement signed by the President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo, Chief Emmanuel Wayango, titled Message to Igbos Worldwide. It was noted that Igbos have been victimized over the failure of APC to win Lagos and Abuja, and there is a conspiracy to cripple Igbo business enterprise in Lagos, Abuja, and other parts of Nigeria. So that doesn't sound like an admonition for peace to me, but that's just typical of the language of Nwayanwu, isn't it? He gives with one hand and takes with the other. That's just that's the language of our funky brother from upstate. Let me play you this clip. Oh, is this the one I want to play? Oh, aha. So let me play you. Yes, this is a follow-on from what you just heard from Nwayanwu then. So this now, this wasn't even the clip that I was going to play you. I'll play you that after that. But this is a follow-on from the clip from Nwayanwu then. Happening now, Igbo Southeast joins in protest against economic hardship and suffering against Tinubu, a Milokon government, asking him to resign. So it's going to be a funky 4 years for Tinubu. Without question, it's going to be a funky. To resign, you must be a joker. Somebody that are orchestrated for 30 years to get into a position, and because you are some rascally, whatever it is, look, these people are just clowns.
You can see we are protesting. The Igbos are protesting.
They are protesting. Look at this protest, though. Oh yeah, bring me one more. You say, oh, and 3 bottles of good Guinness. We no go agree. Look at this. If this is protest, I want to protest too. These are people protesting against hardship, protesting against bad governance. So this is. I wish this was. I hope this is a skit, by the way, because this has to rank of all of the ridiculousness. This now has to be this must be a troll. They must be trolling us. Out of the most ridiculous things that you've ever seen, is there anything more ridiculous? So this purports to be people protesting against hardship in the country, and this is what unbelievable.
You can see we are protesting. The Igbos are protesting. We are protesting. You can see all the Igbos. We are protesting. You can see the Igbos. We are protesting. We are protesting. See the Igbos. We are protesting. You can see we are all protesting. This is how we do our own protest. This is how we do our own protest with the Igbos. You can see how we do our own protest.
All right. All right. I'm pretty certain that was a skit. That without question, that is a skit. But this is not a skit, though. I'm not going to play you this because there's a bit of violence in it, which might go against our YouTube rules. EFCC raids BDC operators in Abuja. So this is EFCC trying to crack down on the escalating exchange rates, and they've identified the Bureau de Change space as one of the culprits of that escalation. So they've gone to shut it down, and shots were fired in the course of. Let's see if there's anything. There's no readouts, but so that's what's going on there. So let me play you now this governor from the north, and then we make that the last one, and then we come into the room. And by the way, there's plenty room there's plenty room in the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on, like a bunny rabbit, hop.
Let's quickly look at this issue where many people, including governors like yourself, wanted the petrol subsidy to be removed. Now that it has been removed, and it's kind of inflicting hardship on the people, do you subscribe to the idea of bringing back petrol subsidy? What are your thoughts?
I think let me make it clear to all of you, because you see, my position is clear. I have been an advocate of fuel subsidy removal since I was in the Senate, because it is clear to all of us that only very few Nigerians who are powerful that are benefiting from the so-called fuel subsidy. And of course, if you live in Nigeria, you will agree with me that very few people, numbering hundreds of them, that are benefiting from the fuel subsidy in Nigeria. So, but removed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, most of us really applauded his decision, commended his effort, but that is only one step. The second step is, look, and which is more important, every governor in Nigeria have been getting more money than we used to get before the removal of subsidy. For instance, in Kaduna State, in May, precisely, or in June, we had to borrow money to pay salary. But when fuel subsidy removal reflected in our own allocations, we have some surplus of money. That's the reason why I'm telling you we were able to come up with this initiative. If you recall, 3 months ago, I've been able to pay pensioners, even death benefits and gratuity, worth about 3.5 billion to our people in Kaduna State. And that is a result of the fuel subsidy removal. And of course, because of fuel subsidy removal, that's the reason why we have been able to attract most of this effort we're making to our smallholder farmers, as well as the SMEs in Kaduna State, under an agency called Kadeda. We are distributing 4.3 billion in the next 1 week. That is because of fuel subsidy. So of course, removal. And I think, but there's a lot of misconception about this issue. Everyone in Nigeria is blaming President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. For me, it's missing the point, because governance is about local governments, state governments, and the federal governments, as well as effort by the National Assembly. They have also a role to play in ensuring that most of these budgets they made at the level of the federal government, the money is being channeled to developmental areas that affect the people directly by some of these agencies at the federal level.
All right. So there's that. We've spoken about this countless times. Even as early as yesterday, I was trying desperately. I think it was a Kenneth. I was trying to explain that look, this subsidy is quadrupled the amount of money is coming to the state spaces. So you have to hold those states accountable. They are getting more money than they've ever had. And here is a man now citing an example. It's a governor of one of the leading states, Kaduna State, citing an example that because of that windfall, he's able to impact on his people more. So that is where it is. These people are awash with money, but because they're so embittered by the loss of an election, they cannot look in the direction of where the pain might be coming from, and they keep on raging and riding to the center. So rage and route to the center. This one now was sent in by one of the panelists. He wants you to say this. So let me play you this. This sentence, it still speaks to the conversation that we're having. This was sent in by one of the panelists. Watch this.
Subsidy, I've said it before, is organized crime. And I cannot allow it to stay a day longer.
I'm not for subsidy.
You're not?
No.
Why not?
Because the only thing that Nigerians get from the Nigerian crude is that little subsidy.
But I thought Nigerians have now come to accept my position on the issue, of subsidy removal. But I think it is.
All right. So that was sent in by, I think you've guessed it, a Aure sympathizer. But let me play you this final clip, also sent in by one of the panelists. And then after this, we'll play the Kegite music, and then we'll see if a conversation takes place. That is if we have a panel. Let's play you this.
The allegation of the misappropriations of the sum of 3.5 billion generated from the sales of Labour Party nomination forms for the 2023 general elections, raised by Olochi Opara, the Labour Party national treasurer, is paving way for another fresh crisis within the party. This group, who claim it was representing the 36th state chapter of the party chairman, met in Bauchi and called for the national party chairman, Julius Aure, to step down over the allegations.
In the spirit of openness and accountability, as elected chairman of Labour Party in Nigeria, we wish to address certain concerns that have come to our attention. We are appealing to His Excellency Peter Obi, Senator Ahmed Dati, and other distinguished personalities within the party to join us in requesting Barrister Julius Aure to step aside.
The group also hoped that if the party want to emerge victorious at the upcoming Edo governorship election, the legal complexity surrounding the leadership of the party must be addressed.
It is imperative for the party and the people of Edo to consider this matter seriously, as the actions of one individual should not jeopardize the effort of our candidate and the aspirations of our voters in Edo State.
According to them, their meeting was in good faith, as they remain committed to the principle of the new Nigerian project.
All right. I'm not sure if that ran to a natural end. Okay, yeah, I think that ran to a natural end. So that runs to a natural end. Let me actually bring you this one as well. Let me bring you this one as a final. Nigerian Catholic bishops reject Pope's stance on same-sex marriage. So is tradition in collision with modernity? This is what we say it, or this is how we say it. Or is this how we should see it even? Catholic bishops in Nigeria have rejected the position of Pope Francis on the blessing of same-sex couples. The Pope had, in December, approved blessings of same-sex couples by Catholic priests. His position elicited criticisms from many Catholic faithful, with some saying the approval could be translated as the church's endorsement of same-sex marriage. You've hurt the unity of the Catholic Church. Reacting, the Catholic bishops said it is disappointing that statements or declaration from the Holy See which ought to foster unity and communion on matters of doctrine, morals, and liturgy, have done otherwise and succeeded in hurting the unity and Catholicity of the Church. The bishop spoke through a speech delivered by its president, Lucius Ugoji, at the formal opening of the 2024 First Plenary Assembly of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria on Sunday at the Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria, Abuja. Correspondence report. We must sincerely admit that the declaration, fiducia supplicans, on the pastoral meaning of blessing, issued on December the 18th, 2023, by the Dicastery for the Doctrine of the Faith, has added to our pains. Whilst the document prohibits liturgical blessings for same-sex couples, it recommends at the same time spontaneous pastoral blessings for couples in irregular situations, including the blessing of same-sex couples. It further stressed that such pastoral blessings should not be impacted in concurrence with the ceremonies of civil union, and not even in connection with them, nor can it be performed with any clothing, gesture, or words that are proper to a wedding. Given the ambiguities, so it's somewhat of a casual throwaway. So it's a marriage blessing in all manners, in all ways, but given the ambiguities in the declaration, the document quickly aroused mixed reactions of acceptance, skeptical reserve, and outright rejection from Episcopal, I can't pronounce this one, Episcopal conferences and individual bishops in the world. He stated, the Catholic bishop noted that with the media hype that ambushed the text, its publication generated shock, outrage, and disbelief amongst the faithful in Nigeria, in Africa, and other parts of the world, with many devout Catholics in the community wondering how a priest could bless same-sex couples who live permanently in a sinful union without causing confusion and scandal. So there's that space. So that battle rages on. Is the Catholic Church going to split over this? Is the wider question. So that's the wider question. Come give me your broad answer. I'll send the link again. Anybody that wants to hop on. I'll play the keg. Oh, my camera was off. Yes, I'll play the keg music. Anybody that wants to hop on. Come be part of the conversation. That $sign at the bottom of the screen invites you to super chat to the screen. So do that, do all that. Here's the keg.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Failati keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de everybody ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. Ikuko Niru Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Just quickly what Money More is putting up on the screen is saying, one man, where is the readout of OAU staff that was mauled by a lion today in Ile-Ife? Yes, I saw that story, but I thought it was too gruesome. If anybody wants to speak on it, they can. But I just thought it was too gruesome. It was just too grim. But I did say that. So thank you for that, Money More. So thank you for that, Money More. Joining us, father of the bride, Ajale Koko. Good to have you, Ajale Koko. He doesn't smoke Igbo anymore. So Solly is doubly welcome here. The Royal Majesty King Emeka and the Jagaban of the platform, Ekene. So good to have you, gentlemen. A delight in your company. Let's kick it off with Emeka, who I think came here on a mission. Mekus.
No,
yeah,
I can't.
Woman. How are you doing, Woman? Good evening to the co-panelists. Good evening to the viewers at home and those on the comment section. I want to say a special shout out to Choma, most specifically. Choma has been saying that I've been twerking on OBI'S matter. Well, I don't know about that, Choma. I hope you enjoy yourself.
Get your popcorn now because I think it's about to super twerk now.
Woman, I want to cook soup today, and the soup I want to cook is okra soup. Please, those who want to interject, except you have palm oil, crayfish, maggi, and salt, please don't interject me. If you do have these items, you are free to interject. Woman, we have very greedy people in our country. Extremely, when I say greedy people,
sorry, you did say no interjections, but this guy's narrative is imagined as I think even more corrupt as a party national chairman. The most corrupt that I can recall was Abdullahi Adamu, but this guy is imagined to be even more corrupt than Abdullahi Adamu. But carry on, sorry. Yeah.
Woman, you are the host of the show. You are allowed to interject. You know,
Yes.
you are the one stirring the okra soup, so you can stir it to the taste you want.
Emeka, before you start now, why I not see your face among those people where they protest?
Which of
among
the jollification protest.
I said now Emeka kind of protest with this. Where is Emeka now? Where they cook soup? They just the soup and
must be another champagne protest.
That's a new way to protest now. Anyway, ABURE, right, is a product of our society. Let's be very realistic about it. He is a product of our society. He's one who, saw money coming in the way he has never seen money before. This was a man who was staying in a 2-bedroom rented apartment. And once money started to flow through the pipe, as a result of, how do we put it, the emergence of P2B, he decided to enrich himself and change his circumstances. And you can see him diverting funds. When I keep telling people, and I've been on this mission for quite a while, I've been insulted, I've been called names, I've been said I'm not an Igbo man, I've been a lot of things, but it is now obvious that the shame is on those people. The shame is now on them.
Sorry to interject.
Do you have palm oil?
Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'll pay.
Do you have palm oil? Do you have palm oil or Maggi?
But okay, seriously, your voice, your voice, the way you come across, the way you start, the way you have been following this for some time, it looks like non-Igbo. Let's put it that way. So if your voice is now not aligning with what we expect, so people tend to want to doubt you. Thank you very much.
All right, Babatunde Chukwuemeka. Babatunde Chukwuemeka.
Anyway, well, that was he's trying to lighten me up, but I need to cook this okra soup. I don't know. He didn't bring any ingredient that I wanted anyway, but it's allowed. So what I was saying, Abure decided to enrich himself and divert fund. Like I keep saying, right? You know, now the shame is on those people. What narrative will they paint now that they have proclaimed that the Labour Party, which they all say is the savior of the new nation, a new Nigeria is possible, Abi. Now the Labour Party is not looking, is not just looking like the average Nigeria, it's looking worse off than the average Nigerian political party. I have been drawing their ears, especially the OBI'S. I've been drawing their ears and telling them that you are dealing with politicians. And there's something that politicians always love, the ability to amass wealth for themselves. They don't give a damn about who you are. And Aure has continued and consistently, together with his mentor and soulmate, Peter Obi, to show and exemplify that this we are here to make money for ourselves. Let us emotionally confuse young Nigerians who in their own right want Nigeria to move forward, are tired of the way Nigeria is going, and want to see in Nigeria during their lifetime that Nigeria at least is working. They decided to seize this opportunity to amass 1, fame, 2, money, and 3, clout for themselves. They are exploiters. P2B. See, people now you can. I was telling you guys that I've been watching P2B. I've been watching him, his language, his communication, his Twitter pages, the way he's moving, and I've been seeing that he's dissociating himself from the Labour Party. But P2B will not say that he is not aware that Abure is stealing funds. Even to the point, you see the dancing queen. Now, guess what? One man. They said they spent over 989 million naira for legal.
Just on that your dancing queen. There's a narrative emerging, and I'm monitoring it to see if to bring it on or not. That she's enmeshed in $150 million scandal as well.
She stole
which
money.
they are
P2B
all trying to pack it on this guy. Yeah.
Really go and rewatch P2B's interview. Was it 3 days ago? Go and rewatch it again. Say the money we collected from diaspora is not 1%, and that of it we carried it and gave to Aisha Yusufu. Do you think you know what he was trying to do? He's trying to absorb himself because those money were actually spent on him, but he knows, he's aware. He's aware of what was going, but he's trying to absorb herself. Then Aisha Yusufu think she's smart enough to deceive Nigerians, think Nigerians are not exposed enough or educated enough, went to go and subscribe on Microsoft 360, you renew that subscription, put a Microsoft Word document and was listing summaries of expenses. Look at these twats. Look at these idiots coming to come and be making a mockery of us. On what? 700 and how much? Over 700 million for legal fees. Guess what? Those are campaign funds. I have never seen, since the history and my interest and my involvement in politics, I have never seen when people use campaign funds to go and pay legal fees. I have never seen it. I now want someone to come here and correct me. I have never seen it in any political climb, whether in the West, not even in Nigeria, not in Sierra Leone, not in Ghana, not in Guinea, not in Cote d'Ivoire, not in Burkina Faso. I have not seen it. But here we are, the dancing queen and the rogue and fraudsters of P2B are saying they spent more in legal fees than even the campaign itself that they raised the money for. You see how these people who say that they want to lead Nigeria through they are the exodus, but they are leading us to Golgotha. They are the exodus. They are the P2B is the Moses, but actually he's taking us to where we are going to die. They cannot even balance their account. They want to handle national budget. These thieves, young rogues that do not understand the circumstances and the situation of things are coming here to come and tell us, are playing with the emotions of Nigerians, young Nigerians, those who are young enough that could not, that at least in my lifetime, I saw when we were having 24 hours electricity in Nigeria. Those who have never seen electricity in their lifetime, I think this man, this rogue will lead us to somewhere. Now they are seeing
sorry, Emeka. If anybody has access to that rendered accounts that Aisha Yesufu said that she published, send it to my DM on Instagram so I can put it on the screen.
Rendered account.
No, just to show
my old son would go and type on Microsoft Word. She just renewed her Microsoft 360 subscription. She renewed it, put heading and painted it the logo of LP. I was writing this. It was not even properly aligned. It was not even formatted properly. The alignment was missing spaces. And then you now have legal fees. More than materials being bought in campaign, legal fees more than the transportation. And guess what? Even the Director General of the campaign said we were unable to pay polling unit agents. One man, when they send that useless stuff to you, you will see that they were paying legal agents. But even Aisha Yusufu, the dancing queen of the obedient movement, said, why should we even pay polling unit agents when they were not on the street? So tell me, who were those polling unit agents they paid 300 million to? Who did they pay 300 million to? These people are here deceiving who? Who are they deceiving? This same Aisha Yusufu's husband was at one time director of National Housing Authorities, right? Stole money. He stole money. Now she's coming to Twitter to come and be talking nonsense. After she ate the money and she's dancing, P2B now is trying to hide his head. P2B wants to tell us that he doesn't know ABURE was stealing money. P2B wants to tell us he doesn't know ABURE was forging people's signature or forging withdrawal and telling people not to go. I said something to you, a live audio tape. I said it, I don't know why you do not want to play it. A live audio tape where one of the representatives, a three-way call between ABURE, those who actually know his voice will confirm it. ABURE, a pastor, and the man. The man was saying, ABURE was telling him, oh, don't worry, because he has forged his withdrawal letter and gave it to a woman who paid more money, and he's not telling the man that we will make you local chairman, local government chairman. We have it on authority, we have it on good grounds, we have it on whether wet grounds, or we have it on dry grounds that they will do local government election in Edo State. Can you imagine? A party enmeshed, ingrained, enshrined, noted for misappropriation of funds, noted for high-scale forgery and fraud. The chairman is the one running the party as if he's the owner of the party, as if he was the one who brought the party out. Now you can see that people, there's even investigation going on that is like he wants to even kick P2B out of this. No, they are playing games. They are actually playing games. P2B does not want to be drawn into those fraudulent allegations. He's aware of them.
Sorry. Just to mitigate a little bit. The campaign materials was 258 million naira approximately, but the legal fees are 744 million. But does this not include that fight all the way through to the Supreme Court? We all know how expensive all these lawyers are.
But woman, guess what again? No, woman, I want someone who, at least a more experienced politician, to come here and tell me where legal fees are being paid from. In short, as a matter of fact, if this has happened in Canada or in the United States, this man called P2B, Aisha Yusufu, and all those chiefs, including that, they'll all be in jail. Now, currently, they'll all be in jail. I am yet to see where campaign funds being donated by the public is used to pay legal fees for a presidential candidate. I am yet to see it. And I want somebody to come, whether you are in the comment section, whether you are at home, if you are annoyed by what I am saying, log in now and come and correct me and tell me that I am wrong. I am yet to see it. These are the kind of things. These people say they want to give us good example of leadership. This is the leadership example they are showing us in our very own eyes. And why did this thing emerge? It is when people, which one of me, I am one of those who have been fighting Aisha Yusufu. Go and account for this. Madam, shut up with all this nonsense you are talking. You're a hypocrite. Go and account. And they come, they organize themselves and be telling us stories. That even at this point, that campaign materials, legal fees is 3 times, 300% higher than the materials used for election. One man. Who are they deceiving? One man. And even at that, they said, when these lawyers were business snappers, they said they were working on pro bono. Correct me, woman, if I'm lying. These lawyers said they were working on pro bono. That's actually what many of them said they were doing. But it appears that but we know Nigerian lawyers will not work on pro bono. Even after they collected money and they knew they were going to use that money, and they were snapping pictures on social media and trying to chase clouds on top of a useless petition. Look at the amount that they spent. This is how people, you see, when you tell people that, hey, we contribute, why are you worried about the money we contribute? But these are the people who told us that they want to show leadership example in this country. This is the leadership example they are coming to tell us now. That even if they have won, God forbid bad thing that they have won, ABURE would have turned to become the most richest man in Nigeria instantly within 2 seconds. Within 2 seconds, that man would have turned to become the richest. Within 2 seconds, the man bought house. From being a tenant,
Emeka, a lot of people feel that because the amount they are saying, just in the broad areas of 2 billion naira, is not even anywhere close to the amount that was. We watched the campaign in real time now. We saw when Peter Obi was in America, they were going to that event for $8,000 to $10,000 for ticket fees, and the place was yes. Hold on, there were a lot of events that they held in America, and the tickets to those events were about $8,000 to $10,000. And when people got in, they were just throwing money in donation to that. Forget this 2 billion naira. Come back with 200 billion naira, and then we still
these people wanted a
They
new
milk
Nigeria.
them dry.
You cannot
milk the life out of them.
You cannot fault Nigerians who donated. You can't fault these Nigerians who brought out their hard-earned money, especially diasporans who wanted change in the country. Hold on.
Have you seen anybody that donated complaining the way you are complaining? What is your problem?
My brother, but
just like woman. You just talk like woman. You don't make any sense at all. Even the diaspora that contributed and they're complaining the way you're complaining. Why are you drinking Panadol in another person's headache? What kind of human being are you?
Pansat, settle down now. Is Pansat adopted your voice? Keep.
This guy just talking hard. What is your problem? Even APC have their own problem. Even if you want to talk about APC, what is your problem? You're just drinking Panadol in another person. You didn't contribute to situation. You are there disturbing yourself, killing yourself.
No, hold on, Sonny. You are hiding your voice. It will be rowdy.
Wama, can you mute my brother Ekene? Can you just mute him?
No. Let Emeka carry on.
Wait, Wama, can you mute Ekene?
It's already muted.
You see the problem we have as Nigeria, that we are very disingenuous people in this country. I was lying on my bed. Now I stood up. This soup now, I want to turn this soup very hard. We are disingenuous. We are very wicked and
this guy, you're sounding
rational mind. Please allow me. Let me cook my soup. When it gets to your turn, you can attack me. When it gets to your turn, attack me. Yes. Feel free to attack me or tell me.
Make you can let us enjoy Emeka now.
When it gets to your turn, feel free to say that what I am saying is wrong.
Can you put this down?
All right, Emeka start to bring it home, but it's not going to land unless you let him speak.
They don't want me to land.
Yeah, but Emeka start to bring it home.
Which home am I bringing it home when they are not allowing me to drive my bus home? How can I go home? Please let me talk and let me cook my soup. Please, what I am saying is all out in evidence. I have not lied, but anybody who is saying I am lying here, bring your own evidence and tell me that I am lying. We are disingenuous people. We want good governance, but we want good governance only from people we like. And even if those people are...
Okay, demand good governance from APC. But demand governance from APC.
Woman, I will continue to talk as long as they interject me.
Carry on.
So we want good governance, but we only want good governance from people we like. And if we don't like those people, we don't give a damn. We will go about to discredit Nigeria, debrand Nigeria, abuse Nigeria, and say Nigeria is all sort of wickedness. But if it's someone we like, as long as that person is stealing, we will say nothing. And this is the kind of behavior we have continued to exemplify and show and depict and behave in what we call Nigeria. We are not good people. Obi himself came out to say he is a good example of leadership. Even despite the fact we know he's a thief, he's a rogue, he's a fraudster, he's a criminal, he's a money launderer. He has taken funds to go and keep in the British Island. And even to the point, I sent you another video that showed that there was an investigation on him after that 250 million cash, and nobody said anything. They kept quiet. The police people has receipt of that issue, and these people came to run that this criminal and told us that he is next sent. He's the sent of close to Jesus Christ after him. After Jesus is the one. Then you now have these thieves, group of thieves, Aure, Dancing Queen, and P2P, who have gone out to collect money from diaspora and collected donations from politicians, and they've enriched themselves, and now they're trying to dodge from responsibility. God will punish all of them. They will go, we punish them twice. God will punish them many times. These are the people who are playing on the emotions of Nigerians and coming here to come and tell us that they are saints. God will punish you people. God will punish you people.
All right. Thank you, Emeka. So thank you, Emeka. I was going to go to you next, Solly, but after that impassioned speech from Emeka, for balance, we have to go to Ekene. But on our way to Ekene, we're going to play a couple of clips. To a lot of the things that Emeka was saying, I want you to listen to this.
In 2009, around June, there was an issue that has to do with the police in Lagos State. At number 7 Aerodrome Street, Apapa, where certain vehicles of government were arrested by the then CP, Marvel Akpoyibo, on a tip-off that these vehicles were carrying arms, and the police decided to accostom this vehicle, and it was discovered that 250 million naira were found cash in briefcases in that vehicle. Then what happened? The IGP was alerted, and they discovered that the money was coming from Anambra State. Okay. And Peter Obi was the one that was taking that money to the headquarters where the companies are for London.
I need to stop this conversation here. We're trying to look at issues raised by Peter Obi.
Bad leadership, corruption.
Yes, and then you're bringing him. This is a whole lot of accusations that I do not think you have any ready evidence.
I have. I can quote Vanguard newspapers. Just go and check.
Okay, what date of Vanguard?
June 1st, 2009.
Okay, and the issue of the less cash and carry. What you said, the procurement process was not full. It wasn't discussed at the executive arm of government.
And yes.
Yes, where's evidence to that?
See, my sister, we are in digital era.
That's what I'm saying.
What you need to do now, see, there is one thing with the Nigerian people.
About the 250 million you talked about.
Serious investigation. In fact, the money were taken to the bank, according to the IGP, who insisted that you can't take this whole lot of money, taking that to work and pick. In fact, the money were taken to the bank, according to the IGP, who insisted that you can't take this whole lot of money, taking that to work. And Peter Obi said he was going to pay contractor. And the man asked, why don't you use drafts as a state government? Who is the contractor? Obi could not name the contractor.
Okay, so
the money was paid back by the police with a representative of the Anambra State government into Anambra State government account.
These are contained in the
I am telling you, this is public space. One thing with Emily Firaga is that I don't just talk because I want to talk.
And all of this are investigation carried out and completed, and the court ruling given that Obi was actually
I am telling you, what the police, if I convict him, I'm not the court.
So
I am not the court. I am telling you what happened, the incidents that happened under Marvel Akpoyibo as a CP of Lagos State, and when it happened, and the people involved.
All right. I mean, there hasn't been a court judgment of this.
That is why I didn't call him a thief. I only said these are the issues of that borders on corruption.
Yeah, but it's an alleged corruption.
Corruption, and the evidences were a teller was issued to the police, and Ambassador government, the police had one as evidence. Go and read that report.
Alleged.
And to date, Obi has not denied it.
And these are alleged.
To date, Obi has not denied it that it didn't happen.
These are alleged corruption.
alleged corruption with some proof that the participants are still unable to deny.
Okay, so there's that, and then I watch this.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, gentlemen of the press. It's an honor being here, standing here, and representing the fundraising team. We had a campaign crowdfunding where Nigerians were asked to donate to the campaign of Baba Ahmed campaign for the 2023 election. Today,
Well, man, I think I've watched this show, unless you are playing for other people.
Presentation. Accountability and transparency is very critical and it's very important. And at any time that we ask people to donate and they do so willingly, it's very important for us to come back to them and show them how their monies were judiciously used. The mandate of the crowdfunding fundraising team was as follows. His Excellency Peter Obi gave the following mandates to the team, and that was to raise funding from Nigerians using the campaign's official accounts and ensure funds are judiciously used to support the presidential campaign of His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi. For this particular presentation that we are doing today, we are specifically concerned about the Baba Ahmed campaign, for which there were four accounts that were used. These accounts are were accounts in Zenith Bank, Heritage Bank, Globus Bank, and also Sterling Bank. They were made public by His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, and citizens were asked to donate as generously as they wanted to. I must say we thank everyone that donated in cash and kind. It's not been easy, especially with the kind of mindset we have in this country where we don't think as citizens we are supposed to donate. But indeed, citizens came out and they put their monies where their votes are, and they were ready to use their money and not wait for, as usually we see in our climb, for the candidate to be the one bringing in that money. And for that, we say thank you, thank you, thank you. We go on to the activity and resource report. For donations from citizens, we received 595 million naira, 976,994 naira. This is the amount that were raised in these four bank accounts that we talked about. I know there have been reports out there that there were billions of naira that were raised. Some even said hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, we hope we'll see those monies, and if there are people out there that can help us track those monies, we would want to see them.
You still want to hope to collect more.
Was this particular amount, let me repeat it once again, 595 million naira, 976,000 naira, 994 naira. We also received 800 million naira from the candidate himself. And I know some might wonder, how did we know that these monies were from the candidate? How were we able to differentiate them? These were monies that were put in by the candidate that were supposed to be used to pay for the polling agents. So we knew that they came in four tranches of 200 million naira each. And that was what gave the total of 800 million naira from the candidate. We designed a strategic blueprint focused on channeling the movement's energy to support His Excellency Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed's
Woman, are you there?
No, sorry, I was speaking. No, I said that she goes on for a bit more, but that was her struggling desperately to justify the looting that people are accusing her and her co-travelers of. But Kenneth, this wasn't quite the conversation that we were going to start with. But this is where Emeka has pushed us to. So come in, Kenneth.
But one man.
Yeah.
Why don't you let this thing finish now so that others can hear it?
All right. Do you want to watch it to the end? I thought people might be bored with it. But
no, they're not gonna be bored. Let it run out. Let them complete that account information.
All right. All right. Let's do that.
Election in collaboration with different support groups. Remember, we had a lot of support groups and we worked together with them. We provided direct and indirect support to over 100 support groups across all 36 states in Nigeria. Also mobilized and supported over 100,000 grassroots organizers across the 36 states in Nigeria. We also deployed media-related campaigns that reach over 11 million people, leveraging over 40 radio stations, community outreaches, and social media. Would have loved to have used television and all of that, but because of our financial constraint, we're very mindful of being judicious in our usage of the funds that we receive and being able to reach more people. So we limited what we had to just radio. So
pause this here.
Campaign materials.
Please don't be angry. Pause. Sorry, don't be angry. You see how they are trying to justify nonsense. They said they use only radio. So now what they are trying to tell us that those who represented them on TV stations with the paid slots on channels, Arise, and I don't think they use TVC.
No, but that's speculative now. What do you mean paid slots? You mean people that are paid on panels?
Yeah, you pay. They're paid. So yeah, you pay sometimes. Except they're inviting you to come and make commentary, or somebody is accusing you. You pay channels you pay for media slots to go and give interviews. So you pay for them sometimes. Except they are inviting you to make commentaries. That's when they will not. And the 8 o'clock slot is usually the highest paid slot, because that's when 8 o'clock Nigerian time. I mean, that's when most people are watching their TV. Look at how these rogues keep continue.
All right, let's go on to Ekene. I think people in the comment section are complaining that it's too long, and I think a lot of people are saying it anyway.
What about me?
Because of where the topic is, I'll come to you after Ekene. But Emeka cannot say all that, and then I will not give an obedient right to reply, because then that would not be balanced. But Ekene, let's hear from you.
Yeah, one man. What I would say is this: both Emeka and every other people that want to comment on this, all of them, if they are all onye befana na okay, your house is on fire, you are busy chasing rats. Well, look at the energy Emeka is spending on
we want to catch the rats.
Hold on.
Onye befana okay, my brother. Look at the energy you are using to talk about Labour Party campaign. Even people like us that fought that day, did everything, have forgotten it. But I thank Labour Party. I thank P2B. I thank Aisha Yusuf for coming out. At least they have come out to give their account.
Ekene, one of your favorite mantras on this platform is accountability. I cannot recall a time you've come up here and not use that word accountability. Are you?
What is
accountability
now?
What
is seen here is accountability. Then we now see counter accountability from the other people. So what you just experienced here is accountability. Then we are now experiencing counter accountability from APC. You understand? Because I can't remember any day that election without Labour Party that APC or PDP has come out to give account like this on national
television. They can't come out to give account because they did not collect. Wait, sorry, let me correct that impression. They didn't collect money from the public.
Let me finish. You cannot tell me that APC didn't collect any money for campaign. You cannot tell me that people did, no matter the amount of money as to what you have. You cannot tell me that some people didn't.
Hold on for him, Emeka. Hold on for him, Emeka.
Let me correct that impression.
I think you may be correcting him in error. I think they are compelled by law to give audited accounts to INEC.
Oh, yeah. You can give audited account. But what we want is accountability from those who have collected money from the public. APC and PDP did not go to the public to collect money. It was politicians and members that donated, and they used that money to campaign. Even the presidential candidate of Atiku and the rest, and even the previous Delta State Governor Okowa, they brought money wherever they went to bring the money. It's up to them. Let whoever wants to go and petition, they go and petition them. But these people went to the general public to raise
Stop disturbing your head. Don't don't be too emotional on Labour Party.
All right, Emeka, give him the room to speak. But round it up in a short summary, Ekene. I don't want us to label Peter Obi as
I don't have. My problem is this somebody that his house is on fire is with the sitting. You forget what is happening in your party just immediately because you want accountability for Labour Party, which they have given to you, demanded it for a very long time. They're giving you accountability, well explained that everything. Then, but if you still have an issue with it, then the next thing you should do is to maybe you take that account and take them to court and say we have an issue here. I think Labour Party has still people's money. Then we that pay the money will come and defend them in the courts. That's what I expect you to do, not to come and national broadcast and.
Is a new Nigeria no longer possible?
I've told that somebody like Emeka that is crying, killing himself because of what he did not contribute. Shishi. Then he forgot that he forgot that in his home. Let me finish now. I have limited time here. I have limited time. You forget in your party, even in Edo State, you produce 3 candidates. You forget all those things. You forget the heavy protests that happened in Ibadan. The heavy protests that happened in Oyo State today. Not a small one, heavy one. You forget it. You are busy every day crying about Labour Party do this, Labour Party do that, Labour Party do this, Labour Party. Is that not foolishness? I say this is what they call small mind. Always come to discuss people instead of discuss the issue you have. It's a small mind. What I see is small mind. You come here, you discuss issue that doesn't concern you. You didn't contribute 1 naira, nothing. What you have demanded has been given to you. On your pay now, walk on a chuoke. Man, one thing I know is that if you keep on cutting bamboo tree, it will still grow. Every day by day, it will continue to grow. No matter how you cut it, you know bamboo tree, how it looks like. So you continue to cut it down, it will continue to grow. You understand? So that's how it is. That's how it is. You forget your problem.
When he's done, can I have like 2 seconds to respond to him? Because
you don't have anything to say. I shout him.
All right. Thank you. Hold on, everybody. It's going to be a literal 2 seconds because I don't want that space to explode. Go on.
Yeah, I agree. You see, I'm trying to expose the hypocrisy that is masquerading Labour Party and their group, the obedience group. They claim to be righteous, but you can see that they are also part of the problem too. I will stop at that. I will come in later. You know, a lot of people are saying on the comment section, we've been criticizing the government. That is not that's not what we are here. When they do something wrong, we call them out. But when some people in our country, we are all stakeholders of Nigerians. If Nigerians are doing something wrong, we will call them out. If Nigerians are thieves and are giving us bad brand and representing us woefully, we will call them out. But at this moment, it is time to call out the hypocrites who call themselves that they knew Nigeria is possible, but it appears that possibility of the Nigeria is taking us to Golgotha and masquerading themselves to be saints, but they are all fraud and thieves.
All right. I think it's safe to say that the Peter Obi narrative, the Labour Party, I think it's done. Because they've lost the moral imperative, which is their one stake. They've lost the moral imperative.
Your own imagination, right?
By the facts imagined from even within their own space.
You seem like you're an authority in all of this.
They've lost the moral imperative. So what else have they got? A new Nigeria is no longer possible.
Right? Are you the moral
No. Is it not sanctimonious politics that they are playing? But then the chairman of the party is a serial fraudster, a signature forger, and a gangster. You know, so what moral imperative do you still have?
You have a rafter, you're trying to remove what's it called? You have a rafter on your eyes, and then you're leaving just a small fragment of. God, it's okay. I know you're doing what you're supposed to do, woman. It's okay.
All right. So no moral rectitude.
They don't have anything to defend now. This is the only thing they have to do. To have to keep their party going. They don't have any other thing. The policy is failing them. They no longer want to build Nigeria the way they build Lagos.
Let's allow others to speak. Let's allow others to speak. We have second round to talk about Nigeria. But you have lost the morality to talk about those who are criminals and those who are not criminals. You've lost it.
No,
you can't speak on that matter anymore.
Exactly.
So I don't think. And criticize their policy. So we can't speak on morality here. P2P is also a thief.
Must always have the last say,
Labour Party is also a thief. Everybody, we can say everybody, all politicians in the country, they are all
right. All right. Emeka, let's go on to Solly, who actually got here first. And then from Solly, we'll go to BQB and then Ajanle Koko, and then we'll move the conversation round. We're going to BQB before Ajanle Koko, only because I think he's joining us from Nigeria and you know up NEPA and all that, but Solly would not yield the space. So Solly, you're up next. And in the course of that back and forth, Emeka, Kennerada was just speaking to the protest that is just coming up organically in small dosages. I think we saw skirmishes in the north, and then we are seeing an amplification now in Ibadan. And then slowly now, the people are starting to respond to the level of hardship that is going on in the country. So I played this as the backdrop as we come into the conversation, Solly. So this is going on in Ibadan. Solly.
Yes.
Solly.
Yes,
yes. Yeah, carry on. Where do you want to come in at it? Do you want to come in at it from the actually coming at it from this protest going on in Ibadan?
Oh, okay. I didn't know. I thought you were playing the video and you wanted to finish. You wanted it to finish.
No. I've muted the sound just for it to play. Yeah.
So protesting is nothing new with Yoruba people. You know, if you've lived in Southwest, you know that we've always protested. We've always criticized our government. We don't do tribal defense. Tribal defense is something new that I never even knew used to go on before. And I've lived almost 20 years of my life in Nigeria. I never knew that people used to do tribal defense to defend their own thieves, because apparently their thief is better than my thief, you know. So, and when we protest, our leaders tend to listen to us, tend to at least react to our protest. I didn't know that in some other regions, that when they protest, their leaders don't listen. I didn't know. It is after I left Nigeria that I realized that, oh, these people, they see us protesting and they are laughing at us. Fools laugh at rich men when rich men are trying to make money. Fools are the ones laughing at us protesting. If we would not protest if we don't think a change will come. We are not the foolish type of people that went to go and do end SARS protest and started smoking Igbo, taking tramadol and saying they want change for Nigeria, having sex on the streets. You see people going out to protest. You are now using that one as propaganda to laugh at people that want change. What is the difference between you and the policemen that they were fighting for in NSAS? There is no difference between the people laughing at these people protesting and the policemen that did not support the people protesting in NSAS. Every little thing, you want to use it for propaganda. They send people out of market. Every tribe. We have over 300 tribes, but one tribe keeps using everything for propaganda. Why? That is a very low IQ thing to do. You can't bully people into doing what you don't want them to do.
Who is this tribe you're talking about? What is this tribe you're talking about?
You know, is it not in the southeast?
Oh no, don't open that space too heavily. I don't want
let him speak now. Don't let me not speak.
You know how it's going to end up now. I don't want it to be a tribal war.
Can I finish? You see, rational mind.
Already said
no, okay. In fact, rational mind, don't interject again. Because I see what
rational mind is
trying to cause distraction and chaos. Don't interject again.
All right, carry on. Just carry on. Yeah, carry on. Carry on. He can interject though. The rational mind is
he's not
is a building block on this platform. Yeah, carry on.
He's interjecting to cause chaos and confusion and distraction.
All right, carry on.
So enough of this thing. We are over we are over 300 tribes in this country. Enough of it. You can't be the only one that will be trying to play this thing and every single time. Enough of the insults. Nobody insults you. Nobody treats you the way you treat others. If you don't want to be treated that way, then don't treat others that way. If people are protesting, let them protest. It doesn't mean they are going to vote for Peter Obi because you are mocking them. In fact, it's going to make them vote more for their own tribal person because you are teaching them how to be tribal.
Setting on that, whatever it is, what signal are we reading into this? Because if you are saying this is Tinubu's homestead, which you will say it is, not that it comes from, but this is his base in terms of being emanating out of the southwest. So this cannot be the voice of anything other than the organic voice of the people. That it says end food scarcity. Mr. President, this is not the hope. So I mean, this is the if you don't get more to his heartbeat than Ibadan, so what are we making of this? Does that not have to be an immediate palliative to alleviate some of these sufferings, because the people, they cannot bear the pain to that greater tomorrow that they keep on promising?
Yes, but what is the palliative going to do? It's just going to it's just a temporary supplement. It won't really change anything. It won't really change anything. What is the point of giving temporary supplement if it's not going to change anything at the cost of the little that you already have? These people are just very emotionally misguided people. They are not thinking with logic.
They are hungry people is what it is. Why are they emotionally misguided?
Yes, they are hungry. I was getting there. Yeah. And it's because they are hungry. People that think with their brain, people that think with logic, there's nobody that would have come there and changed all these things overnight. No matter who was going to be president, this situation was coming. This naira losing its value was coming. All this scarcity was coming. All this inflation was coming. Nigerians like to pretend like their problem is unique. There's inflation all over the world. All over the world. It's not unique. In Europe, there's inflation. In UK, there's inflation. Everybody's economy is doing bad, except for the US, which Biden is trying to prop up the economy because he wants to win election.
There's inflation in the US.
Yes, but Biden is propping up the economy. If you look at the stock market and everything is going up, and it's artificial because that old man wants to win election. So more inflation is still going to come because of that old man, and more suffering is still going to come. It is not unique.
Rather discuss this.
No, don't interject me. Don't interject me. I've already said it.
Rational. No. Nisuru now. Bring the tempo down now. Sorry, bring the tempo.
He's doing it intentionally to cause chaos.
We'll interject here. I want to know what you said. You said it's
no. You
don't even know what he has to say once. Let Rational mind
all the time. That's why.
Hold on. Let me just address one thing. Rational mind's voice will not be stifled on this platform, so it will not. So rational
voice all the time.
Rational mind have that interject.
Please let him continue. I just want to interject you and ask you a question. What is it doing?
Let the conversation flow. Yeah.
If you don't mind telling us, our friend from Amsterdam, Solly, what is Biden doing? Because we're not here only just to talk about the gloominess in Nigeria, but here also to talk about the solution. So what is Biden doing that is helping the U.S. economy that you can profile as a solution or give us an idea to the one in Aso Rock to see whether he can learn from you or whoever is here, that is most that are here, they could go and tell him that, oh, sorry, there's one guy from Amsterdam. This is a solution he profiled as Biden was using to prop up the U.S. economy and then is making the U.S. economy not to go into recession. So what can you do? I mean, just saying that in passing so that we can learn from that too. That's what I'm
only in passing, though. I don't want the conversation to go to Biden and economics. Yeah, but carry on.
What Biden is doing is artificial and it will not last. There's no difference between what he's doing and this palliative. Immediately he wins that re-election and the economy goes bad, you will say that, oh, he's going to rebuild it again because he has done it before. Or if he loses, they will say, oh, it's because the same thing they're doing to Tinubu. They will say, oh, it's because Trump is president. That's why the economy went down. So it's a win-win situation. It's the people that are still going to suffer, as the Democrats always do. They will come, they will smile with you, and they will slowly stab you in the back, as usual. Fake smile. That's the way they always behave.
All right, going back to the protesting in Ibadan. So we saw a little bit of it in, I think it was in Kano State or Kaduna State. We saw it about a week or so ago. So we're seeing it in Ibadan now. It's not anything major or excessive, But it's essentially the people feeding back to the government that they are reaching the threshold of tolerability.
Yes, and you know, even if you protest, if you want long-lasting solution, it's not going to come overnight. All this overnight result is what pushes people to start selling drugs. This result is not going to come overnight. You cry, you complain, you insult, you protest, this thing. No matter who is there, the person is not going to turn it up overnight. Everything, you have a process. We still have to stop being dependent on using our trade for dollar. People are not looking at that. People are not looking at the solutions they are bringing on the table. You just want to get emotional because you are hungry, and then you protest. You've used more of your energy again. You are waiting for government to give you job. I don't know. I've never been to
any... Can I ask you a question? Is it
just 1 minute. I've never been to any country in the world where I see the people are not creating business. They are sitting down at home and complaining, why is there no job? Why is government not going to give them a job? They are wondering why the dollar rate is so high when they cannot even produce toothpick. You tell them to produce small thing, they will say, they will start talking about complaints. It's not as good as the one that is imported, or it's not this one, or this, or Nigerians just don't want to buy it because it's made in Nigeria. Do you know how much you spend on importation? Even if you go to Turkey, there's Turkish ketchup. There's Turkish mayonnaise. You don't even have your own ketchup. You don't have your own mayonnaise.
You know, Solly, what you are saying is actually Reno Omokri's argument, and he harps on about it endlessly. He's saying that when you are using your MTN and you are not using Glo, and when you are shopping at ShopRite and you are not shopping at a Nigerian equivalent, then you are part of what is hemorrhaging money out of that country, because, of course, that's capital flight.
Yeah, my question to Solly is this saying that it's not within the right of those to protest against the hardship of the economy? Is this saying that they're okay?
No,
because I think it's their right. They can protest. You understand? And I also think this is an accumulation of bad leadership and governance issue, right? That should have been resolved way back. You know, if each governor has been able to put like proper public infrastructure, the fuel subsidy, when you remove fuel subsidy and you subsidize those public infrastructure, just like what Lagos State is doing, it will not impact so much on the people. Look at what Governor Zulum is also doing. But carry on with your.
So I'm not saying they shouldn't protest. I support the protest as long as they don't turn it into a distraction like NSAS. But what I don't understand are the people sitting down and mocking the people that are protesting. What do you benefit from it apart from emotional pleasure? Ruled by your emotion like a woman every single time.
Sorry, who is mocking? Are there people mocking them?
Can I finish? I
want to understand that mocking part now, so that you know the people mocking them.
Who else is mocking them? Out of over
you said people are mocking the people protesting, so I want to understand it more.
I wasn't on, but I was in this comment section of Intelligent Media earlier on today.
It's Igbos mostly.
Yeah.
So
the obedience really. We can't say that.
No, one man.
We don't want to say
obedience.
No, one man. If you open social media, yes, there are some obedience, but the statement is me, I'm not Igbo, I'm not celebrating anything. And it's not all Igbos that do those things, but why are there some that are defending them, even though you know what they are doing is wrong? You know, doing all these things.
They lost the right to
rational mind, let me face you. Rational mind, let me face you. Let me face you.
I think I'll come to you after him, unless Ajale Koko
I'm not saying you should
wants
come to me, but I mean, you allow them to speak for a long time. But Ekene just spoke. I mean, he does not go up to 5 minutes.
No, Ekene did not want to speak at any great moment.
Decide. The moderator can decide the timing based on the flow.
We know.
So You can't.
This is my
If you don't want
section.
like what somebody is saying, doesn't mean that other doesn't want.
Come on, dude.
All right. Too many interjections. Emeka. Yeah. Sorry, carry on. But start to bring it to a crescendo. Yeah.
So you are saying, what about the Agbado people? Which Agbado person is laughing at the pain of others? Which Agbado person is laughing at people protesting? Which Agbado person is giving themselves emotional pleasure just to mock people randomly at every given opportunity? Which Agbado person is always trying to push propaganda, lies, and doing tribal defense? At every opportunity, even if there's no opportunity, an opportunity will be created out of boredom, like a woman, every time, like a woman, all the time, looking for who to mock, looking for who to chastise, looking for who to insult, looking to feed their emotion. And if you bring facts, they will insult you. The worst part is not staying in one place. You are now teaching other people this terrible, bad behavior. Thinking with your emotion rather than logic. You are teaching other people how to do this, spreading bad behavior, but you are expecting good things to come back to you. You are expecting development. You ignore the people oppressing you, and you start looking for everybody else to point at. Everybody already complains about their own problem, except for you. You enjoy when we complain about our leaders. You join us, in fact. You sit down for hours.
Sorry. Let me just from what you said. Let me show you something that somebody sent to me earlier on in the day. This is from the international space feeding back to Nigeria. It says this is Dr. Dennis something or the other. It says I am Kenyan. I inform you that too much negative energy from Nigeria can soil the brand Nigeria globally. The negative information you Nigerians broadcast to the world from your country are detrimental to welfare, perception of your people in foreign lands. So that's how the international space is feeding back to what we're doing to ourselves. Carry on. No. Just let him land so I can move to somebody else. Sorry, I can't. Yeah. Carry on now.
It's a very toxic thing to do. And when you are feeding people misinformation, it may work for you, fine. But other people don't want it. You start reaching the level of bullying. And when you are bullying somebody, and the person is telling you that, hey, I don't like this, please, boundary, stop bullying me. You then now start insulting them. You then now start portraying on them. You know, it doesn't really make sense to be feeding your emotions.
All right.
Thank you, Solly. So thank you. This thing has been just let me round up.
All right,
This thing has been going on for years, and it is not yielding results. The definition of madness is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting results. This coming next election, Tinubu is going to get way more votes than he got the last time, and I can bet on it because it's so easy. Okay, even if dollar reaches 2,000 and they bring it back down to 1,000 or 800, which is very easy, do you think people will not be happy? Do you think this guy will not get more supporters? And that's just one example, just one single example. So now the person that has wasted their time for 3 years pushing propaganda, pushing lies, and then you lose again. After another 3 years, did you not waste your time? Or you are not thinking with your sense? Did you not waste your time? Instead of using that time to try and develop every single aspect and area, think for yourself. Instead of going around mocking and insulting people, think of how you get the best things coming to your area. Work on it. Come together. Build. Instead of sitting in back, mocking people.
All right.
And saying you love yourself. You are mocking people and saying you love yourself, but you are not building your environment. And then you wonder why things are happening to you the way it is. That's madness.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Solly. So that's an impassioned contribution from Solly right there. Oh yeah, hold on. That's an hold on. Just hold on 1 second. That's an impassioned contribution from Solly right there. But Solly, I'm not sure that anybody can be mocking anything because Nobody shops at a different market from anybody else. So it's not as though hardship is being vested on some and not others. The whole country is going through the same thing. Make that interjection very, very short, Ekene, and then I'll go on to BQB. Ekene?
No, it's not interjection. I want you to make. Can you give me and the Ghanaian a little time to speak?
Oh, is he harassing you again?
It's my friend now. It's my friend. I want if you can give us just 5 minutes. I want to have a discussion with him.
Don't worry. We'll do that after BQB. I think we've not been in the ring for a while. So we'll do that after BQB. So BQB, all right, BQB. I don't suppose the suffering in Nigeria can come. You a multi-dollar billionaire, of course. So yeah, you must be laughing at all these poor people making noise. BQB.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, okay,
Carry
good.
on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woman. It's nice joining the show today. The temperature of the show, it seems to be high today. So let me just come in this way. If you go through the social media platforms, what the narratives usually coming from obedience is that so the people that are protesting are the ones suffering. That there's never any video originating from the southeast or south showing people protesting. So that means that that the protests are only coming from the west and the north. So those are the people that purportedly brought Tinubu into power. So they are the only ones suffering it. Then on one hand, some obedience on this platform too will believe that Peter Obi won Southwest. That is the governors that rigged the election for him to win. So, and you are now seeing them protesting now. You are now still mocking them that they brought Tinubu in. So I don't understand different narratives coming, because there was still, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, David Farotimi said Labour Party won majority of votes in the Southwest. I think he still said something like that. And you now see those people protesting. You are now still saying that it's the suffering that they caused themselves because they told them that Tinubu will not. So I don't understand which point you to be. And that narrative is very easy. If you see any particular video that they are now turning into propaganda, that's why you see a video of some naked women dancing naked. I don't know what was happening. So they even changed the audio, changed the heading of this and circulated that Lagos women protesting. So we are going to be bombarded with so many of those propaganda and misgivings about the fact that you feel that this bad economy is not affecting you, it's affecting only some people. So I will always come on to this space that I'm also one of the politically correct Yorubas. In fact, not only me, I documented my experience in February election where I voted for Peter Obi. I said to you, one man, I live in middle class area and middle class estate in Alimosho local government. And I can assure you 95% of us in that estate are Yorubas. We had 2 polling units in front of my estate, and Peter Obi won those 2. So if you want to tell me that those people is some people from the east that voted for him too, he won the election. He won that at least 2 polling units that I know. I voted for him. So now looking at the narratives, now I'm sure if the election were to be conducted today, so many people like myself and so many others would have a change of mind as to where they are going to cast their vote. Because you coming out to now count us together. If you see any protest in Ikondo, that's definitely this is Lagos, this is Oyo State, this is Sango-Ota. They are Yorubas, and they are the one that voted for Tinubu. So what are we now going to campaign in 2027 for Peter Obi to emerge if we are going to stay on this kind of narratives? So I think the obedience should just try to moderate it. I know some of them will listen to me and see this podcast anyway. They just try to moderate it. All of us are suffering. Anybody that can anybody that can improve the financial economic situation in the country is welcome. Absolutely. There's nobody that is
Are you sure they're welcome? Is that what you're saying?
Can I interject you, BQ?
No,
no. Hold on. Before you interject, you were saying anybody that can improve the financial situation in the country.
I mean, government too. Even if it's, I'm talking about next election now. Anybody that can improve what
okay.
Yes.
Let's stay where we are at. Hold on, BKB. Let's stay where we are at the moment. Do you see the measures being taken by the government in situation now as having the prospects of improving the economic situation in the country? Do you think there are necessary measures being taken to improve the economy?
Yeah, if you ask me, I think based on the way the trajectory is going, I don't think we have any. There's light at the. I don't see any lights at the end of the tunnel. The way I'm seeing it. In fact, I'm predicting that it's going to get worse now. I feel that democracy as constituted is not suited for a kind of country like Nigeria. So many people want to bring up Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore. It was not in this kind of system that was able to bring that radical changes that we see. You go to Dubai, the radical development and changes they see. There's an element of stability in the kind of leadership that they have to bring them to where they are. So if you ask me, I don't see any light at the end of the tunnel. I only see us as a country who will survive, but not that I believe so much that anything significantly different will come up. So that's just my belief on that one. On another sister's platform that ABURE was, let me just quickly make this point, which
go on.
Dr. Damisi Joe, to be precise. I discovered that the discussion this weekend was not even about ABURE, because the last time ABURE was on the show, he was they were just treating him like a form of nothing. They see any issues about ABURE as a form of political propaganda by the opposition to destroy the party. So that is
you're
why,
right, my brother, you're right.
They are not.
Yeah,
they see it as any political, right from Apapa, the other guy, public secretary, and anybody coming now, they see it as opposition wanting to destroy ABURE, wanting to destroy Labour Party. And if you see that Lege man, that is the chairman, the man is hiding so many things. But the man appears to be an innocent person. When he comes out, you see him as, this one cannot eat 2 wraps, but this man can finish 10 wraps of fufu. So that's just the kind of narrative. And I asked the host of that show that you are talking about the event in Nigeria. The event that dominated the space is about ABURE almost every day. But why are you not talking about it? You said that you are planning to he's planning to come back in the show so that you can have that discussion. I don't think you need to wait for him to come on the show. You can still discuss it. So to the extent that I joined another show, is it 2 Nigeria or something? This Elvis also show that the man was complaining that the obedience were attacking him for discussing corruption and issues about ABURE, that he's trying to paint Labour Party as a bad party, as similar to APC and PDP. If you what did they say? If you want to come to equity, you must come to cleaner. If you present yourself as a clean and different from the other party, you must do something different. So you can't be doing something, you can't be doing the same thing. And I want them to accord you with that element of saint like that. So that's just my take on that one. So on the issue of sufferings in Nigeria, of course, it's you know my take in a one man. I always say that maybe because I'm limited to Lagos most times, I always see Nigeria as a form of like a rubber that we have always find a way to stretch and rebound and just cope with the situation. We have not really got into that elastic limit. So I see Nigeria as if we are coping. I still go to the local market. You still see people still buying some of these things that they said is expensive, like that. So I see them coping more. I might not be able to tell you what is happening in one village in Ekiti State or in one village in Kaduna, but what happens around me is what I can tell you about. I see people still coping with the economic situation, but do I have an hope? Do I have hope in this government fixing it? I don't think so. So I think that's just my contributions for now.
Okay, I want to interject you on something.
Sorry, can I? Now, are you suggesting, BQB, that the government lacks the capacity, or they are misdirected in how they are pointing the country, or they just don't care? So, what's your reading of it? Surely they must have a plan, and that plan must have an outcome. Or are you saying they have no plan and they cannot anticipate any outcome?
No, of course, they anticipated, but if you look at how the government makes decisions sometimes, you want to now doubt whether they have a plan. For instance, it was said purportedly that it was not in the speech that subsidy is gone will be announced. Abi, that was what we got from the media report. So immediately the president announced subsidy is out, you give rise to a chain of reaction that ordinarily an average Nigerian want to extort. So immediately you say subsidy was gone. The fuel depot that they have in Apapa, in Okota, immediately those guys log the stock that they are going to sell it in the new price. So it created some form of economic bad economic situation in the country around that time. So then you have not really set up your economic team. You don't really know how to respond to the shock. So some of the policies sometimes will come before planning for the outcome of the shock. I think part of the reason is it. Then you can't give us bazooka. You remove fuel subsidy. You float the currency. I think the government did so many major policies, brought in so many of those big policies around the same time. I think it was that shock that the system could not accommodate.
BQB, I won't fault the president for the subsidy, but sorry, I would fault the president for the subsidy rather, but I won't fault him for floating the naira.
Yes, I agree with you. But I said so many of those policies around the same time. Yes, of course, that's what you have to do as a government.
They didn't what the reserve was going to look like, because the Mefele has been doctoring the reports and lying to the Nigerian public. So for the subsidy, I can fault him, right?
Yeah,
but at that point, even if I want to fault the president, I will do it on the 50% because Buhari has already removed it from the budget.
From the budget,
so, yes. So him announcing it is as good as, okay, we've already removed it. Let's just get it out and let the people know. But the exchange, the floating of the naira, right? I will not fault the president. At the same, I will not fault because
yes, there's an inevitability to it. But what BQB is saying, and correct me if I'm misunderstanding you, is that there were two very big hits against the economic. There was no shock absorber. There was no shock absorber.
Yes, those two big life-changing economic policies. It's too much. You can't bring all of them. There are too much big policies. You can't bring everything around the same time. So he's bringing them around the same time. Now, the value of the dollar is naira has lost more value. If you now say there is no, that's why in conversation on Arise on everything, they say we are paying more subsidy now. It's logical. You don't need anybody to tell you they are paying more subsidy because the landing cost has increased now because of dollar rates, and we are still maintaining 6. Yesterday I bought it's still like 660, 670, depending on the filling station that you bought it from. So what is accounting for the difference? It's still subsidy, but the government is not coming out straight to tell you that you are removing something. So if you are removing subsidy and you are floating your currency, you will be buying fuel at 2,000 naira per liter. We should be buying it close to the exchange rate now. So
but you see that heavy lineup in Lagos today. A lot of filling station is closed up.
Of course, in my area, we still have some quite number of major marketers. The mobiles are there. You still see a lot of people. One thing I observe is that people buy small quantity of fuel. So you see them the turnover time is more. What I mean is that I fill my tank. So the next time you're probably going to see me is maybe in a week's time or more. But an average Nigerian is not like that. People buy 2,000, 3,000. So you might see only one person repeating that cycle of going to the filling station every twice in a day or like that. I think that's what explains some queue that you see.
No,
Not
but
only
the
that there's
problem
no
is
fuel.
a lot of my side, a lot of police station didn't work today. They didn't sell. So no one.
You know the tankers are on strike. The driver, they said
some of them, that one too might be responsible, but quite a
So
number
that
of filling
strike. What
stations
what's the, what is strike all about?
no,
I
let's
don't know.
not
I'm
open
not
up
sure.
that.
That's not so I think that is just the way it is. One man, these policies are inevitable. You can't continue to defend the naira. We don't have that reserve to do that. Then you can't continue to pay subsidy. So those policies, they are big, very big decisions that you need to make. But I don't think it's the right thing for the government to do all those things at the same time. So that's the major problem we have. Then this issue of the devaluation of naira, I can bet it with anybody. There's nobody that can want to tell me that it's the economic principles 101 of demand and supply that is responsible for why naira is being devalued the way it is. No, it's not that demand and supply, but what are you producing? What are you? So many countries have an arrangement and agreement of what they want to do. Since 1980, Saudi Arabian riyal to dollar has been 3.75 since 1980. That is the agreement they had with the US since 1980. So if you now say it's economic principles of demand and supply that is making them to have $1 3.7 riyal. So what economic principle is making it to be like that? So each country has an ability to manage and regulate.
Sorry, BQB. I think that's an unfair comparison because the Saudi Arabia economy is a main stake economy, and Saudi Arabia is of strategic global importance, both in terms of energy, in terms of religion.
No,
it's a bigger country than Nigeria.
I'm not comparing. No, I'm not. You don't understand what I'm saying. My point is lost in the discussion.
No, you're talking about the model, but I'm talking about preferential treatment. Yeah.
Yes, of course, I know. Of course, you have to treat them somebody that supplies about 30%, 15 to 20% of global oil output. What I'm saying is that even at that, they still have an agreement to, in a way, fit their currency to a certain value since 1980, more than 40 years ago. So that's the point I'm making, not necessarily about the economies of they are producing, like turn the Sahara Desert into, forest into land, cultivate, produce, and export. That's not really what explains most of these things. So I think that's just my point. Not necessarily I'm comparing the two economies.
All right. Thank you.
Let Ekene wanted to say something.
Okay, go on.
Ekene wanted to say something. Yeah.
Okay, BQ, your earlier comment about the protest that is going on and the narrative of the obedient. I think I was in one of those spaces when they were discussing it. And for me, what we said, and I made a comment there, and my comment is that no Igbo man should protest. That's my comment. You understand? Because if you can check very well in the last election, you see how Igbo man has been at the receiving end of any protest in Nigeria, just like the NSAS and all those stuff that happen at the end of the day. It's an IPOB stuff, it's all these things. So I think it's not out of place.
The evidence points to that direction also.
Yeah, it's not out of space for any woman to say, this time around, I'm not going to engage myself in such activity, so that maybe if another candidate should come in, they will not target as an IPOB protest.
But are there some people that is telling Igbo to protest? Let me even agree with you.
Yeah, I had
are there some group of people? Wait.
Yeah,
are there some group of people that is telling Igbo to protest? Who?
Yeah, one guy, one Northerner was in a
No, hold on for him. Like, can I just hold on for him? He's trying to.
No, I'm asking. Yeah. I'm asking Eke. I said, are there some group of the way the obedient are painting it, as if some people are asking you to protest? The people protesting in Ibadan, are they
The argument is
saying
there.
So what is the point? That's what I needed to understand from you. You'll be obedient now. Are there people that are asking you to protest for them? I'm not asking you to protest.
No, let me make my point. The argument is there. One guy in the north, one guy in the north, and they were asking him some question in the television and all those stuff. So he said, "Why are the Southeasterners not saying anything about the hardship in the country?" The guy said, "No, I don't know why the Southeasterners are keeping quiet in a such situation." So that was what rose up the Arise interview. So that was what brought up the argument. So they begin to discuss it in many platforms. So the Igbo now make up their mind that any protest that is going to happen in this regime, they're not going to join it. You understand? And I stand on it and I support it because you know what it will cost at the end. Even in one-man platform, you say it's an IPOB.
Okay, that's good. And I hope you stand on your mandate in the end of 2027.
Yeah, that's the
narrative. So that Solly will be happy and enjoy his mandate. So that you will be happy and enjoy your mandate.
Don't protest, please. Just be mocking. And after 3 years, when nothing happens in that region, wonder why again.
Then let me tell you something again, Ekene, before you go. The list, the manifest, the list of people of NSAS at Lekki Toge. Did you see the list? Did you see the names of the people there? Did you see?
What point are you drawing now?
Yes, there's a point I want to draw for him now. Did you see the list? Let him just answer first. I'll conclude on that. Did you see it?
No, I'm not. I didn't join NSAS. Okay. What do you want to say there?
The list of the people that protested that were at the toll gates, some that lost their lives, people that you don't understand the point I'm making. I
understand your point.
Virtually the names on the list. We have just less than 5% of people from Southwest in the names of the victims. So the governor announced by 4 p.m. that people should not protest. 4 p.m. And you saw some people on that same spot. So that is why if you now come on with protest, people tend to read meanings to it that the agenda might not be a good agenda. So that is why
that's why we even Ohanese has even given a command. So I don't think there is no need of anybody protesting. So anybody that is protesting is causing havoc in the society. That's how I see it.
Yes.
So that they should go and help the government and give government ideas. We will come here with this one platform, develop ideas and pass it on to the government so that they should do something about the economy. That's how it should be, not protesting.
Yes, thank you, BQB. So thank you, BQB. Still with us, BQB, and here, a long missing voice, Enigmatic on this. So Enigmatic, are you taking a break from making your millions of dollars to come and spend time with the hoi polloi? Enigmatic on D.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Alpha.
Are they fine? How live?
Yeah, we still there. They make the usual noises.
How everything they go.
Yeah, they go. So to the conversation. I mean, where do you want to come in from? Is it from the protesting, the agreement to now slash the price of our cement by half, which is to tell you that there was price gouging as we always suspected, or just come in at whichever entry point you'd like?
Yeah, I would just hit the points iteratively and randomly, and I'll move on real quick. On the issue of the cement manufacturers, and I think there was a pronouncement that there will be a license for seasonal manufacturers. I think it's been overdue, so it's the height of their irresponsibility, and then they just want to. And this is the point where Nigerians really need to look at themselves in the mirror. Nigeria's situation is not an isolated one. I believe you live in the UK, and I believe people live in the USA, and so those people who live in Canada too. Strawberry that I used to buy $2.99, $2.33 now is like almost $7. and you know how much it costs you now to go to the grocery stores. You know how much it costs for mortgage. You know how much it costs even for your, for property taxes and every other thing. It's a global, phenomenon that we are going through, and people who really want to make it a Nigeria situation, it's quite unfortunate because we tend to reduce almost everything to politics in Nigeria, as if there were other choices, those people would have done anything different. What could have Atiku? Tell me what Atiku would have been able to achieve in 9 months. Tell me one man. Tell me what the Agulu Bajwe would have been able to achieve in 9 months. The guy that when he was governor, he was the worst governor in the entire Southeast. The entire Southeast was the worst. He ran the least developed state in the entire Southeast. Even the last created state in Southeast, Ebonyi, has more infrastructural development than his state. And these are the people that they want to tell us their stories as if they are coming from the moon or from another planet. So Nigerians, and then the Nigerians are the Nigerians' enemies. They keep putting pressure and pain on themselves. I mean, how would you justify almost 300% or almost 600% of increment in cement prices within 2 days? How would you justify that? I mean, we run a big farm, poultry and everything, right? So what we produced last week, if there are no changes, what is the reason why we just probably 100% change the prices overnight? We don't change prices all of a sudden in our gas stations, because what we've bought almost a month ago is still there, or 2 weeks ago is still there. So why would you all of a sudden change the prices? So Nigerians should look at themselves in the mirror, right? They should look at themselves in the mirror and either practice what they preach. They all go to churches on Sundays and go to the mosque, the Jumat on Fridays. And those who worship through the traditional means, they do that. America will not come to salvage the situation for them. Nobody will salvage the situation for them but by themselves. If they choose to punish themselves because an Asiwaju is a president, or someone they don't want is a president, they will continue to suffer the consequences of that. They say it in Yoruba language. Orun yabo kì í ṣọ̀rọ̀ ẹnìkan, right? If the earth is collapsing, it's not about a family or somebody or
if rain is coming, that's what that means. If rain is coming,
it's not going to fall on only one family or a household. It goes everywhere. So they should continue to play their politics and continue to get themselves hungry. So it's all over the place. If you live abroad, you can bear me witness. Are you buying the same commodities, the same price you bought them last year? What has been the changes? Have you had increment in your has there been any increment in what is it? In minimum wage? But people are beginning to live with the realities of the situation. And then when you come to the activities of the federal government versus the subnational government, is the federal government, are they doing their part? Since the since the removal of subsidy, all the states in the federation, they've had over 60% of their FAC allocation increased. All of them. What has been the contributions of those governors to ameliorate the poverty and the gap in their states? And they had 5 billion naira for each governor to cushion the effect of salaries, arrears, pensions, and the welfare of civil servants. Tell me what they've done with that. Instead of actually taking care of the situation, they went back to the forest market and procured dollars with those funds. And that's why you see the volatility of the naira now. So instead of actually crying to the governor to the president every time, or to the FG every time, they have governors. They should hold these governors responsible. They should for once hold their governors accountable. What are they doing with almost 600% increment in their FAC allocation? A state that was receiving 2 billion 7 months ago is receiving almost 8 billion now. Tell me what they are doing with that. So they can continue to cry and whine until they want to stop their hunger. If they don't want to stop their hunger, it's up to them. Tinubu is not going to go hungry. Alex Oti is not going to go hungry. None of the governors is going to go hungry. It is you guys in the street who will go hungry with your families. Those people are sorted.
Can I ask a question?
I will not go hungry. You will not go hungry.
Just one question.
I'm speaking figuratively. You should understand that now.
Yes, but some of them said that cost of goods are higher, so the increased funding that they give to government doesn't really matter. This is what some people said yesterday.
Look,
so how do we deal with that?
Solly, failures, we always justify their reasons for being failures, right? And then charlatans will always have an excuse for being stupid. You always have to understand this. Look at UK is in recession right now. Japan is in recession, right? Giant countries in the world who are already not in recession, they are at the verge of being in recession. It's not easy anywhere in the world as it is now. Is it easy in the US here? Don't you know? Don't everybody on this platform, if you live in the US, don't you know your purchasing power last year versus your purchasing power this year? Don't you know what it means now in America? So it's all over the place. But Nigerians, they've been used to this luxurious, wanting, lifestyle that they just don't want to adjust. They just don't want to adjust.
Enigmatic, to that question that Solly just asked you, this clip answers that question. It's only 2 minutes. Let me play it and then you carry on. Let me just play it for 2 minutes.
I've seen it, one man. I've seen it.
All right. So I mean, this speaks to this is the governor of Kaduna State, and it's telling you that as a result of the removal of our fuel subsidy, there's a lot more money that is coming to them, and he's saying he's using that money to impact on his own people, clear arrears, start new projects, and do all manners of things. So the fact that you are saying that inflation has eaten up the money, that's not the lived experience of a governor of one of the leading states in the country. But carry on, Enigmatic.
One man, they of course, but what you've seen now is that the federal government, they've been able to help this governor, bridge the gap. But I'm telling you now, go and look at all the states. Look at the FDI performance of those states for the past 12 months. Out of 36 states in Nigeria, I think 26 out of them couldn't attract any FDI, and they are governors. Why are you governor in your state? It is not my state. Have you forgotten it's going to be your legacy? It's not going the name of your commissioner or the name of your deputy governor is not going to be on the shopping list. It's going to be your name. So if you cannot take care of your people, you wouldn't be expecting Enigmatic to take care of your people for you. And then you want to cry to the federal government, you want to blackmail the central government, when the central government, when they are doing their own, they've done the best they could do. Look at the exclusive list and look at the list that is actually very key to the governors. What are they doing with this? Okay, they have the schools. Look at the situation of the tertiary educations and the elementary schools in all the states. I'm telling you, these governors, they need to put them on their toes. They need to set fire on their feet. Until they do that, but just because, we hate APC, we hate Abubakar Atiku, we hate this, we then want to keep pushing that kind of narrative. When the governors are doing basically nothing with the money but buying buying dollars and causing volatility to the forex market, look at the situation. It comes back to them. Because the Nigerians, they are suffering from this priority amnesia, all of them. They have misplaced priority in almost all their situations. When they want to protest, they protest, based on sentimental and primordial reasons. They're not basic. They're not objective in everything they do. How would you raise a cement price from maybe 2,500 to 15,000, 13,000 increment in 2 days?
That's my question, right? You're hitting on all cylinders.
And Nigerians are blaming president. Is the president? Is he the one doing this?
No.
Is any of the ministers doing this?
My question now on that
there's a level of craziness.
One man, I'm in a mood of interjection, though, if I should be allowed.
Okay, one man. Because
at the end of the day, can I ask the question?
Hold on. At the end of the day, we need Nigerians. I'm not talking about myself now. Nigerians who live in Nigeria who like to cry and whine every day, right? But they are not doing the right thing. Here in the US, right? I've had time that I have to have interface with my congressmen, with my senator about certain things. I'm not running to Biden. I'm not running to White House to complain about what I need, because I know he's been given the money and there's a budget for that already. They need to look at in December, just these 2 months ago, all the senators of the federation, they had almost 200 million naira given to them. They had a lot of money, including the House of Reps folks. There's a picture going on online. A Labour Party senator in Anambra State, Tinubu. Go and look at the nonsense he erected that he called a tech hub.
Yes, I saw that. Yeah, they called it a canteen. They called it a canteen.
Are you going to blame Soludo for that, or you are going to blame the president for that, for the lackadaisical attitude and the stupidity of a senator? When you guys
the man was busy trying to explain himself on Twitter.
You know what I'm saying, one man. You live in they say you live in a sane climb. Do you run to number 10 Downing Street every time you need issues to be solved around your neighborhood? Nigerians want to push everything to the federal government, but they have governors. Until Wike exposed the Niger Delta governors the other time, nobody knew they were paid almost 17 years of back payment of derivative fund. I'm telling you as it is, Bayelsa right there is probably number 4 or number 5 on the FAC allocation in Nigeria. Go and look at Bayelsa. Delta State is probably number 1 or number 2 with the IOC royalties that they make. Go and look at Delta State. Tell me one thing you can be proud of in Delta State, and that is a one-party state. Only PDP has been running that state. Tell me one thing. But Nigerians, I'm sorry to say this, but they are so used to their cluelessness because they want to blame an individual. If they keep going with this narrative and this trajectory, now hunger will finish all of them. Hunger will finish all of them. Why this
hunger will not finish you? I continue to say that.
While this politician go, I'm not talking to you, Kene. If you personalize it, that's your business. Okay.
Enigmatic.
All right. Enigmatic. Take a question from Emeka, and then Kene, and then round it up, and then we move on. I have a clip that I want to play to Rational Mind. Yeah.
Enigmatic, beautifully well explained, right? You're hitting on all cylinders. Do you think that Nigerians are exploiting themselves? Like what you just said, it's not an example, it's a real life situation. No change, just within 48 hours, cement manufacturers hiked the price from $7,000 to $15,000. Right? I mean, 15,000 naira. Now you see the prices of things going up at a proportion that does not follow market rationale. Do you think Nigerians are wicked to themselves and are exploiting this situation or going around in the country? For example, you see there would be like the announcement, and all of a sudden people are hiking prices that are contributing to the inflationary rates, and these are not proper market determining factors. What do you think about this? Are we wicked to ourselves?
Emeka, yes, Nigerians are. When you meet a lady who suffers from self-esteem, right? She may be beautiful, valuable, and I'll probably be equipped with all the appurtenances of a queen. But when she does not value herself, right, she could take herself to the pig. And there's no way, if you even, add a lipstick to a pig, it's still going to be a pig. This is the thing that Nigerians are doing now. They've resorted to declination and deflection on behalf of the politicians, right? They are ineffable and the transcendental and the mystical way they actually defend all these thieves in the corridor of power is so appalling. Don't you see the way we call out Biden every day and Trump and all our politicians over here? We don't see any one of them as saints. We are not seeing any one of them as small Jesus or small God. We see the same. We see all of them as the same. We paint the same them with the same pencil. We define the same them in the same prism. But our people, they pick and choose who they like. Look at ABURE's situation now. They are trying to color the situation. They are trying to deflect. These were the same people 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, that they would do anything under the sun to protect ABURE, to make ABURE the finest human being on earth. Now that ABURE is having issues with their Agulu man, now they want to turn their back on ABURE and throw him under the bus. You don't do things like that. You don't just flip all of a sudden. Yes, Nigerians are playing themselves because at the subnational level, they've given them the clue. They've given them the cheat code. This is the amount we've been releasing to this governor for the past 6 months, 7 months. And these governors are sitting on those. The first thing they do, when they receive those funds, they go back to the forest market to turn those funds into dollar. They are not paying teachers. They are not paying salaries. They are not paying gratuities. They are not paying arrears. Go and look at Osun State, for instance. The Ade Dancer. Have you seen anything tangible that Ade Dancer has done for the past how many 1 year plus that he's been there?
Give him a million years, he will do nothing. That guy with that level of money is just is wild. To give somebody like Ade Dancer, Adeleke, that level of is wild.
Can you point to any governor that is actually doing something to move the needle to reduce the poverty level in their states?
I can point to two. I can point to Sanwo-Olu and Seyi Makinde. No, and maybe Alex Oti a little bit, your friend.
No, don't call that one. That guy is a fraud.
Sanwo-Olu, Zulum. Let me tell you one more. Sanwo-Olu, Zulum. Then this guy from Katsina State trying a little bit, and I see some few things that Alex Oti is doing so far. At least in the history of Abia State, they seem to have a semblance of an executive performer as it is. Which was
that man is a fraud. Alex Oti is a fraud. No.
I know. I say a semblance. That's why I use that. A semblance as against what they used to have in the past, where a governor was bragging to give 500 naira to nursing mothers and stuff like that. So when you see the Bago in Niger State, you see, of course, Sanwo-Olu, that they shouldn't even mention that because Lagos is a state is a country on its own now. They're on a different level, right? And the guy Rogo from Katsina State, right? Those are and then of course Zulu. What are these governors doing? They are giving them pass. They are giving them pass for all their shenanigans, for all their atrocities, for their nefarious and iniquitous attitude towards them, because they want to focus how Nigerians are playing themselves. We hold our people accountable here in the US. You hold your reps, your county, your mayor accountable. You hold your rep member accountable. You don't run to Biden. These people are swimming in money for the first time. This is the richest set of governors we've had so far in Nigeria. They are receiving 6 times of what they used to receive now, and extra 5 billion naira to pay. Not just 5 billion. Do not touch, the FAC allocation for infrastructure, but this extra 5 billion, right? Use this extra 5 billion to cushion the effect of your salaries and the welfare of civil servants. What are they doing with that? And they gave them 16 trucks of grains each state. 16 trucks of grain. What else do they want? And then the senators are there. So Nigerians need to ask questions. They need to demand more from their representatives. Look at the nonsense a senator erected with over 300 million that was given to them some few months ago. Look at look at the same structure in Lagos State. Look at the same structure in Kaduna State. Look at the same structure in Kwara State. The same senators. So when you believe you want to defend these thieves, at the end of the day, you're gonna pay for it, because probably you think is playing to your political narrative. And I'm going to leave it at the point of I'm going to leave it this way, that look, they can as well be crying, right, and wailing and whining.
Enigmatic.
Sorry.
No, hold on. No, please. You interject.
No. Hold on, Emeka. Emeka, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on.
I don't insult anybody, right? You can challenge my narration, but don't insult me. Can I please let this be the end? Honestly,
when did they insult you?
What he wrote on the chat. Can I please stop it?
I didn't
Let this be the end. Let this be the last.
Can I interject?
You can challenge my narration. Don't insult my person. Stop it, Ekene. Stop it.
All right.
Emeka, it's okay.
Can I interject?
All right. Ekene, don't personalize it.
Yeah.
Yes. If you interject him, respond to that interjection in a condensed response.
Yeah.
So I can then go to. I want to play a clip to bring rational mind in. But have that interjection.
I will comment quickly on the Labour Party. Shameless.
Yes, I wanted you to comment on that as well. But yes, yeah.
Yeah. So you see, if we were to go by what you've just said about holding our governors responsible for the problem that we're going through in that country,
right?
Then one begins to wonder, because when we hear narratives like this, I'm not surprised when we hear narratives like this,
because
one begins to wonder why did APC took over from what's it called, Jonathan in 2015?
Okay.
If they hold on. If they're in the journey through, if they know that the moving of Nigeria forward, the welfare of the people is solely in the hands of the governors. After all, I mean, it's the same thing that was done back in Jonathan's time. Jonathan was giving out money to the governors. But we saw APC went all out for Jonathan. They make all the problem of Nigeria look as if it's on Jonathan. And now we are hearing this narrative from you, Enigmatic, and other people here, that we should hold the governors. They've been increasing their federal. I mean, I kind of wonder, what is it that we'll not hear from other APC people? Okay. Because I don't get it. In attempt to want to like make Tinubu look good, we always hear all kinds of narrative. If it's not the Nigerian people, they will blame for protesting, which is their civil right. Fela says, human right now my property. So people come here, they just say, oh, they should not. No, Nigerians have the right to protest. So if back in 2015, APC dislodged, Jonathan, they put all the matter of Wahala of Nigeria on top of Jonathan. They did not blame the governors for not doing their work. But suddenly now, right now, we now realize that, oh, it's not Tinubu's fault. It is the governors now. Come on. Well, Enigmatic, I don't even know what I mean.
Yeah, let me put a sucker to your worries. Let me just say this. Look, first of all, as we all know, the buck starts on the desk of the top man. The number one citizen of Nigeria so far for now, of course, is Tinubu. I've not said in my comment, I've not made any comment or anything. I've not said that they shouldn't hold Tinubu accountable. And Tinubu, he has even told Nigerians, do not pity me. I danced, I requested, and I campaigned for this job. So he knew he was going in there not to marry, right? Or not to dance. He knew he was going to face challenges, and he believed he has solutions to prefer. Now, that being said, first of all, Tinubu is not Jonathan. Jonathan played himself and he deserved what he got. I'll leave it at that. We don't want to go too far about Jonathan's issues. He played himself once again, and whatever he got it for himself. So now, why would I say Nigeria? If because of political correctness, right? If people who believe that do not hold your governors accountable, right? Go to Aso Rock and hold Tinubu accountable. Go to the ministries and hold the ministers accountable. So the business of the federal government, of the central government, is to direct, right? Direct and then formulate policies, regulations, and laws. And then where there are policies that they've actually pronounced, enactment of that or those, right? When there are gaps, what are they doing to mitigate the risk of those gaps? Is one, he came up with subsidy removal. When he knew that the removal is causing some stress, what did he do? He remediated that, right? Mitigating the controls of the gap of the subsidy by what? Increasing the FAC allocation of each of the governors, each of the states in Nigeria, right, by 60%. So if rational mind, for instance, you are the governor of Ondo State now, 2 months ago, your FAC allocation was 2 billion, but now you are sitting on 7 billion each month, and you'll be receiving that for 7 months. On top of that, you have extra 5 billion in case you've not paid or you have backlog of civil servants payment, right? Pensioners, or stuff like that, just to clear your ground. And then 16 trucks of grains. And then including having to incentivize the National Assembly members, both chambers. So that is the role of the president. If he hadn't done that, hold him responsible for shirking in that responsibility. But he's been able to bridge that gap. Then now when it comes down, what are the governors doing with that? Nobody is asking them not to protest. If you have it is their right to protest, and they should, objectively. But when you don't want to ask questions of the governor, right, and you're overshooting yourself to the central, then it means you are ready for a long day of fasting without having to break your fast. So that is the way I'll put it to them. If the federal government is making efforts to help the subnational, do not forget we have there are responsibilities, right, that is beyond the purviews of the federal government, that is basically that resides, right, in the constitutional that constitutionally resides, right, in the arms of in the hands of the governors. What are they doing to take care of that? And there are several roads. Like when you go to Ekiti State now, between Ekiti State and Ondo State, and some other states in the south, in the south and southeast, there are some roads that used to be that were dilapidated. That the governors said, okay, they will do. The federal government said, leave those roads. We will take care of those roads. All the funds we've given you, take care of your people in your state. So what else do they want? And this is a government that is 8 months old, as a guest governor that have been there for almost 4 years. I leave that.
All right.
I leave that.
All right. No more interjections. No, please. Go to the Labour Party corruption. Enigmatic has been known for a good while. I want him to round off so I can go on to other. But that's why I'm stopping the interjection.
It's just few minutes now.
No, because then he will have to respond to what you said. And it's still
must you talk in every? Must you interject in any?
Yes, I want to interject. I have reasons for it. I said I'm in the middle of it.
Right. Let Enigmatic just give us. Let him just give us the Labour Party.
You just want to go on Labour Party this time.
I'm not one that
please now, guys.
I can make things rowdy for Ekene. I can actually make things rowdy for Ekene.
Don't make it rowdy.
Emeka, cool down your head. You cannot do anything. Just sit down there.
Yourself. Please
sit down. You can't go and sit down. Who are you? Who are you? Go and sit down there. Go and sit down there. If you take it off with me, I'll just deal with you. Just fuck you there and sit down.
No worry. I know where to tell you. Don't worry. I will keep hitting it very hard so that your body go to pepper you.
Can you put them
Go
behind?
pepper you. As they support criminals.
No. I would rather they muted themselves. I don't want to put them at the back. Give us that texture and then we move on. Back to you. Yeah.
Quickly, one man. One man. The problem of Nigerians is that it's like, they don't practice what they preach. Their situation is like, it's akin to those people. They say they want to go to heaven, but they don't want to die, right? And then they choose and pick. You cannot sermonize corruption. You cannot choose and pick corruption. You cannot deodorize, corruption when it comes to your side. And then you want to ventilate and venerate, right? And postulate and pontificate when you are pointing fingers, because people can see. No, people are not dumb. And unfortunately, in that headless, nitwit, mob of the barbarians, is now the survivor of the dumbest. Unfortunately, only the truly dumb ones can survive in that cocoon that because look, one man, I believe you've seen the way they were defending this same ABURE. They defended ABURE like they were defending Jesus Christ. They defended any small thing you want to say about Labour Party, and unfortunately and coincidentally, they are not members of Labour Party. Labour Party, they have their natural members and they have their legacy members. These are just usurpers. And look at the problem they've created for once tranquil, halcyon and calm political party like Labour Party. They've come with their thievery attitude. They've come with their nefarious and iniquitous attitude to Labour Party to
you are enigmatic
party now as it is.
Yeah?
Let's allow him to fire.
I'm just laughing.
Fire. You are hitting us with guys.
Where are they from? Are we not all Nigerians? One man.
They almost kill a papa because of ABURE. They almost kill Baba.
No. Don't break his flow. Let him land, and then I've gone to rational mind. Yeah.
I have family. I still live in the southeast. I'm putting it, and I put emphatically, Peter Obi is the worst governor in the entire southeast during the time he was governor. Anybody can check. In the worst in the entire southeast.
I'm not sure. Sorry, enigmatic. I'm not sure if it was the worst in the entire southeast, but it was worse than Chris Ngige, and it was worse than Willie Obiano. Because during those because he sandwiched in between them. Yes, and the Anambra economy took a reversal under him. It was an upward curve under Ngige. It took a reversal under him, and it spiked up again under Obiano. So it sandwiched between those three. He was worse than those two.
He won the best governor of the year.
One man.
So I don't know where the word came from.
One man
from enigmatic and one man. He won the best governor of the year.
Can you
just go and take it?
Can you moderate this thing? Please, the barbarians know where they belong. Please. So one man, go and check the governors of Enugu State, of Imo State, right? Of Ebonyi State, except maybe Abia State. Those states. Go and look at their governors. The time this guy was governor, during the oil boom period of OBJ and Eerge, and then come back and say, so look, when we say we're all Nigerians, we all know ourselves. If we are all like thieves on the rock, that we know how to trace ourselves, how to trace our footsteps. So wherever this guy goes, whatever he touches turns to dust. He was in PDP, they chased him out. He was in ABGA, right? He caused problem. He swore never to leave and everything. He's in Labour Party now. He has basically caused another problem in Labour Party. One man, did you see what these people released as their balance? Their legal fee is higher than their campaign fees from campaign funds. Have you ever seen that in the history of modern day politics?
We see
have you ever seen that, one man? And this is the same man that on record, what Wike gave him in cash is more than the total amount of what they declared. If you calculate what they declared and convert it to dollars, I don't think it's more than $3 million.
God bless you, Edmartin. God will bless you for bringing that up.
Where is the evidence of all these things you are saying?
Okay.
Where is the evidence? What you are doing this night in this platform is not fair. I just look you. But just finish with what is
let the man land now.
You just see a gaslighting people.
Hold on. Next you'll be complaining that you are waiting too long. It's the interjections that let him speak. Bring it on.
Yeah, the amount generated in Texas alone. You can ask Baba Gomez. The amount generated from Texas alone is over $3 million. The amount generated from the diasporas alone is over $10 million. So where are they seeing all these fictitious figures? He called himself, is it not accounting or whatever he said he went to Harvard to read market to market? Is this how you make balance sheet? So look, one man, and this is the person who is supposedly is the leader of Labour Party. Your mentor in PDP is unable to govern his PDP. Is unable to lead his PDP. You in Labour Party, you are unable to govern Labour Party. You are unable to lead Labour Party. You can't even balance the budget of Labour Party. You want to balance Nigeria's budget, and this is the people. This is the fraud that they repackage with documented evidence and fact about his nefarious and shambolic attitude as governor in Anambra State, that they repackage all of a sudden, throw him to national prominence through article, and then look at the shenanigans, look at the mess that is going on in a party that he presides over, and he was sitting right there with the hush mommy, the two of them lying to the bunch of their dogmatic buffoons. Look, one man, in that the intelligence one will soon find their cover, because it takes too long, right, for smart individuals, for smart people to pretend that they are dumb. You must be dumb to be in that cocoon. The propaganda is done. So there is no way he can go any longer. You can't be lying like this. The amount that that some people raise for this guy alone is 10 times higher than what he declared. So you are declaring that.
That's without question. What's all this nonsense declaring 2-3 billion? You were saying, ask Alexander, we watched it in real time when Obi was canvassing, and it's against the law, by the way, to be canvassing for donations from diaspora, because that's foreign money. They don't allow for. But we saw it in real time. It was going to spaces, and they were selling tickets at $8,000 to $10,000 a ticket. And
where is the evidence you have, woman?
We played it here now. Were you not here?
Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence?
The evidence is that we played it here. You were here during that time.
When people say evidence. In Nigeria,
where is the evidence? I mean,
rational mind, are you aware?
You were here during the election. Now we
I was here, but I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know when Obi was in America canvassing for money, and we were playing it, and they were telling us that they were selling the tickets for $8,000 to $10,000.
It is illegal to collect diaspora funds for election. It is in INEC electoral act. It's illegal. That guy broke the law. People are supporting criminal. When I was calling him a thief, people are telling me that I'm not an illegal.
Why did they prosecute him then? What are you talking
about? They just don't want to create an insecurity.
No, they don't. Suddenly,
they don't want to create. They don't want to hide the situation.
Rational mind. What you don't understand, let me tell you one thing.
Okay.
what you don't understand is that Obi is playing a human role for APC, and we pray to God that he comes again. He comes around again.
But then if you know
They
he's
still
doing
need
it,
it. They still need him for 2027.
Hold on now, Baba. Hold on. You know, look, when you are a thief, right? You don't need when you come out smoky, right? You feel me, Baba? So this guy, when you see his antecedents as against people who are trying to propagate him to people that doesn't know him, that people that doesn't even know, if you tell them, how do you get to Anambra State from Lagos State or from anywhere in Nigeria? They don't know. But they just cook him up all of a sudden and throw him up and bring him like a Jesus, as if people don't know him. Right? I don't even think you've been to Anambra before with Baba, respectfully.
I've not been to Anambra when it was there. I wasn't there, but I've been to the east before. Okay,
so look, bro, I'm not saying, look, the politics is gone, but we are just talking about our politicians now. I'm not saying Atiku is a saint, right? Atiku is a clever criminal. Tinubu Atiku is a clever criminal. Tinubu is a brilliant one. Obi is a pretentious and a docile crook. That's what he is. Docile one. Good luck, you stay right there. And then So look, you can say anything you want to say. Obi did not raise nothing less than $15 million from the US alone. Nothing less than
I think that would be even an underestimation. But
from the US alone.
Yes.
From the US alone.
It was in the UK as well. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. And then they are declaring 2 billion, 3 billion. What are you talking about?
Let's restrict it to US alone. On this platform alone, from this platform and Dr. Damages, that guy wouldn't raise nothing less than $100,000. So what are you talking about? And he's declaring 700 million. How much is 700 million in Nigeria currency now? That is declared after 9 months. The same PDP that he was bad mouthing, PDP declared theirs in 3 weeks, same as APC, same as NNPP. He came back.
Where is their own now? When did they declare? Where is their own declaration? Or is it in your back? Is it in your back?
Ekene, please don't take this personal. Obi is not your father. Calm down. Don't take it personal. Obi is not your father.
How do you mean that it's not my father? Am I talking about my father? Talk back now. Say something that exists. Don't say because you want to say things.
We are having an intellectual discourse. Okay.
All right. Start to bring it home, enigmatic. Start to bring it home.
Roman, please, let's allow enigmatic continue, please. Don't hope for him. Let it go on.
Narrative. This pedestrian narrative. There are data. We have data and we have facts. You love Obi. We know. I love Ashwaju. I know. Rational mind knows who he loves. But when we are defending our thieves,
I think it's you actually that rational mind loves. I think it's you.
let's be commonsensical about it. Do not let us lose our brains, man. These people are thieves. They are just clever. They are just lucky to be there. They are not better thieves than you. They just have the opportunity. So I'm not gonna leave. I'm not gonna stick my neck out for any politician at all. Any of them. Any. So look. I'm telling you for a fact, Obi is a very lucky man. He made tons of millions of dollars from his campaign alone. In the US alone, that guy wouldn't make anything less than 15M in the US. Don't you know how many times? Don't you know how many trips he made abroad? He made more than almost 20 trips during the campaign period. What was he doing up and down? He made tons of money I'm telling you on this platform, on Dr. Damages, on Niger Watch, that guy wouldn't make nothing less than $150,000 from donations. And a lot of politicians donated that's why they laugh at him. He can't say nothing to Wike. Now Wike will bring receipt and Wike will mess him up.
Woman, can another people have a say? Let's start interjecting.
Let's leave it at that. Thanks for the opportunity.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the dynamic, enigmatic Hondi. Of course, it's enigmatic Hondi. One of your favorite.
God bless you, enigmatic. Thanks for your explanation.
Can I have you interjection, one man?
No,
should I still keep quiet?
No, he has finished his submission. I want to go to rational mind. If you
Okay, you have heard what you want. You have heard what you want to hear, and you don't want to hear that person.
Okay.
You are gonna come after me.
All right. Okay. Yes. Let me go to Ajanle Koko. Sorry,
Yeah.
Ajanle Koko. I think you dropped and then you came back. All right. Ajanle Koko is up next. So Ajanle Koko. I mean, that's enigmatic.
Ajanle Koko. I'm sorry, please. Ajanle Koko. John Mobe. Ejeki. Ejeki Ekenelo. After the because so as to balance. Emma Soro now. Abi. You are one of our favorite stars here now. Just I mean.
Ekene has had his turn now. I think Ekene has.
I didn't have my turn. No. I just have a few minutes to.
You came in after Emeka now.
We just talk about our Labour Party fund now. Did we speak about anything?
Ekene is lying. Ekene is lying.
I'm not speaking. Speak. I thought you don't speak.
No. Hold on, everybody. Ekene
speak. I will speak.
Emeka, everybody.
One man, if you want to sideline me today, sideline me. You don't want me to.
Can you hold on, Ekene? If you look at your screen now, you have Larry, who hasn't said a word. You have Charles, who hasn't said a word. You have Akin, who is not even yet gotten into the studio. And these are all, they have things to say as well. So let's just, let's do it.
Hold on, one man. Look,
yeah.
If to Ekene he have not spoken. Because
he has spoken now. You heard him speak now, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, maybe
I brought him in after
It's an interjection now. It's a 2 minutes interjection.
No, Ekene decide to use his time to attack me instead of him to speak on.
It's an interjection now.
It's not an interjection. You had your turn.
All right.
Me, I will speak. No, I'm being honest here. I will speak if Ekene speak because he used his stuff. So can we move on to other voices?
Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? Okay, Wama, you know what I'm gonna do? Yeah. I will yield my space so Ekene. Let Ekene speak. Don't worry.
Hold on. So
yeah,
what
let Ekene speak. I'm yielding my own time for Ekene to speak. Okay. All right. So any other person can speak after.
Thank you, Ajali.
Let me give my own time for you.
Yeah, right. I know Ekele probably is agitated, but I want everybody who is listening, right, and who they are listening with their brains intact. I'm not personalizing anything. We are talking about political discourse. Nigeria's matter, and we are talking about our politicians. I'm not talking about anybody's father. I'm not talking about anybody's uncle. I'm not talking about anybody's mother. I'm not relating to anybody's relative here. So whoever is taking it personal because Enigmatic has made some comments, well, I wish that person is Christmas ahead of time.
All right, we'll do it this way. Ekene, you can go next, and then after Ekene, I'll play that clip, and then Ajanle Koko will lead on that clip, and then Rational Mind follow him. Ekene.
Okay, thank you, one man. Thank you, Ajali Koko. God will continue to bless you. And the one man, I hope you still give Ajali Koko time to speak because
no, that's what I said after you Ajali Koko.
So what I want to say is that everybody has Enigmatic has made his point clear, but thank you, Enigmatic, for blaming Nigerians for the mess you brought upon the country and try every possible means to still defend the mess. You know, when I hear some people talk here, I just feel I wish we can wind back to the time of the campaign. All the good things this man did in Lagos, everything he has done to improve the IGR, the infrastructure, many things. And down the line, in just 9 months, our country is in the drain. Just take where Buhari left the country and where we are now. You just come here, you say Nigeria don't use dollar because your candidate has messed up the foreign currency. Now you're excusing the country for making use of dollars, forgetting that you are a dollarized economy. The only excuse you are making for him now is that he has increased the FAC allocation of the governors. What does that mean? I still maintain my stand. That is nothing. If you sell a dog to buy a monkey, you still have the same problem in your house. You increase FAC allocation and the value naira to 1,000. Dollar is close to 2,000 today, if you don't know. It's not even 1,005 again. It's close to 1,800. I had a report of 2,000 naira, but I don't want to believe that. But the last report I had is 1,800.
Can you explain why that is the case?
I don't know. I don't want to explain. But if you don't know how to figure out and know that you have to build your foreign reserve and increase export in Nigeria as a government, then you don't know what you are doing. You understand? You don't know what you are doing. It's not about here coming to defend nonsenses. You just have to figure out ideas and tell the man you voted in on what to do to increase the foreign reserve and increase export and fight insecurity.
Okay.
To increase food to do away with food inflation in the country.
But you said you don't know, but you are speaking on it, and people are trying to explain it to you.
Oga, you are not the one to tell me. You are not the one to tell me.
Okay,
I know what I'm saying. Don't ask me. You don't have to ask me those things. You are not the one to tell me what to say. You understand? I said things the way I see it.
I'm not telling you what to say. I'm pointing out what you are doing. You are speaking on something. You don't know the problem. People are analyzing it for you and explaining it to you.
Okay, you're not analyzing anything. What are you analyzing? What are you analyzing? You are not. Let me. Tolly, when you are speaking, you didn't allow me to interject you. And now you are disturbing my time. You don't want me to talk again. What are you people doing?
This problem didn't start with Tinubu.
Why are you angry?
We have a president that is trying to solve the problem.
Allow me to speak now. Allow me to speak.
Actually, who started with an Igbo man and a Sabama.
One man, can you shut up these guys?
We have someone that wants to solve the problem.
What is the problem now?
Solve the problem, but yet you want to criticize him for trying to do something. You go ahead. Go ahead.
No. Hold on, gentlemen. We must have some order to this. Let Ekene speak. Emeka, stop. Just Emeka, stop it. Just stop it now. Let him have his views. You have your views. Let him. His views contrast everybody else, and that is the beauty of it. We have to have that balance. And that's what Ekene is trying to provide.
So if you come here to always talk about Obi being this and all that, you call everybody names and all that, and that becomes the problem of the nation and how to solve your problem of the nation.
I know you are saying about
that's the height of it. That's the height of it. That's what I've seen. That's the worst I've seen in this country.
Are you guys going to let Ekene speak, or should we just go on to Ajanle Koko? If you don't want him to speak,
yeah, that's because I told you, man, don't reduce this thing to pedestrian conversation.
You say your own, I say my own. You say you are not referring to me. I'm not referring to you also. I'm not referring to you.
What's going on here? What's going on here?
No, let's move to Ajanle Koko because he's personalizing.
Must I stay your mind? Must I stay your mind?
No. People should let Ekene speak.
No, I don't know why they're doing this.
They can't do this to him. It's not.
No, it's not fair. Yes.
And then let's enjoy the show.
We let Ekene speak.
That's what I'm trying to do. Emeka, what's this now? Emeka, let me ask you a question, Emeka. Are you the sort of person that should be put into the back? You are one of the biggest voices here now. Just let
Ekene speak without personalizing the issue. No,
you can anyone on the platform. Yes, don't call her a hand. Okay, yes, that I will agree with. Don't. Because the panelists are private citizens, so you can launch at politicians as much as you like, but don't go after the panelists. Yes, I can.
We come here.
I didn't launch at anybody. I speak on what some people have said. I stand on their ideas. Your view. I work with your view. Then I make my point.
But one man, the last speaker, I work. I can ask voice now. If he didn't mention anybody's name, he can make reference to. People that make comment before him.
I agreed. I was just trying to get out of that space. He was getting
I just commented on one.
Let me say this other thing, and then you carry on. The other thing we also have to bear in mind is that we have an audience watching and listening. So I'm not sure that they're very appreciative of 3-4 voices cascading over each other, and I don't think we cover ourselves in glory when we do that. Ekene, back to you.
So one man, I think Emeka is just succeeding to just take away my ideas. But my brother,
you don't see.
my brother, we are brothers. We are brothers. Don't let us not fight. You hear? Let's continue with our love. You hear? You know, very soon we travel to Southeast now. Can't hit our one body.
No, which sort of love is that? Take it easy.
You can criticize the president, right? But just leave us out of it. Go ahead to criticize the president.
Okay. I will not talk. I will not criticize you again. It's just that I love you so much. So
I love
just
you so,
find
my
it
brother. Go ahead.
So, but I still have to maintain my stand. When we come here, we talk about other things that doesn't matter with our nation. That's the only problem I have, because the problem we have now is not all about blaming this person. Obi did this, Obi did that, Obi is a fraud, Obi is not a fraud. Obi is not the president today. Maybe if Obi has become the president, we would have all the mouth to talk about him, call him any name that we want to call him. But this is a candidate you sold to us. Even though I didn't vote for him, I didn't blame the people that voted him. They voted him based on what they believe that he can perform. And we all say, okay, if you guys say no problem, if this is what this man can do, let's follow him. And that is why we still stand there. There will be no protest. There will be no protest. We should give him time to do the miracle. You understand? So I don't know what I've done bad in that, but I still know that the policies that is rolling out is not helping matters. So what we should do is to talk about his policies, not talking about other people. You understand? The Labour Party has their problem. Yes, I believe very soon we will sort it out. Even here in our world, we still have our problem. We sacked our chairman last Sunday. The same fraud everywhere. Nobody is denying it, but we'll get it right. You understand? But coming here
what chairman they chop money to?
What chairman chop money?
Everybody now will laugh on Labour Party now.
What chairman here chop money? We stack them. So we still the request for our account here. So, but that's not the national issue. We're talking about national issue. You understand? So my problem is, what is this government doing, and what have they done for the past 9 months to see that this country is moving forward? Honestly speaking, I've seen nothing. But coming to tell me the argument that he has increased FAC allocation by 300% or how many percent? It's not. You see, that allocation is nothing, because you cannot tell me that when you are giving governor 100 billion naira, let's say 100 billion in the last 8 years, with the situation of our current exchange rate today, you expect the president to be giving them the same 100 billion. Then you are not a good economist now. You're not a good economist. If you take that as an achievement, then you don't know what you are saying.
Can you let me ask you a question real quick? This will guide you to land safely. When there is a clear report, right? When there's a clear report that out of how many governors we have, maybe 30, let's say 35 of them, out of like 35 of them, 30 of them, right, went back to the forex market to convert these funds into dollar. Do you know the implication of that?
I know the implication of that. I haven't said it here on this platform that most of these guys, what they do is to convert their money to dollars. So, but that is you have the EFCC, you have those fighting for crime and all those things in our system. What are they doing? My question is, what are those guys doing? Is this governors above the law?
Do you know what immunity means?
Okay, we should not give them immunity. Okay, let them have the immunity now. If we say that they got not
immunity, they have immunity. So look, okay, go ahead.
Let them have the immunity now.
You are arguing on things you don't even know about.
I'm not arguing on things I don't know. If you say that the EFCC cannot arrest them for converting,
immunity. You didn't even know about immunity.
Immunity. I know about immunity, but you don't tell me that is the reason why EFCC cannot invite them and ask them some questions. Is that why they cannot invite them?
The EFCC can only invite them after office, I think.
Okay, after office. Let them wait after office now. Then they can. I would wonder how many have they invited in the last after they left office in.
They are all with them now. Do you remember
how many of them have they invited?
Hold on. Can I remember when they picked up Obi'S at the airport? Fayoshe is still with them. They're still grilling him. So you will never get a result, of course, but they always, almost every single one of them, they invite after office.
Let them continue to invite them. Let me know how many they have invited. But for me, they have done nothing to fight corruption, especially in the last 8 months. It's only MFLA did bad, but he's not the only one in that government. A lot of people committed crime in that government, and all this blame game after Jonathan, you blame Buhari, all this stuff. I'm tired of it. Tinubu knows where this country is before he campaign. He's part of the system. He's an APC member. So trying to remove him out of the equation is what I don't like. What you guys are doing is trying to remove him out of the equation. That is what I don't like. He's part of the system. So he should bear every pain, anything that is going in the system, he should bear it. I had the CBN governor saying that his job is one of the hardest job, second hardest job in the nation. Then if you're not capable, then you step down. Stop making such comments. You are appointed to do the job. If the job is one of the hardest in the nation, then step down. Let other capable hands carry on. The people in charge of electricity are threatening to go and cut off light in Aso Villa. What are we not hearing in this country for owing them about 47 billion? What are we not hearing?
But that would be under Buhari, of course.
I don't know whether it's under Buhari. Why should Aso Villa be owing them 47 billion? So you see that starting from the head is spoiled. The leaders are very corrupt, starting from the people in Aso Villa. If they should be owing NEPA people for 7 billion, well, talk about
they allocate budget for that.
And just talk about it now. Just look at it. And when you talk, they say you are blaming Tinubu. You are killing our country. You are not talking good about the country. But these are the indices to tell you they are not serious to govern.
That is not what they are saying, but you are twisting it in a way so that
okay, you can say your own. I'm twisting it. I'm always
sorry. Just let the guy speak.
Everything you can't speak.
I'm always twisting now. You can always come up with your own. You can arrange it.
Reduce my IQ.
So sorry, can I carry on? Start to bring it home, can I?
So for me, all this stuff that is going on in our system, I still believe that the president take the quantum of the blame of it. So there is no way he cannot escape it. If the country goes down, he's the problem. So if he doesn't want the country to go down, he knows what to do. So increasing the FAC allocation, it doesn't mean anything if you're a good economist, because it's not a price you are buying. The governors, the contractors, they contracted their job to. It's not the same thing today. The price has increased. You don't expect them to go there and receive the same allocation. So that doesn't add up to anything. Our inflation is too high, very high. I know that inflation is everywhere, but just check our inflation. We know what we are capable in this nation. We have not made use of any of our natural resources. The land we have, everything we have, we are not making use of it. You just allow them there, they die off year to year, nothing to plant, but the land is there.
Do you know those that are responsible for? Do you know the list that those lands are? Do you know who has rights to those lands? Because look, I was guiding you so that you can land safely, but you basically went back to where you were coming from. That's the point. Look, let me paint a small scenario, maybe within a second. Now, with the economic reality in the world now, you are the dad of the house, right? And then for certain reason, there are some gaps. Instead of giving your wife $50, right? Just to cushion the gap and the effect of the biting economic realities, you give her $150, right? And then because of the nature of your job, you're always focusing on the job, but you are looking at the metrics of ensuring that things go right at home. Instead of your wife to get some bottled waters at home, the juice, everything that the kids will take to school, she pockets everything. And then
she takes it to hairdresser.
To fix her nails and every other nonsense. And then the kids are starving. and people could see it from outside, they reported you to CPS, right? And then the family weighs in, and then you started telling your wife, what did you do with the extra $150, right, that I gave you to cushion the effect of the hard economic realities? And your wife started giving you, it is your fault. It is your fault because you are the father of the house. What will be your reaction? What will you say?
My reaction is this. First of all, you should have to give everybody their own resource to control. Then, if you have to give, I still stand on that, and I still make the argument up to today. The president, if he wants to get things right in this nation, give every state their allocation, as in their resources to control. But I know there are reasons, and I will continue to say it. It's the oil in the south. And when your president is the minister of petroleum, let me conclude. Let me conclude. I don't have much time to explain much things, but I want to make it a final conclusion. You see, the oil in the south is still our problem, and when your president is the minister of petroleum, things will not work. You understand? Because he will not have the mind to say every state control your resources. I just check every state in Nigeria. No state cannot survive. We have everything to survive. Zamfara have their gold. What are they doing with it? They just mine it, do whatever they want to, use it to do whatever they want to do. Not even in the federal ports. All those stuff, but they always concentrate on the oil. But when you do all these things, control your resources. If you don't generate anything, don't come to Abuja. Even if you should come to Abuja, it should be maybe bring your quota. Maybe you want to borrow money to develop some aspect in your state. It's not just coming there every month to collect money. So when you do these things, you don't even necessarily need to, they will not fight their insecurity. Cultivate those land that is wasting. But because they know that every month there is an oil money to share in Abuja, then things continue to go like that. So if we don't see it that way, and the people say, I don't know what I'm saying, that my arguments are baseless, this and that, Alaba economy. It can be Alaba economy, but I still believe that Alaba still has an impact in the economy. If you say it's an Alaba economy. So you can continue to argue with your own fantastic English. Let me continue to argue with my own normal English. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Ekene, of course, one of the favorite voices on this platform, the delightful, the Jagaban of the One Man Went to More platform, Ekene. So thank you, Ekene. So let me play this clip. It's about 4 minutes long, but it is somewhat a nod in the direction of the obedience. It's a gift almost to the obedience space, but watch this.
Our next story is from Africa, from its biggest economy, Nigeria. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu is under fire again, this time over allegations of nepotism. He recently announced a shake-up in Nigeria's Federal Housing Authority. And he's appointed this man as the new MD/CEO, Oyetunde Ojo. He's a former Nigerian MP. He served from 2011 to 2015, but he failed to get re-elected in the 2015 election. After that, he turned to business, reportedly in the oil and gas sector. And now he's the CEO of a housing authority. What's his qualification? Apparently, over a decade's worth of experience in the housing and hospitality industries. That's what the Nigerian government said while appointing him. But exactly when did this happen? When did he get the time to acquire this decade's worth of housing experience? It remains a mystery. But the Nigerian government insists that he is the best man for the job. Of course, they need to hype up his credentials to deflect from his other big achievement. And what's that? Being married to Fola Shade Tinubu, the oldest daughter of President Bola Tinubu. Nepotism is never good for optics after all, and the last thing Tinubu needs is another scandal. The Nigerian president has been racking up controversies ever since he took office. The last one was about an oil field, an offshore oil block called OPL 245. It was a disputed field bought by European oil giants Eni and Shell. There were corruption allegations. Nigeria had sued the oil companies. The case was pending in international tribunals. But last month, the president of Nigeria restored the fields to the Europeans. He ended all legal disputes over the offshore field and called for the matter to be resolved amicably. Now, you can choose to look at this as Tinubu moving forward, as him dropping a long dispute and getting back to business. Or you may wonder about the timing. Eni, one of the European oil firms involved here, signed another deal recently. This happened a few months ago. They sold their Nigerian onshore assets to a local firm, a firm called Onado PLC. The sale was very beneficial for the Nigerian oil company. Its total oil reserves doubled after it bought Eni's assets. And guess who is the chief executive of the Onado Group? A man called Adewale Tinubu, or Wale, as he's popularly known. The last name is not a coincidence. He is related to the Nigerian president too. He's the president's nephew. So a European oil company sells its business to Tinubu's nephew. The nephew's company benefits, and Nigeria drops litigation against the Europeans soon after. What does that sound like to you? Allegations of nepotism and corruption are hounding the president. But that's not all. He's also been accused of using his office for personal gain, using it to fund a luxurious lifestyle, like with the yacht controversy. Tinubu became president last year. He took office in the month of May. His government had to release a supplementary budget to allocate resources for this year, and this happened in November. The budget came in November. But while the budget was being discussed, an anomaly came to light. Money was earmarked for a presidential yacht, a princely sum of 5 billion naira. That's about $3.5 million US. Now, Nigeria is an economic powerhouse, but it's still a developing nation. There is massive wealth inequality. People are struggling with the cost of living crisis and reeling after the government reduced fuel subsidies last year. In this environment, President Bola Tinubu was buying a yacht on the taxpayers' dime. You can imagine the uproar. Nigerians were furious. So were opposition lawmakers. They forced the government to divert the yacht money. It was funneled into a student loan fund instead. But you see, the yacht had already been delivered by them to the Nigerian Navy. So now they have to find a way to pay for the luxury boat. And these are just some of the controversies that have dogged Tinubu since he took office. There are others as well. And by the looks of it, there will be more to come. Hopefully, Nigeria will continue to progress despite the extravagance of its president and the enrichment of his family. PLC.
There it is, Ajanle Koko. What are you making of that half-true op-ed by the international hired gun of the obedience?
You said half-true? Is that what you're saying, woman?
Yes, a half-truth, by the hired gun of the obedience.
Oh, my, I bet na Passat write this thing for this woman.
No, dollars has changed hands now, clearly. But Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, thank you, woman, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. The readout by this Indian international TV station, I think, focus strongly on the corruption in Nigeria, particularly as it particularly the role that Tinubu is playing in the corrupt practices by the people in the government. Everything that he mentioned there concerning Ohando, the appointment of his in-law, and other things, the Eerge, nobody can tell us that they are not true. They are fact. So if anybody has anything contrary to everything that guy mentioned that relates to Tinubu corrupt practices, you can say whatever you want to say about it and present your own fact that is contrary to it. Everything mentioned are complete, true, and nothing true, and nothing but true. So Tinubu is corrupt, and he's not hiding it, and he's showing it to you, to Nigerians, And should we continue to defend him or to protect him? No. He's currently the Minister of Finance. Minister of Petroleum. He is using that position to favor his company, Oando. I mean, what are we talking about? And that sector is deep in corrupt practices. Every corruption is going on in that sector. So what are we talking about? So it is not good. The optics is not good for him, and he is not. The worst part of it is that it's not even hiding it. They're not doing it under the table, using another company names, or I mean.
Are you saying Oando Oil should not have bought when an oil field became available for purchase?
It's the same thing that Obi did in Anambra State when he favored his family business with the resources of the state. The state invested their resources was Obi's company. The bank that was managing the bank account of the state was Fidelity Bank. So look, this how is it described? This I'm trying to use the right. I can't remember now. This is it contradictory, or what do they call this thing?
Double standard, Abby?
No, not double standard. This kind of, when you are using your office,
conflict of interest.
Yes. Thank you, Ned. This conflict of interest, we should not accept it, for God's sake. We've said a lot about this conflict of interest against Obi, in the way and manner it ran, it governed Anambra State. The way Tinubu is running.
Sorry. Where are you identifying that conflict, or just for the benefit of clarity? Where are you identifying the conflict of interest?
Oando is his family that own the Oando Oil, and they're having a giant stake. It just recently awarded, what do you call it, in the oil sector? His nephew given appointment as the manager.
Apart from that, I think that's the first misstep that the Tinubu made, appointing his own in-law into a senior government position. But at that Oando Oil, I see it as purely a business deal. Oando Oil existed long before Tinubu became president. It's an ongoing concern. A big player in the industry.
You're telling me that?
And Najali Koko, is it Tinubu that ordered that yacht, or was it the Navy
in Nigeria that can take that?
Sergeant Koko.
And then the yacht, they lied to us.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question?
They're going to convert that money into what do you call it?
Student loan.
Student loan. That was what they told us openly.
Yes.
And now, what are we hearing? The yacht is around. They already it's available.
Did you follow the narrative of that yacht? I think we covered it here.
We covered it.
Sorry, what are you doing now? Can you just settle down for a moment? That yacht is a carryover from the Buhari administration. I think we covered that, and that's not even in dispute. And there's been instrumental payments for that yacht, And that final payoff, by the way, however many, some small amount of billions, that doesn't buy a yacht. So that tells you it's an instrumental payment. So that yacht is nothing to do with Tinubu. It was already a commitment under a previous administration, and which had to be fulfilled.
That's fine.
Can I interject? Yeah. I just want to
interject.
Because when you started,
yes, and I take an interjection from Larry after that because he wanted to come in as well. Yeah.
When you started your narrative, you said everything that this woman said was true, but it's not. We covered that yard situation, and you were here also. You were here when we covered it. I vividly remember because I was here also.
Okay,
so,
you look. Okay, that one is fine, but they told us that time as well that money that are allocated for the yacht will be channeled to the educational. I mean, what do you call it? That.
Yeah, it was the parliamentarians that told us that, not the presidency. And the fact that they then went on to pay for that yacht, that doesn't mean that did not happen. They just facilitated from another from another purse. You know that yacht actually comes under the Navy budget.
Exactly.
Under the Navy space, yeah.
Well, that one is, that's a kind of mix up in that yacht stuff. So we can leave that by the side. But other things they mentioned in that reader, but that newscaster, nothing but truth. Entirely the true situation of things as to how corrupt, as to how Tinubu is running the government to favor his family, and running it in a deep corrupt practices. So what are we talking about? So Larry, you can ask your question.
Okay, yeah, thank you, sir. So my focus is on Orlando. I know you've actually said one or two things regarding Orlando, but I would like you to really look at Orlando as a public company, right? In as much as, we could always say, yeah, probably Wale Tinubu is this, Wale Tinubu is that. And another aspect I want you to look at it is, look at it as a Nigerian company that has the capacity to buy some of those things. Because in as much as we go against most of all those deals, right? At the same time, we also need to look at the fact that we need to start looking at when we start having Nigerian oil companies that actually have the capacity to be able to take some of those things. So you might probably say, yeah, or how they got those things. Another thing I think probably you might want to look at is, this is not a deal bought from government. This is just a private business, and they had to go into a private transaction, and money was paid for it. So probably where the money came from, I don't know, right? So probably if you look at it from that lens, you might be able to speak objectively, sir.
Look, let me tell you, whether Orlando is a private-owned company that is doing their own business in a genuine way or not, as long as it's connected with Tinubu, and it's getting a very, Orlando is being favored with billions of dollars, a contract, or should I describe it, how do I describe it? Being favored in this manner.
Can you expand?
So the optics is not good. We don't need to expand anything.
No. The optics is not good, right?
The optics is not good.
Hold on, Larry. Don't concede that now. How is the optics not good? Orlando is not a newly formed firm. It's one of the bigger players in the oil industry. So it's not beyond their capacity to seize opportunities when they present. So what is optically not right there?
Who is the head of Orlando?
Wale Tinubu.
Okay, the name that is Wale Tinubu. Who is that connected?
We know because the reporter already said that. But the question, Ajale Koko, is if Tinubu was not president and that this opportunity presents, would Orlando still be able to seize the moment? That's the question. And if the answer is yes, then there is no wrongdoing established.
Now, Orlando has been in existence for a long time. Why now that Orlando is getting a this thing in?
Can I please say something? Can I come in, please?
Why now that Orlando is making a giant stride in that industry, in that sector, when the president just assumed office 88 months? Look,
can I say something? Can I come in, please, if you don't mind?
Yeah, hold on. You see, sometimes what is not good is not good. People directly will link it with Tinubu. They don't want to even listen, or the way you guys are talking. Oh, it's a legally operated company, and they have the right to do this and that. The fact that his brother is heading that place, and the fact that they enjoy a giant share in that sector, people don't want to listen. They don't want to listen to any other thing. It's Tinubu. That is what they will say. It's doing favorism to his own, using his position as president to favor his own company. Okay, well, Bishop, you can.
Okay,
talk.
Thank you. Good evening. I just wanted to contribute something on this. Even though you threw a challenge earlier on that anybody that has contrary opinion to everything you stated, but this particular Orlando, so let me, with the few minutes I have. Number one, I don't know if we know the origin of this OPL 245. OPL 245 scandal started way back in 2009, 2007, 2008. Yeah, and that was when the scandal started. It's something that predates that time, since the days of Dan Etete and our professor. If anybody remember Dan Etete and the oil company that they used. So what happened eventually was that they paid $1.1 billion, which was mismanaged by Nigerian officials, and they swallowed it, and they stole the money. Let me use the proper word. Now, there was a court case in Milan, and that brought Eni and Shell into the limelight. And at the end of the day, the court said they did not find them wanting. Eni and Shell were not guilty of any misdoing. If Nigerians sold Nigerians and they stole the money, it is their problem. That is the interpretation of what they said. But that mining lease license have been stalled for over 10 years now. We're not getting anything from the short ends. So Eni don't want to operate it anymore because of the hostilities that's associated with it. So Eni was shopping for who is going to manage some part of the acreage. Acreages are when you break down OPL. It is from OPL we now get OML, oil prospecting lease, to oil mining lease. Acreage, then you now have what do you call it? Now, so several people were involved in trying to get that. It did not start today. It predates even Buhari's administration. If we have our facts right, it's okay when we want to things to suit another. So Shell and Ajib, when they have made up their mind that they were not going to operate that, but it is still their property. But Nigeria is losing because what we have there is short in. Whatever oil you have underground that you have not mined is a loss, technically, the language they use. So even though it is there, but Nigeria cannot give it to another person because the courts have ruled that Eni and Shell did not do anything wrong. So technically, it is still their own, but they are not willing to operate it for the reason of the hostility that have been brewed against them, according to Eni. So Eni was looking for who are the people that are going to operate, you know. So Eni said since last year that it sold some part of the exploration and production to a local company. And which was that local company that eventually won it? This guy, Tony Akiosho, wrote a report on this. I can't remember the date. If I have it, I will have sent it to one man to read it here. Tony Akiosho is an expert, and he operates a media, oil and gas something. So he wrote a piece on this sometimes last year, and he was trying to look at what are the chances of those companies that were looking to buy of this acreage. One certain thing was that it was almost all of them were local operators in the oil industry. I can mention like 10 of those industries that is I know I can talk about them. But look, if we are going to talk about the top 2-3, Oando ranks among them. That look at the house, the capability. So if anybody will guess widely, even back 2 years ago, who is likely, if they are going to choose 3, Oando is one of them. Now, did Tinubu give this license to Oando? No. Because after the whole thing, there must be a peaceful resolution and out of resolution. The court have said that they did not do anything wrong. That is the court in Milan. I mean, one guy was always, what do you call it, the day-by-day report on that case. So if Oando had won it, or Oando was in the top, what do you call it, contestant, and because Tinubu became the president, and all of a sudden he has a chance of winning, and I say, oh, because your brother withdraw from the race. If that's what we are saying, maybe I will agree. Did Tinubu have a hand? If the people say, oh, it is Tinubu, they now consider it to give it to Oando. Maybe. But did Tinubu have a hand to have unilaterally give an asset that does not belong to him, that belongs to a multinational, an IOC, International Oil Company, not just one, 2. Eni is actually of Italy, and Shell is, of course, we know Shell now, Dutch and the United Kingdom. So does Tinubu have that power to give that thing?
No, that's not what people are saying, Bishop. They didn't say he gave it to him. They said the influence of his office are tipped in favor of.
So was he Tinubu? If influence, okay, for example, I'm just going to give an example. If I know you, one man, and I know your son or your child, and I am driving along the road and it's ready, and I see your son among 10 people. I know 10 people. The 10 people are there, but I know your son. I give your son a ride out of the rain or out of the. Have you influenced it in any way?
Oh, of course. The choice you made is influenced by my relationship with you.
Oh, really?
Why are you picking my son instead of others? It's as a result of your relationship with me. So that's the influence.
Well, so have you? No, are you not guilty for me picking your son? That's where I'm going.
No, but hold on. The relationship influenced the decision.
What I'm saying is
hold on. You see what's going on here is no different from the Better Edu narrative and the Tunji Ojo narrative, where people are saying that whether his company legitimately got the contract or not, or would have gotten it irrespective, the fact that there's an established relationship between Better Edu.
You have not answered my question.
I've answered your question now.
No,
I said,
are you guilty? Are you guilty of any offense? Is what I asked.
What's the guilt? It's the influence. What's the guilty or not guilty? We're talking about undue influence in this instance.
No. Is president guilty of
all right. Have the interjection, and then we go back to Adele.
One man, what he's trying to ask is, even though the optics look bad, is it a crime or is it not a crime?
Has the president committed a crime?
No. If that's a relationship, but if it's in business and you use your influence to advantage, because when you advantage, you disadvantage, because that's the very that's the very workings of the word.
But you cannot prove that the president used his influence. If other people...
But the optics leans in
No,
that
we are not talking of
direction.
optics now. We are talking of legalese now. We are not going to...
No, we are talking about optics. We are talking about...
optics is...
We weren't talking about legalese when you came in. We were talking about optics.
A few days ago, when we were talking about the appointment, I said the optics are not good. But was the president guilty of anything, corruption, allegation? I said no. If you remember, when we were talking of this, not Tinubu now, this Ojo something, that the optics might not look good, but is the president guilty? So we are back to almost that same thing now. Yes, maybe the optics are not good, but is the president guilty? Because nobody can prove, not in any way, that the president actually influenced the choice. Remember, Wale Ojo and others have actually been bidding for this before now. And if you go and look, I've not seen the report. I can go and look and compare how they came up. But any came out last year. It's not today that they came out to announce. So this thing has been awarded since, I think, was it September, October last year? That this thing that any choose Oando. It's not this year.
September.
Thank you very much. It's not now. This thing was then that any came. And before any will come, we are talking of the multi-billion-dollar project. Before they will come, the process, I'm telling you, the process was painstaking if you know how they do their own thing. Yeah, it's painful that they are not coming there. It's painful that the court said they were not guilty, because I thought that OPL 245 was going to be given back to Nigeria and we're going to have a new round of bidding, even though the Western oil companies are not going to bid it again. Hey, but Nigerians messed up that space. And we've had that shot in for more than 15 years now. We've not been able to produce anything in that field. I mean, we know oil is relevant now. Who knows how relevant it's going to be in another 20, 30, 40 years, that we've had the thing shot in for over 15 years. Now, Nigeria cannot do anything. We cannot reallocate that oil well. OPL said they are not going to operate it now. They are not going to operate it now. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
OPL said they are not going. OPL don't want to go back there. So OPL is the one that is giving it out. So they have chosen. What I said is this: yeah, maybe the optics are not good because we are looking from the outside. The president knows that he did not in any way talk to anybody or ask for any favor concerning it, and that man won it fair and square. Are we saying the president?
No. How do you know that the president knows that he did not?
I put a clause. I say if. If. I'm assuming, let's assume without consider, if the president did not in any way, he did not ask for any favor, and we're not just we're not just saying that. And that was why I made that question that is he guilty of anything that Ajib, because it was not federal government of Nigeria that are located that way. The way we are making it sound, it's like it is federal government that gave Oando. That's the way it's sounding. I mean, a lot of the whatever mean. So the question I'm asking is that what crime did president commit on that? Right. And secondly, you actually were right on the issue of the what do you call it? The issue of the yacht, the one they call yacht now. I used to call it yacht. Then it was not a project of now. It's something that's been in the making for more than 3-4 years. Yeah, that it matured now and they delivered it now. Nobody is complaining about the attack helicopter that has been delivered now. That started on that.
All right. You are going into other territories, but bring the interjection home and then let Ajale Koko take the floor back.
So that's the other thing that you mentioned. Yeah, just the only one I thought I could just. Thank you very much for giving me the time. I'll continue on the YouTube.
All right, brilliant. Back to Ajale Koko.
You see, it can be very laughable if we can see something and we still want to defend it. Yes, the president of Nigeria today.
Sorry, apologies, Ajale Koko. Oroyo, your device is not connecting fully. So if you can mute and unmute the volume or the whatever it is, mute and unmute the mic. Carry on, Ajale Koko.
Yes, as I was saying, it can be laughable when we're trying to defend the indefensible. Nigeria today the number one citizen, who is the president, by the virtue of his office, own every resources in that country. Whatever you want, particularly in the areas of oil and gas, will surely happen, will be given to him. It can influence decision, it can influence contract, it can revoke contract, it can do whatever you like. Because
who is the Minister of Petroleum?
It's Tinubu now.
So what are people talking about here? Coming here and spinning stuff here and making us look like we're dumb.
Get it?
I don't get it.
It's just
how would he even not know, be in the know when he has the portfolio to himself? How would an OPL go, or whatever crap they call it in the oil well? How would they go without his notice, without his office knowing about it? Come on, you see, some people will just come here and just make us look as if we don't even know what is going on in other. Well, when it comes to my turn, Mom, I want you to bring this topic for me, and I want to talk about it.
Yes, I actually brought the topic because of you. I was going to, it was your clip, but I knew Ajale Koko will eat it up as well. Ajale Koko, carry on.
Yeah, so look, one man, Tinubu is like, I can't remember the way they said it is. Is it Tinubu hand or something like that?
The hand of Tinubu, the sword of Jacob.
That is what I say. So it is left for people that knows the law to now come and determine it. Come and determine whether it is legal or not legal. That one is not an issue for me. But the big issue is that this man influenced this by the virtue of his office. He can do it. If you are telling me that he doesn't have the power by the virtue of his office, then the case is closed. But if you agree with me that by the virtue of his office, he is empowered to do it, then just forget it. You don't need to argue anything. You cannot argue nothing. And we know that by the virtue of his office, it can influence that space, that sector. It can revoke, it can make, it can license, it can revoke, it can.
The president cannot revoke. He cannot revoke. We will be in court forever, and that oil will not produce. He cannot revoke when a license has been. If that is that easy, we would have revoked it many years ago. But I would have done revoke that 245. That's why the thing ended up in arbitration. Things that are subject to arbitration, you cannot just wake up and say the president can revoke. He can revoke. He can revoke. And the truth of the matter is this: I think more times that when we have this conversation, it is what people can do when you got that it is the things that some people can do that they believe that everybody will do it because they know that they can do it. So you don't just come and disparage. The president cannot revoke an OPL that has been granted because there are too many legalities that surround that thing. You say he can revoke, he cannot. We will be in court forever. We will pay through our nose. So saying that the president can just wake up and revoke a mining license that have been granted, nobody, no investor will come to Nigeria to come and do business. That's why the thing was subject to arbitration. We went to court, we win some, we lose some. We won the P&ID, but we lost this OPL 245. And so be it. That you not think because we lost that one, the president can revoke, he can review, it does not have that power. So if you're asking if he has the power, I am telling you the president does not have that power.
Well, yeah. You will always defend any government anyway by any action taken by them. So you have defended the criminal aviation minister in the past. You defended everything, so you will defend them. But we know that the president of Nigeria is very powerful. It can influence, it can revoke, and by revoking license, it's not just wake up one day and say revoke. They will get some. They will surely look for some reason to do that, and that will be very cogent, enough for them to do it. So don't tell me that they cannot do anything. This is our space. We own it. So, and we can do whatever we like with it. If we believe that you have been given this thing, you are running that space well. We know a lot of, oil block licenses that have been given to some company in the back that were revoked due to some, maybe corrupt practices, some shady deals that is going on in that space. So don't tell me that they cannot revoke it as if it's impossible. One is been awarded or been given out, then that is it forever. I don't know where things are done like that you are given and you own it forever. Nothing can't be taken over from you. There must be rule and regulation guiding that that space. And once you violate it, or you violated time and time again, then action will be taken against you, among which could be revocation of that license. So let me leave it there. One man. Let me go to what do you call this? You see, on ABURE, I was not happy that on that day that Arise News. And you, one man, you were saying it that, they're going to be gentle. They're not going to grill that guy. I was arguing with you on that day that, they're going to grill him, But to my surprise, on that very day, they didn't bring in Rufai to come and grill this guy. Did you notice that, one man?
It was always the case that they would give him a soft landing. He got away with it. He was telling outright lies and nobody pushed him.
They didn't bring in Rufai to, Rufai, you know him. Rufai was speaking on that day that that lady was addressing the nation. I mean, when they brought it on their video, on their studio, when she was throwing its allegation against Rufai was the one.
Was it a bad thing or a good thing that they didn't bring him in?
It's bad that Arise.
Why was it bad?
Rufai, the kind of way he asks questions.
But Babaja, with due respect, but Rufai wouldn't have done anything because if you've seen through his antecedents, right? Those people, they have their scapegoats and they have their targeted, they have their targeted scapegoats, basically. They know those who look at, how many times have they had people from Labour Party? Even when you saw that lady that day, Olushi or Para, right? They were basically trying to question the integrity of of our expose that very day. Don't remember that they've had Peter Obi in the past, that they failed to push back on him, especially when he was lying about that Pandora paper and then the conflict of
actually they grill him on Pandora, but Rufai particularly grill him on that day.
They didn't push back, because when you want to know that
they just asked him some pancake questions. They didn't
push. When you want to know Rufai is pushing back, then Rufai will be using this setting. I put it to you that Mr. Obi, that this is that when they have their targeted audience, they come out with all their full arsenal, right? When there was a time that he was talking about what happened about the NSAS and whatever, about the Okuzu people, the people that died, right, in Anambra State. When these guys actually gave them some lame excuses, everybody would have expected that, okay, because the narrative was that you are the chief security officer of your state. There's no way that something like that could have happened, right, without you knowing, regardless of whatever excuses you are giving. And then when you had the time to actually explain yourself at the NSAS panel, what did you do? 3 times, right? You covered yourself through through some legal documentation. So you didn't show up to actually tell the story of what happened. So they know their people and they know those who they are protecting. Let it flip the coin to maybe people that they really want to embarrass. You will see Rufai sweating it out. I put it to you. I put it to you. You're a thief. I put, one man. I mean, Babaja. We are. That's why I say we are all
Look.
right?
Maybe because you guys does not like Arise News or does not like Rufai in the first place. Maybe that is in this way.
The sentiment is always there anyway. That's just the point. We always know.
Yeah, on that very day that Obi was invited there, Rufai was the one that grilled him hard to such an extent that he was asking him a question: why didn't you, on your declaration of asset form, why didn't you write this thing down that you have this money? And Rufai, you have this money in Pandora offshore account. And Bobby was saying that he didn't know that because the account was jointly owned with his daughter, that's why he didn't act it. And that was lie. On every declaration form, it specifically mentioned there, jointly owned assets singularly owned by you and jointly owned, right? On that form, it's there for you to declare everything. So he lied there. So, and it was Rubai that pushed him to some extent to publicly lie. So don't say that, worry. So, as I was saying, I'm surprised that they did not bring it in to come and ask a jury some hard questions, because I know Rufai would have asked him some hard questions. But anyway, Dr. Abate and the other lady, well, they were able to do a little bit they can do, but I believe if Rufai was there with them, he would have asked him some stronger questions that would have even embarrassed him. So, but on the juries, on the OBI'S, woman, I'm not. I would have loved, but I would have loved you to have allowed that video when that lady in OBI'S what's her name, Aisha too, when she was reading their income and expenses on the fundraising. I would have been happy if you allowed that video to run down those accounts that she was reading to the public. Like Enigmatic said, the amount they paid for their legal fee, it was on the I couldn't believe it when I saw that figure. 774 out of 1.3 that they raise from public donation. 2/3 channeled on legal fee, not towards winning elections.
Adale Koko, we have it here. Donations 595 million, additional 800 million from Peter Obi, so approximately just under let's just say 1.5 billion naira. So campaign materials 258 million, radio advertising and whatnot 16 million, election promotion expenses 10 million, polling unit agents 334 million, bank charges 1.7 million, administrative charges 495,000, and then the legal fees 744 million. So that was their highest expense in that according to
Babaja, just a question, please.
Babaja.
Just a question.
Yeah.
Babaja, please, with all due respect, the last time we had what's the name of that SDP candidate? Yeah,
Prince Adewale. Adewale.
Yeah. Did you have the amount that he supposedly said that a candidate can waste in that that tribunal case towards that when that case was on. I think that was the time we had him here, and he made mention of about 1 billion.
Yeah.
Did you hear him very well?
You might be right. I can't remember. Yeah, I think, yeah, I can remember that.
No, it's not that I might be right. He said it here.
Okay.
That the money that is wasted on legal election legality is so humongous that he put it at 1 billion, nothing less than 1 billion.
Baba
That is waste.
Ekene, you are missing the point.
Baba, just a second. Let me put this straight to you. Legal fees, Emeka, hold on. Let's put, I mean, they were all in the court, APC, PDP, and Labour Party, right? Let me focus on APC, for instance. Let's assume, I will say maybe APC wouldn't spend nothing less than 2 billion to 4 billion in their legal, taking care of their legal case because of the
incumbency power.
Incumbency power, and they have the big party, they have the nature of their targeted area, they have more to spend, right? Like for more than Labour Party, for instance. But when you compare that side by side with what they spend on campaign, APC wouldn't spend nothing less than 10 billion to 15 billion on their campaign.
That's
so
right. I agree that with you. Yes.
So
yes.
you cannot tell me that Labour Party is spending 774 million on their legal fees, and they spent less, almost half of that, on their campaign, national campaign, national.
Is this surprise to you? Just like let me come in again.
There are some things that you don't.
No, enigmatic. Let me come in again. Because you are not in the campaign. I'm in the campaign.
We're all Nigerians. I don't. It is common sense.
Okay, let me respond to you. Let me respond to you.
This is not about response. Hold on before you respond.
This is not about response.
The actual fund is meant for election, not for legal fees or post-election activities. Is meant for campaigning and election activities. When you are now using that fund for post-election activities, you are actually even contravening the essence of that fund.
Emeka, you prefer to go to the courts.
Where does it say in electoral law that it is?
Okay, let me
tell you. The point is that
where is it wrong? Hold on, Emeka. Where is it wrong in electoral law that it says that you cannot use?
Even forget the technicalities of law now.
Also, let's even go back.
You guys answer the question. Where is it in the electoral law that you cannot do that?
Rational mind. It is illegal. Rational mind. It is illegal for them to go collect.
Give us the way.
Emeka, you are going too far. Let's reduce this.
I don't want to go far again. I want to come
on. If you guys don't have no answer,
it's illegal abuse. It is illegal abuse.
Let's reduce this to common sense. Emeka, hold on. You want to tell me that Labour Party, with their campaign, with all their expenses, legal fees, and everything, they spent with what they are explaining, they spend maybe 2 billion or 2.5 billion for the entire campaign, for everything. Are you kidding me?
Yes. The reason is this.
This guy, eh?
Yes, the reason is this. Let me put my opinion. The reason is this. Let me put my opinion. The reason is this. A lot of force that work in that campaign didn't collect any money from Labour Party.
Forget
a lot of us.
Forget that.
There is nothing to forget.
You cannot spend,
I work in it. Nobody paid me.
You can't spend nothing less than you can in Nigeria.
All the polling units in my area, nobody paid them 1 naira, and we delivered.
Nobody paid them. Nobody paid them, but they were right.
Yes, we delivered. Nobody paid us, but we delivered.
You cannot spend nothing less than 5 billion on a good.
We use our money to transport ourselves, run around for that election. Even in the governorship, nobody gave us 1 naira. It's not like your party that you spend it, you expect people to give you money before you walk. Nobody gave us money to work in that election. All the polling units in my area, nobody paid us. And we delivered. We uploaded. We waited. We counted our result. We uploaded it. We waited till the night.
National presidential election that even there's one man. Do you know there's a report
from the US that for you to run a successful presidential campaign in Nigeria, you spend over $1 billion. Do you know that, one man?
No, let's leave that. But I believe that
You're spending less than $2
billion.
Hold on. As you were speaking, I was just looking for Ajale Koko. Do you remember in the build up to the election, we were reading a piece from the Financial Times, I think it was the UK one, that is about $2 billion to run, and not naira or dollars. To run a presidential campaign in Nigeria.
Will spend nothing less than Aure will spend nothing less than over $1 billion for his little.
Aure would have spent the better part of 3 to 7 billion. Aure would not have spent more than 7 billion.
I mean, this is common sense.
Aure went around all the 36 states now. I mean,
you don't have brains to be able to decipher this. It's not an
but again, right?
You ran an election with $2 billion, 2 billion naira. You know, you cannot even run a state. You cannot run a governorship election with less than 20 billion.
Nigeria of today,
governorship.
You spend nothing less than at least 6 billion on the gubernatorial election.
We did it.
Yeah, of course.
We did it because you can continue to argue. You didn't work for Labour Party on that day. We that work.
I'm not arguing with you. You did it. You people spent your own money as polling unit agent.
Please let me speak. Most of the money we spent that day was on our own. What are you telling me? All the polling units in my area, everybody that worked there was not paid. Nobody worked for money. We were even able to fight on that day. We did everything on our own.
All right, all right. I'm going to mute Kene and Emeka. Let Oroyo come in. I think it's been here for several hours. We've not. So yes, Oroyo, you wanted to come in? Yeah.
I won't spend too much time.
Okay.
Like according to
Ekene still has the floor, by the way.
It won't take time. Yeah. I just want to respond to what Ekene said. According to Ekene, he said they didn't take any money. But the Aisha Yusuf is claiming that particular money now. So does he not see that?
That's what I wanted to tell Ekene. Ekene didn't want me to speak. Ekene and his fellow police.
They budgeted. I did not say other people didn't collect. I said it's possible because a lot of us didn't collect. You know, you ask things that are reasonable. I said a lot of us didn't collect. Doesn't mean that there are places that they didn't collect money. But the places I know which we work, a lot of us didn't collect any money, and we don't care.
This was the first inside information that I got. This is where the first of all ate money. The polling unit agents money did not go to the polling unit.
This OB matter every time. I don't know. I mean,
Nadia una first chop the money. Nadia the dancing queen chop. Rashama does not want to.
Emeka, you've really taken over. You've taken over this session today.
I didn't take anything. I didn't. Baba Ajale Koko has been talking for long. I will be listening to him with some interjection. Rational mind does not want to hear the forgery and the fraud and theft that is going on in Labour Party. When he wants to talk about the Asiwaju, he's waiting to talk about Asiwaju. When I bring it up, he will tell me, he will remind you that, we've been talking on this. But he is waiting to talk about Asiwaju.
I'm not saying
Rational mind, you have to hear it.
That's not the only issue we have here. That's
hear it proper. Let me repeat it again. Let Rational man hear it properly. There will be
all right.
Rational man, are you hearing it?
There's nothing to hear. One man just.
I think we all know. But we get back to Ajale Koko. Hold on, Rational man. We go back to Ajale Koko. But the reason why we're talking about it is because it's a topical item in the news. You monitor the news. Nothing else is being talked about other than how ABURE looted the entirety of the.
That's not what it's
exactly. I'm talking about the news. I didn't go to bring
that not a trending news?
It's a trendy one, very trending news.
It's not like what people are. Okay, it's okay. Let's just move on to Ajale.
All right.
I want to appreciate everyone. I don't try. So, Baba Aja, Happy New Year.
Enigmatic, I saw you on one space. I heard your voice on one space. Is it there before yesterday also? On Twitter.
No be me.
Nah lie. Enigmatic, na you. No, nah lie.
He came here to report you, Enigmatic.
I heard you loud and clear.
I heard you loud and clear. Go spray pepper spray for the eye for Peter again.
I heard, and I catch them. Now they discuss the APC matter. I catch an Enigmatic red-handed.
No, not even me. But I'm bringing somebody here that has the same voice as me. One man knows that person, but not be me. But I will look at like that, sha. But one man,
thank you for the Baba Aja, Happy New Year. I think I've not even.
All right, you said it. Happy New Year at the end of February. So maybe by this time next year we'll see you again. Look at this guy. You don't become essential commodity.
But you know how they go now, man.
Yeah, yes.
And sometimes I go to show like this, so come clear. So please, let's try to deodorize our own thieves while we are pointing another 4 fingers to the other thieves. So don't tell me in Nigeria, please, people who can listen. If you do not have nothing less than 10 to 15 billion naira, you cannot run a presidential. You can't even try to go close to gubernatorial election. Go and ask anywhere. Not Nigeria of today. So please make Obi know and then Hush Mommy, make them know. They know Baju for the second time.
And imagine you are surprised by this lean campaign that will be run. You think they paying you? Why now? The campaign is too lean, very well accommodated.
You know how much it costs.
Expenses well organized.
Hold on. Do you know how much it costs to put a private jet in the sky? Do you know how much it costs?
Are you not happy that you see such a prudent management in campaign? Are you not? Don't you want that trajectory to continue in our country?
I don't like the personalized to be matter, but it's part of the thieves. But good night, everyone.
All right, thank you, Enigmatic. Back to you, Ajane Koko.
So that account, the render, show that they did not channel their resources towards achieving a better result or towards achieving victory. Over 60% of the amount they raised was spent on legal issue. That is a complete, how do I describe it? It's not a prudent way of money. Yeah, it just tell you that, that is the way they would have managed the country. And I'm not saying this about Obi alone. It's even good that we can see that of Obi, but others that we cannot see. If they can release their own, everybody will shake their head that these people they are wasters of our resources and they don't know how to manage anything. So, in summary, over 60% for legal fee for, in an electioneering pursuit, I think it's not good at all. So, but in conclusion, some people can try as much as they like to continue to defend Tinubu administration or spin or do try to give all form of excuses. I think it's just I don't know how to describe it, but the best way I can describe it is that government does not solve problem by creating more problem. That is what the policy that Tinubu's government has rolled out since he assumed office. That is what he has given to us as people. It is not good in all ramification. The hardship, whether they are giving this money they were giving to governors, it's a waste of resources completely. It's been looted, as you all said, that all those money when they collected them, they take it to Bureau de change and change it to dollar. So it is a systemic, corruption. The system allow corruption to strive. And when a leader is coming in with his team and they don't understand how this, or you want to tell me they don't understand how the system works? You cannot tell me they don't understand how the system works.
But corruption cannot buy corruption.
But you can agree with me that they are corrupt as well, and that is why they couldn't tackle the problem. That is why they cannot solve the problem. And that is why you see policy over policy fail to achieve good results for Nigerian people. We have seen it. It's bad. We cannot continue to defend this or give excuses. And some people will say, oh, there's inflation around the world. Oh, the situation is bad. Our own situation is created by us, by bad leadership. It is not, you can't compare the situation with regards to, prices of food in Nigeria with that
good afternoon. Can I push back, please?
Let me land.
So what? Yeah.
Let me land. I want to even quit this stage now. So you cannot.
Are you agree, Baba?
Well, look at Ajale Koko. Look at what they've turned your boy to. Look at that. Is this a windscreen or look Kilode now? Look at that. All that kangaroo something. Is that kangaroo?
Don't enjoy yourself. It's one life you have now. You don't have two lives. Just enjoy yourself. Ajale Koko conclude, but I have a question for you, please. Yeah, go on.
Did he drop? Oh, yeah, he did drop. Yes, Ajale Koko, sorry, you dropped.
Yes. So our own situation is created by bad leadership. The insecurity we have in Nigeria today is as a result of bad leadership that fail the country to tackle the insecurity. And that contributed immensely to the cost of food, the high cost of food, because a lot of our farmers cannot go to farm. So the production is not enough to match the demand. The same thing we've seen in cement industry. We have been saying this. They don't open the space for competition. So the few that are operating the cement industries, they are not producing enough to satisfy the demand. That is what the president of the organization of cement manufacturer, that is what he's telling us. And we have said it. I have said it particularly here. So our own problem is created by us. You can't link it with US or the problem of UK. The problem of UK is as a result of the war that they are fighting in Ukraine. Or is the blowback that is hitting them back, because a lot of food that comes from there, grains that come from there, is not and other product that comes from Ukraine and Russia is not going to Europe now. That is what is responsible for the high cost of food in most of these places. But our own food, we've grown our own food, we produce our own food, and because of insecurity that our farmers cannot go to farm, that is what is responsible to scarcity of food in the market. The few are not enough, and what do you expect? When production cannot meet demand, then the price will automatically go up. So all these excuses that people will give, we should continue to suffer, people should not talk. I think it's wrong. We should all talk. People that want to demonstrate should demonstrate. It should be welcome. And even the obedient that criticizes the government, they are Nigerian. They should criticize this government. It is not what they promised us that they are doing. They have failed us as a country. We must speak up. Nigerians are not finding it easy. The naira is collapsing every day. Hunger is rising every day. People are going into poverty every day. Nigerians are getting poorer every day, and you are saying you are solving problems. What kind of defense are some of us doing here? Oh, they are solving the problem. They are not solving. One man, let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So that's the indefatigable Ajanle Koko, the mighty one himself, father of the bride, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko, for that. Let me go from you, Ajanle Koko, to Rational Mind, who I think has been waiting impatiently to launch at what we saw from the Indian correspondent. So, Rational Mind, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, One Man, and thank you, everybody, our listeners. It's been a while. I asked our listeners to like and share. I mean, if it's too late, if it's not too late, you can still share. You can like, and if you're yet to subscribe, please subscribe, as that helps the YouTube algorithm to also recommend this channel to other people. Thank you all for listening. You see, One Man, I got your text this morning. For the past 2 days I've been off. I think one of the reasons is, like I said, oftentimes, as I often appear here, I say your mental health is important to you. I think I need to protect my mental health. It's just because I just can't stomach what I hear here on this platform and other platforms, especially the Batified and the Agbado people. The narratives that is spin around in different platforms, it's just it's nauseating. You just hear people like some people are just, I think it's, I don't know, maybe some people are being paid. They just go in different platforms and just plants themselves everywhere just to poke holes in whatever you have to say and bring up some ridiculous narratives just to support the clueless one that is there in Aso Rock. You start to wonder. So sometimes I just held, I mean, besides that, I think, like I said a few days ago, one of the reasons why I took a break, 2 days break, if I never wanted to come, it was, what's his name? Emeka that really got me riled up. I said, no, I'm going to come up. I just want to listen in the background because I just can't stomach what Emeka was just doing. I said, okay, let me come on. It's just sometimes I just don't know where are we going to. So like I said, I was alluding to or referencing that text you sent to me this morning. That was one of the reasons why I said I'm not going to come because like you said in that text, and you also showed that text to people here, that the Kenyan was saying to all of us that if we continue like this, the marketing our country, I mean, who's going to market our country? And I thought about it. I said, well, you see, this is what we're saying, people come and say this and they say we're demarketing the country. And some people will think that, will look at themselves as a patriots, that they are marketing the country. And you kind of wonder, what are they really doing? So I leave that to our audience, to our listeners to figure that out themselves. I know some of our audience, most of our audience are not dumb. Some of them, they listen, they know where to draw that line to make sense of propaganda and what is true. So, well, man, I don't know where to start from. I don't want to be toxic because I realize I'm becoming toxic these days because I can't stomach what people say. I mean, that's why I said I have to take a break. So now
no, speak freely though, Rational, because I have some concerns. I know you are robust enough, a personality, but I don't want you to be. I don't want your voice to be coward, and I don't want you. I don't want you to moderate your thoughts just because of backlash.
Yeah.
Say it as you will. Whoever doesn't like it.
One Deruba, any rational mind.
I saw what you said in the crap you said in the.
Talk now.
I go talk. No, you, dude, come here. Don't come tell me when to talk. I will
talk.
Yeah,
what to do? What to do? That's
Exactly. He said he's going to come on this.
Apenero.
He said because of me, he's going to come on. I mean, I'm glad you're here. So, woman, let me just quickly go to this enough of this long ranting and all of that. So, you see, woman, I'm just so surprised. Some people come here. Oh, I voted for Obi in the last election. We know I'm a gimmick the man play. You will. I mean, we know what you do on. Oh, okay, Mongbo, go on, please. What is it?
Ratanamai, please. Yes, please. I'm very sorry for asking you this. Why do we? I'm sorry for deviating because you make a comment earlier on. That's why I'm asking you this. Just put it together with your comment. Anytime we are talking of Obi, you will say, let's move on, let's move on. Why do you always say that? Obi is a politician. He wants to be a president in Nigeria. People are there to criticize him. You always like to say that, let's move on, let's move on. Why are you guys talking about? We have to talk about him. We have to. Continue, my brother.
Well, the simple answer to that question would be because it detracts from what is the main issue that we are all faced in that country. Obi is not the one. Let him do his whatever side he's doing, even though it's whatever some people, whatever opinion you have about him. But the main thing is we know what the APC minions and the APC.
Wait. Are you saying we should ignore Obi's corruption?
No, I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying we should ignore it. I mean, if there's any corruption, well, why not? Let's talk about it. But the way people are,
there are all manners of corruption. No, I'm not trying to heckle you. I'm just saying.
Kulata, one day we'll talk about this corruption. Let it not be today. Allow rational mind to talk. Maybe tomorrow, let's talk about this corruption. One man should make one day to talk about this will be corruption. That day, I would like Kulata to be here that day so that we talk about it.
To answer your question, Thomas, it detracts from the main issue. It's a distraction and it detracts as well. Simple reason because we have bigger issue, like they will say, bigger fish to fry than the Obi narrative of whatever the Agbado people wants to spin here on other platforms, just to make it look like, just to make Tinubu look good because they feel like, what would Obi have done? Obi is not in play. I mean, he didn't win. The last time I checked, the Supreme Court declared Tinubu as the winner. So what are we saying here? So
he actually won based on what you said. He won, but the Supreme Court didn't decline him. So if he won and is corrupt during the campaign process, he would have been stealing our money by now.
Yeah. Well, you can say that. You can only.
It's simple deductive reasoning.
I don't like.
You pass this argument now. This kind of argument, you pass this now.
But rational mind doesn't want to address it. He's trying anytime he's trying to escape it. Let's address all our corrupt leaders.
Your intelligence has passed this kind of argument.
This is not. Let's address all our corrupt leaders. Nobody should be shielded.
Don't worry. Let me handle this, my people. Then just allow me to handle them. I am enough. Especially Kulata, where they look for, where be job, where they look for contract for. You want to become part of the Tinubu's team.
It was my worry. Multiple contract already. Continue.
You lost Nigeria recently.
My worry. Continue. So what do you have to say about this Obi's shenanigans?
No worry now. So,
what's your opinion about this?
That's not what you want to speak on now. You want to speak on the corruption of Tinubu now. Allow him to speak. You want
to can I just let them banter? They know each other well.
It's being selective. You're partial.
Yeah, right.
You're partial. And you say you want a good Nigeria. Partial now. So why are you partial?
So I hope I answer your question. I hope that question satisfies Thomas. So my point is this.
It doesn't. But move on. Let's move on.
No, let him have a flow. Have a flow. Rational.
Our listeners at home will make that they'll make that judgment themselves. So my point is this: some people come. We know what they do. They go on different platforms. Oh, we supported Tinubu and we supported Obi. Now we don't want to support him anymore. And some people will just call me and just like, I mean, when did it change for you that suddenly you realize that Obi is a bigot or Obi is a criminal? That is why now you want to support Tinubu. Come on, we know these games that you people play on platforms. Let me not even address that. Let me go to the main issue here. The issue is the Tinubu's nepotism that we've seen, not just in Lagos, where I've said it on this platform that you people are creating a monster you don't know you are creating. And for our very eyes now, we're seeing that monster playing out. I've said this guy, it has nothing to offer us. If you people think that maybe the Tinubu of 1999 is the Tinubu of today, you people you are in La La Land. And we are seeing what is playing out. This is a person, oh, the chief strategist. I'm not here. I won't reveal my strategist now. When you bring it out, what does this guy have? This is I don't know the people that you put there. I mean, what's his name? The CBN guy, the guy in finance. And all, are they not all the strategic people that the people talk about that are his team? I mean, come on. So, woman, that is on the one side. Are we surprised that this guy has this nepotism in him? This is a guy who willed some of the largest. I would say Tinubu is the largest landowner in Lagos. He has the highest land in Lagos.
Do you have any proof of that?
Well, my worry. Yeah,
no. So, honestly, this is a serious question. It's a serious question.
That is me speaking.
Okay, so it's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
It's my opinion. This guy has the largest land. I don't know if you people listen to you people watch this documentary that was done by what's it called? This lady in Arise about the sea encroaching on in Lagos, and we're talking about that thing they have within the Atlantic Ocean, the Eco-Atlantic there. And
I watch it.
You watch it. So we hear that it was this is personal confidant. What's his name? This Lebanese guy, this Arab guy. What's his name?
It's called Shaguri.
Shaguri. He was the one. He was the brain behind that Eco-Atlantic. He was, in fact, he was the one who developed. I mean, they designed it. They did everything. So you imagine who is selling that property there to whoever is buying it. Now you ask yourself that question. Now go to Lekki there. You see so many properties there, land everywhere. You can, if you buy it, you are. You see, let me not go into all this. You see,
I'm sorry, why should I not mind? So you have an investor. He invests and he sells land. So you now draw an inference. How did you get to that inference?
All right, no problem. We know you. I'm
just asking.
I'm not gonna go into all of that banter with you right now.
It's not banter. You drew an inference, and I'm asking you, how did you get to that point?
To you, from what I figured out, I just said to you, that's my that's my opinion. I'm not going to tell you. I just said to you, go figure it out.
You can't tell me go figure it out now. You're making an allegation on the public platform, and we're asking you how you got to that conclusion.
And what did I say to you? I said that's my personal opinion.
That was the Shaguri one. You said it like a matter of fact.
Yeah, it is there. Go on watch.
So what is there? Okay, what is there? Don't tell me it is there. What is there? So I'm going to when now call it do me now. You know that now. I'm asking you a question.
So please, just let me
come correct. That's all I'm asking.
Let me flow, dude. Please, let me flow, please. I beg you. Now,
so you're just going to leave spurious information there, and one man is not going to correct you.
Has this level of nepotism in it. We saw this guy wield the whole of Lagos markets to his daughter as the head of the market. We saw this guy having his own. We've known Tinubu with this conflict of interest and this nepotism right from Lagos. And when we come here, we discover that people like Kolata will be asking us, where is your evidence? Where is your evidence? When we said the daughter has the whole market, the revenue from all the market under her, the son has the advertising agency of the whole of Lagos to himself. And we don't even know other things that himself and the wife, they have, maybe it's the BRT or whatever things that we are hearing here and there. The opaqueness of the Lagos state revenue and what they are dishing out, what they are spending, so opaque that you wonder. I wonder if any other government gets in. That's when we're going to find out, just as they are now finding out what Bubu did after Bubu left. We shall find out the truth when they dislodge him from Lagos and some other person gets there and really investigates all the atrocity that he has done all these years. We shall find out. Time will tell us that. My point is this: are we surprised? Some people come here, they say this lady, and an Indian woman, I mean, she's been paid. You can say that. I know this lady. I've listened to her on many occasions, on many various topics. This is not the only topic she's talked about. She talked about the Ukraine, here in the United States, the politics, everything. Even here, over there in his own country, India, or is it Pakistan she's from?
So how come she made a juvenile mistake by talking about the yacht that definitely wasn't in Tinubu's purview? Oh, how come she made that mistake if she's so good a journalist?
This is how you people go about. You want to just poke.
Did she make a mistake?
No. Hold on, dude. Hold on. I'll answer that question. She said, and I think I heard her, what she said here, that the country is going through financial crisis and they are buying yachts.
That's not what she said. She said Tinubu.
Woman, can you play that part for us? Can you play that part for us, please?
An anomaly came to light. Money was earmarked for a presidential yacht, a princely sum of 5 billion naira. That's about $3.5 million US. Now, Nigeria is an economic powerhouse, but it's still a developing nation. There is massive wealth inequality. People are struggling with the cost of living crisis and reeling after the government reduced fuel subsidies last year. In this environment, President Bola Tinubu was buying a yacht on the taxpayers' dime. You can imagine the...
That's it. That's it, woman. You can stop it now. You see, she made a mistake. Are you going to acknowledge that? So, is she infallible?
Are you done?
No, you answer. You just
don't heckle me, please.
Rational mind, please let me say this. Yeah, rational mind don't listen to anything. He already has his own opinion to talk. Forget about listening. Continue, my brother. Just rest. Let him continue. Because back and front, I don't know. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
I have my opinion, and you don't have your own opinion.
But Kolata was correct. Hold on, please. Kolata was correcting you.
Kolata was correct. What was he correcting you? What was he correcting you about? You're telling me.
But if he was right, you were wrong.
How is he right?
He was right. You were wrong.
How is he right? How is he right? You see, you people call
let me say it. Can I please speak, please? Please.
No,
He said.
I have the floor.
Hold on, please. I can interject you, please.
You can interject. Yes. If I want you to interject me, you interject me.
It's only if you don't want to hear the truth.
No, there's no truth.
You don't want to hear the truth.
You don't have any.
Go on with your propaganda. Go on with your propaganda.
It's the truth. I said it.
Rational mind, you are wrong.
No.
You said.
Would you?
Would you
please? All right, gentlemen. No. Please. Now this is getting a bit much. Let the guy speak. You know rational mind. You know what he has to say. Let him say it. Rational mind to you.
Woman, we hear this woman that, I mean, you can't expect somebody giving you a news and telling you the whole thing about the whole news. She said he's buying this yacht. Of course, we know, we who are privy to this whole thing, we knew that this money was being earmarked even before it came in there, according to the news we heard. So I'm not surprised that if he came in and already it has been said that he was going to, they should buy this yacht, Buhari already or whoever, but it was during Jonathan's time that they've said they wanted to buy this yacht, that the Navy wanted them to have it. And he came in, if he could not override it, I don't know whatever agreement they must have signed with whoever is selling it, and they can override it, I can understand. And if he can override that, he never did that, well, that is up to him. But what the lady is telling us is that how could you be buying yachts when your country is impoverished? Whether Tinubu is the one buying it directly or not.
We had already taken delivery of the yacht. No, do you understand that basic fact that we had already taken delivery of the yacht?
You want to pin,
we've already taken delivery of the yacht.
We all here, we know how the yacht came about.
You don't know. That's why you're saying what you're saying.
And what did I tell you? What did I tell you? That it was Tinubu that said he wants to
You will not say that like if he had the power to correct something that we've already taken delivery. Are you going to tell them to return the yacht?
You see, this is what you people do. You go on every platform. You just want to.
Don't say you people. I'm not doing ad hominems here. I'm questioning your basic fact.
We get the message. The message she's passing is, how could a country that is impoverished be buying a yacht?
That's already been that they've already made major payments. We've already received it.
We understand that part, but let's leave that. My point is this: the focus of what I want to take from what she said was that the nepotism aspect, which we've seen with this guy in Lagos, and how it continues. I've said it on this platform that you cannot give what you don't have. A man who's morally bankrupt, who himself has even believed his own lies. We keep repeating that lie. Even when he went to Germany, we heard him when he was saying that I built Lagos, I transformed Lagos. Like, come on. You see, this is just one of those things that you will see. I mean, himself is not also believing his own lies. That he worked for Deloitte, he did that and that.
It's just the same thing that Peter Obi just did. The three of them are the same. So I don't know why you're trying to make a moral. You're trying to make a moral, a moral example of that when the three of them are exactly immoral.
You see, this is what you do. What about, right? This is why we go again. We're talking about.
Well, I'm here speaking to you, and I say I'm coming to talk to you. So what's surprising about that?
No. Well, I'm not surprised because you that is what all of you do. When people want to talk about your criminal government led by the most worst person in the Nigerian history when it comes to nepotism and criminality, how he became a godfather of Lagos.
Most worst, is that new grammar? Most worst?
Well, if any word I can use, woman. This is our Nigerian English. So when I talk to my Nigerian people, I don't like using high-sounding words. I'll use our Nigerian English so that our people who are listening from home, who does not.
One man, is there any moral relativity between someone that misabused campaign funds right in front of us and someone that's doing nepotism? How will they be different?
I'm having a deja vu here. How
will they be different? One man, please tell me. Am I crazy?
No, yeah, you are, dude. You are. You are really insane. Because
it'll be tossing and turning in his sleep tonight. He's shouting kulata.
Somebody who is normal, like you, who is well educated, and you ran here to the United States where things work, where you know that there's a conflict of interest in many things here in America. That right now we have an attorney general, or is it an attorney general, or is it an attorney, district attorney, or is it a county attorney in your Georgia there who was sleeping with somebody whom he employed to prosecute a case, and now it became a problem here, and how she should be made to face some kind of a court or judicial committee on that.
So Trump hiring Jared Kushner and his daughter, did he get in trouble for that?
Enterprise, you people will heckle me here.
No, you're talking about the United States. Trump hired his son-in-law and his own daughter into the White House. What happened? Hold on, Ola. My governor ran his own election. So what are you talking about? You say USA. These are worse examples. Can you defend them?
You continue. And then
you should not make equivalence that simply doesn't make sense.
You can say that.
I can say that because I have examples in the same USA that's worse than what you're talking about.
You can say that. You can always look for some parallel that doesn't even make sense.
Because you made that reference in the first place. If you did not, I would have kept quiet.
You people will use some kind of
rational mind and Kulata. Can you guys please just permit me to just
No.
something?
No. I'm not going to do that right now.
Kennedy, maybe
let me flow a little bit.
Attorney General.
All right. Sorry. Yeah. Rational mind, carry on. I think rational mind wants to have a moment to actually push through. Rational mind.
My point is this:
a moment for propaganda.
Well, you can say that. That's up to you. And the one that is no propaganda, and you see how you've turned a whole country, a country that in 2015 we knew where it was, even though for just insecurity, that your APC and all their criminals, they were trying to blow out of proportion, and they're making Jonathan look like an inept. And now they got the whole thing to themselves. Look at what they are doing with the country. People are even praying to go back to 2015. People are asking that, take us back to 2015, how it was in 2015. We are okay with that. And the APC criminal government there, the all past criminals, themselves, you could not even prosecute those people who were members of your party, who were there before you, who looted the whole treasury. And here you are, you're telling them, Buhari performed excellently. I will continue from where Buhari stopped. Are we surprised? Seeing where it continued from where Buhari stopped. Dollar today is almost like $1,800. I mean, 8,800 naira now to $1. The pounds has gone beyond the 2,000 mark, and you're telling me that this guy is working, and we're seeing him giving out a big hard block to his own brother or nephew.
A
company
this is what happens when you have no clue. Nobody gave bill of court to his nephew. The oil block is still with
You can
Eni.
spin it.
It's with Eni and Shell. You don't have the facts.
Who is the minister who has the portfolio to himself?
What does that mean?
The Ministry of Oil and Gas.
Okay, when did Shell and Eni buy the oil block? When did they buy the oil block? They bought it under what's it called? Under this guy's government. That guy that's there.
Let me just say this.
And you're saying he bought it. You don't even understand. Can you even narrate the story? Because this premise, it started with the wrong footing. So maybe if they tell you what the story is, you will even understand what you're talking about. How do you say that he bought oil block? He didn't buy oil block. Oil block still belongs to Eni and Shell. So what are you talking about?
So who has the OPL, whatever they call it? It's not
Eni and Shell. You heard me right.
You said what?
The story was Nigeria took them to court.
Come on, dude.
And then Tinubu now withdrew the case. Tinubu withdrew Nigeria's case. You don't even know the story.
Who asked? Come on, dude. Don't do me that. Don't do that.
Okay, so what's the story?
I'm not going to tell you the story. The
Then
story
you don't know it. Don't talk about what you don't know.
has possession of the OPL, whatever crap they call it.
Oando does not have possession of any OPL, anything. You don't know what you're talking about.
Who is drilling it?
Nobody's drilling it now. God, you don't even know anything, and you want to opine.
Come on, dude. Don't start this your crap.
It's not dude. I'm dead serious now. I'm not even joking. That's not the story.
If you like, I'm living serious. But my point is this: that we are going by what is out there, either true or false. And even a foreign journalist is talking about it.
Can someone tell him the truth of this story? Because you don't even know what you're talking about.
There's no truth to be talked. There's no truth to be talked here. You're fabricating your own truth.
What fabrication?
You are fabricating.
Eni and Shell have possession of OPL. It was in litigation.
OPL to themselves. Who has it? Is it not one?
Eni and Shell. Eni and Shell. It's not Oando.
Why is Oando named?
Oh my God.
Now, why is Oando named as that? Come on.
Take as partner, not owner. Partner, not owner.
No, either partner or not partner.
God.
When was the bidding?
You said owner now. You are saying you just don't know what you're talking about.
It's okay, dude. You can. That is what you people do. You always sneak peek. You look
Rational mind. Can you just permit me to just tip you something? Because before you leave that place, now I want to take us back to the presidential yacht. Yeah, the narrative is okay, but sometimes let's dig deeper. I know you will not like me to say this, but let's dig deeper. A lot of people dug deeper into that procurement of the presidential yacht. Number one, the nomenclature presidential yacht is not what it actually connotes. It is not a luxury yacht. It's actually an operational boat. It has a lot of security features that enables the president to use it for a what they call it, fleet review. But it is not like a luxury yacht. The president wants to go on vacation. Is going to be. It is not. I did a little bit.
We've had this story.
Will you let me finish, please? Will you let me finish?
No, I don't want us to go on this. Maybe you want.
No, we're not going. Let me keep it now. You see, when we dish out, you in particular, when we deliberately dish out misinformation and disinformation, and people are countering it with facts, you get uneasy, you get angry, you get edgy, you get offended. When people bring facts to counter whatever you have said,
I'm not here for that.
look.
If you want to talk,
you are not the one to sanctimoniously. If you don't want me to talk, I will leave. If you don't want, I will leave. I will yield the floor if you don't want me to talk.
No, yeah, thank you.
If you don't want me to say anything,
I won't let you.
So be it. It is your way. If you don't want me to, it is your way. You can continue with your lies, misinformation, disinformation, deliberate, whatever you want to do. Go ahead with it. But it is okay for other people to have their say too. When you have put out things, you just said something about somebody acquiring land, blah, 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 now. And somebody asks you, and you get edgy and offended for simple, can you buttress what you have said with facts?
But I told you what did I say? What did I say?
You said nothing. You just ranted as usual. There was no single substance in what you said. Nothing. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. So my point is this: that if I want you to interject me, I'll let you interject me. Fine, and I've allowed you, and you make it look so ridiculous.
You did not allow me.
No,
you did
I will
not.
allow you
I was going to say something because you were not comfortable with the fact I was trying to bring out. You kept you as usual in your characteristic manner.
All right, gentlemen. Rational mind, back to you.
Listen, one man. This is becoming ridiculous.
Yes, a little bit.
Yes. He will speak for a long time before interjection. So the same to other Agbado people. But when anybody brings in a different opinion.
Yeah, Ashanama, you lie so brazenly.
Okay. Bishop,
I don't care what let me allow my thought to now. Let me allow my thought to now.
No, please. Bishop, allow him a moment. You can see
I was not on the platform. I only came in to just say
he doesn't want it. He doesn't you heard him say it now. If he doesn't want it, then just allow him. Just allow him. Mabino. Rational mind, back to you.
So you see this blackmailing of, oh, you're being emotional, oh, you're lying, oh, you are doing this. You cannot. I mean, if I would just want to take it, I will take it from you. But you will not blackmail with that. Nigerians know better. We know better. Both Nigerians abroad and home. Some of you who come here, I want to spin the narratives. You want to say this and that, it's up to you. But we shall tell. Time will tell. If what we have been saying, because even before the election, we've been saying it, this guy has nothing to offer. But now we're seeing what is playing out. Oh, give him some time. Almost 10 months now. Very soon we'll be celebrating 1 year in office. And we saw how the dollar, how the economy has tanked, almost tanked, if not tanked. How the naira has plummeted. I mean, you wonder. So my point is that I'm not surprised. You expect foreign investors to come. We know what happened to Aure Button. Some people are still in jail today for that because they bribed. And when you have somebody who is known to have a past, like we know he has that past, heading the country as Nigeria, and you're expecting investors to come in, when they know that if they just venture even bribe to get anything within that Nigerian space, and it's leaked to their home country, whoever is in charge of that, they all go to jail, like now here in America. If some of them, it comes to light that they bribe their way there just to get to some contract, they'll be prosecuted here. That is a system that works. So you wonder why nobody wants to go in there. Besides even the naira that was falling. When you have a very opaque, the way you just ran Lagos that was so opaque, they only declare what they want us to know, and they just corner the whole rest resources to themselves. The same way is running Nigeria. And we're seeing that even his own son-in-law, he put him as the head of the whatever director or whatever coordinator of the FHA, and our daughter, as we know all of. So you see, my point is this: they've said it that I think I read it from one of the dailies today, that ever since Tinubu has, even the oil sector, there has been no one single direct investment from outside into the oil. A lot of them are even they're moving out. So we wonder why the economy is tanking the way it's tanking when people are afraid of bringing in their money, because they know that invariably when they have to come in, they have to bribe these criminals running the government with this person. And they know that they have to go back to their home country. They have to declare all this money, or however they brought in those money, whoever they have to, because they've seen it with Aure Button. So you wonder why they're afraid of coming in. So you see, one man, time will tell for all of us for this, because I just know that you cannot give what you don't have. This man has nothing than criminality to give to us Nigerians. And he's having it already. And this is just the beginning. If he's going to spend 8 years there, which I doubt he's going to ever spend it. Because if this continues like this, except he wants to rig himself in. Because if he's performing woefully as we're seeing, and he goes into 4 years, and he wants to seek a re-election on this performance, and he comes in again, then I know that now this is just crazy. That yes.
Sorry, Rashama, did you just say no new oil investors are coming to Nigeria? Is that what you said?
Which one came in? Tell me which one came in.
Okay, Chevron, OPL 215, they're going to start drilling. This was announced in 2015.
This is what we hear now.
Excuse me. Total Energy is spending $6 billion in their new offshore. So Total, sorry, it's Total, it's a French company. And if you said they're moving away from, or if you said they're moving away from onshore to offshore, then we'll say we agree. But when you now make a false statement that they are not coming to invest, that's a flat out lie.
Nobody is coming to
He will
invest.
not listen. He will not listen. He will keep on spreading lies. I don't know what's wrong with this man called Rational Mind.
Sorry, Rational Mind, carry on. No. I don't want it to go in that direction.
My point is this: is that what are we not hearing with this government, this present government that Tinubu runs? All is just lies and propaganda. They want to rule, but let me not say lies, propaganda. Let me not use the word that somebody uses here every time, saying other people are saying lies. I will use the word propaganda. It's up to our listeners to figure out when somebody's propaganda is giving out propaganda. They just want to. You cannot rule. You cannot rule and create an economic vibrancy with just propaganda. You cannot do that. If it works, I bet a lot of the countries will be making something out of it. But you know how you came in. You know what surrounds you, or even your pedigree yourself. And then you're running a government the way you're running it. And you're expecting people to come in. How will people see this when you have your son-in-law as the head of FHA? They see the opaqueness, they see the nepotism, they see all these things. I mean, you see, let me not go in because they want to say, oh, it's, so woman, there's no way you come here, you want to debate with these our Agbado people. They will make it look ridiculous. Well, they say wisdom is proved right by its action. If we see what he's doing and it's wrong contrary to what is the expected result. I mean, when I mean the expected result, that they want people to believe that's going to be the result. Oh, prosperity, economic boom. And we're seeing the reverse. That tells you that this is just what it is. Well, man, let me just put it at that because I just think there's not much to say about this whole Tinubu matter. For me, it's just you can't give what you don't have. This guy has nothing to offer.
Do you have a little flavor on the looting, unabated looting going on in the Labour Party space?
Yeah,
or
woman, you see,
are you giving them a pass?
No, I'm not going to give them any pass on that. I've said it. You see, my only reason why I supported, what should I say, I leaned towards Obi during the last election was that simply because I've said it here. I'm not saying he's a saint, and he himself has never said he's a saint. Even though he never said it himself, but I know some of his act. I mean, even long before he became, he joined the race, he threw his heart into the race. I've long known about his, what's it called? These Pandora papers and all of that. And I've known about the shenanigans that he did also with the conflict of interest. But the only thing I see about him is just that I see him as a means by which maybe we could get ourselves out of this, extricate ourselves from these criminals. I'm not saying it's clean. Now, if we are seeing that playing out with the political party that he ran in, or he ran under,
Rational Mind, let me help you with something.
What is it you want to help me with?
That Obi is a good thief.
Well, it's up to you. I won't debate that with you. Anybody's free to call him whatever he wants to call him. But for me, I've said it, and I know Ajale Koko will say, "Oh, we will laugh, we giggle when I said it." It's the lesser of the three evils. I will go for the lesser. That doesn't mean it's not evil, because I've looked at it. Some people will say, "Oh, he tried to corner Anambra to himself." I don't think he can do that. I mean, this is a guy whom I've seen, I've studied, I look at him like, oh, he's a very simple person.
Not for lack of trying.
This team acquiring wealth.
He put Obiano there. Obiano left him. After Obiano, he tried to put, what's the name of that other guy that enigmatic calls his name. He failed. So it's not for lack of trying. So don't say stuff you don't know.
No, not for lack of trying. Okay. I agree. I mean, I won't agree, but I take it from what you
Not
said.
for lack of trying. That's it. He tried. Well, Obiano left him.
That's up to you. You can say that.
It's not up to me. Those are facts.
No, there's no fact.
He brought Obiano there. Obiano from America. He brought him there.
Obiano never said.
And after Obiano left him, he tried to bring someone in through PDP.
You see, this is.
And the video is there. We can play the video. It's on YouTube.
Just want to detract. Wama, do you have any video to play that he said to that effect?
You can listen to that debate that they have.
No,
that was even trying to collect money gone from Obiano.
The debate was that he left him money and the money.
No, not that. That's a different one.
So which other one again?
That's a different one. Obi was asking money from Obiano and I think was asking money from Obiano when he got in there.
When was that?
As governor. He said it in the debate now.
Okay. All right. So, Woman, if you have that, please bring it up and we'll just talk about it if time will permit us. So my point
I can even try and look for it.
Okay, dude, can I just, you said your piece now. Let me just say this. So my point is this, Woman, is that I'm not putting anything past him. Now, talking about Labour Party, whoever is responsible, you see, I'm this kind of person. I'm this kind of law and order kind of person. If anybody is found wanting, even though it will be, let him go to jail. I won't put it, I won't spare anybody because we know how systems works. And when system works, it's because law and order prevail to a large extent. I'm not saying there's no system that does not have criminality, but at least they minimize it. That's why they have laws to check them. But when you have a system like that of Nigeria, where I've said it's a criminal enterprise, where it's a free-for-all, you come in, you say you want to create an economic, vibrant country. No, you take a model from those countries where it works. It's because they have law and order. You cannot give what you don't have. When you don't have it, you don't have it. So how do you expect people to bring money in? Except you want to bring in, you want to continue with some kind of criminal enterprise that you've always run, where people can bring in money shoddily and then they just sneak it out, whatever. However, I mean, we're talking about some people come here and they were saying that, oh, the governors were changing the whatever allocation that was given to them. Why don't you put in place some law and order in that regard, whereby you block them from not being able to access those money and plow that money into where it's supposed to go? But then you say, oh, you cannot do that, they have immunity. But you see, we always want to create, what's it called? Excuses for this guy. And this is the same people that came in 2015. They echoed this guy, they just beat him down. I mean, not I say that time too was better, but looking back in retrospect now, we wish we were back in 2015. At least this guy never causes that guy was ever born. To have wasted 88 years of our lives that we'll never regain in our lifetime anymore. Boo-boo. Wasted our life. And this one too came again. So my point is this, is that take us back to 2015. Maybe from there we can now project ourselves back and see how we can move forward. Having seen what this crap these people have made of that country, the mess. But no, this is the same people that came in, they were just like telling Jonathan is clueless and blah, blah, blah. And then we see what they had even no difference. They're even worse than Jonathan. They have nothing upstairs. So somebody called them, I mean, we are listening to, what was that guy some days ago? Was it yesterday? Was it some days ago? One APC guy was making a buffoonery of himself on Arise News, where he was attacking Bago. This is Abubakar Bago of Niger State. You are in a party. There's no concert. There's no harmony. You have an APC governor working against the policy of his own leader of his own party, who wants food to come down and make life easy for the whole generality of people down south. But a governor is blocking, is stopping, and is having a blockade in his own state from allowing their food to come down to south. And when he was asked that question, he just went off on that his own. They were even asking him, "Your own party, man." I mean, you start wondering. These are people who are clueless. They just want to seize power. They don't have nothing upstairs. I mean, Nigerians know better. I think Nigerians know better. We're seeing what is playing out. So, woman, I think I've digressed on this. My point is this. I think I've said what I have to say. If ABURE is guilty, let EFCC or whatever agency that is responsible go investigate him. And if he's found wanting, forge the signature of people, let him go to jail. If it's OB, take him to jail. Nobody's bigger than anybody. So, woman, I want to rest it at that. And yeah, that's all I have to say. And if you have another topic for me, bring it up. And then, no, if not, I rest my case.
Can I say something before you?
Please go on if you want to say, please.
No, the thing is this. You see, the issue of nepotism sometimes, I think we have to set the standard between what is legal and what is not legal. Like I'll be engaging eyes on now. See, if you say nepotism is bad in Nigeria, I agree with you. I've even said it before when we're discussing OB. Nepotism is bad. That's my opinion. One thing. But when you start making reference to some countries that you think there's no nepotism, then people like us will come for you, because when you talk of America and Canada today, that is home of nepotism. As a matter of fact, someone can go to jail for discriminating against family member that is qualified for a position if that family member decides to sue you. So, and the argument on nepotism has always been: is it moral, is it legal, or is it unethical? You know, so we can down from now till tomorrow. So if nepotism is illegal in Nigeria, it's illegal. So nothing, because I know I work in a bank whereby you cannot employ family members. So once two family members are there, one must resign. That's our environment. So if our environment does not condone nepotism, let us not say it is bad. But when you want to make your reference, don't cite America, don't cite Canada, because some of us that have been discriminated against before, we are going to come for you. That's just my point. Thank you.
All right, one man, real quick, please. You see, when I cite America, like when I cite countries like this, the only parallel I'm bringing there is that there's an element of law and how do I put it? I think, should I say, institutions that follow law and order. Of course, yeah, we've never seen any past president of the United States with the kind of nepotism we saw with this guy. What's his name? The former president, where he brought in his own daughters and son-in-law and all of that.
Even Abraham Lincoln. Even Abraham Lincoln.
John F. Kennedy. His
brother
was his attorney general. That's not true.
Hold on now. Can I say something, please? Can I say something?
Rational mind.
I'm only citing a recent recent happenings as far as like about 4 years ago, 3 years ago, or more than 4 years ago. So that's what I'm just so for our listeners who know somebody who is more popular. If you talk about JF Kennedy or whatever, yeah, there could be an instance of that. So, but then the point I'm trying to make here is that we want foreign investors to come in. We want to show to the world that we're ready for business. We want to show to the world that we are clean, we are pure. This is what we want to do. This is our policy. And you are giving the vibe of what some of us we've always suspected, that you corner Lagos to yourself. And you came on a federal scale to do the same thing, to replicate the same thing. If it's going to work for you, well, let us see it then. Well, is that why we're not seeing foreign investors coming in? We shall find out. But my point is this, is that if you know what you are facing and you want to make things work, you want to show to the world that you really, you might know whatever I know about my past, but this is what I want to go for going forward. I'm putting competent hands, not just my own son or my own son-in-law, whatever. But if that's the route he wants to go, fine and good. We shall see how that's going to play out. Already we're seeing how he's already playing out even without having the son-in-law or whoever in the first place. We're seeing how he's playing out. But with all of these things and all these things we're hearing and conflict of interest that we're hearing, well, we see how foreign investors are going to come in and invest and see how that government is going to get out of this economic problem. Well, when I cite instances like that, I'm just instances of like developed countries like where we live here. I'm not saying that. Don't get me wrong. When I say that, doesn't mean that they are holier than that. No, get you to have their own.
All right, bring it to rational mind, and then we go on to Larry. Yeah,
they have their own issues here and there. And we know all of this. But all
right, bring it up.
Yeah. Oh, what's going on? So let me just break it down. I know they have all of this, but my point is that can we build institutions? Can we build these institutions that would regulate things, that will show to the world that we're ready for business? We want their money to come in, and their money can always get out if they will bring it in, without having to pay anybody or having to know somebody or who knows somebody. But then, if we're not, then are we ready? Well, we shall see. One man, I leave it at that.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So that was Rational Mind. I don't think you've quite had this is probably the most tortuous submission you've yet had. You were just. I felt sorry for you for a moment. It was like kung fu fighting all the way through, but you battled your way through always outnumbered, never outgunned. That is rational mind. Always outnumbered, never outgunned. So always outnumbered, never outgunned. Larry, you're up next.
Yeah, good evening.
Sorry for the long wait, Larry. It
No,
goes
no,
like
no,
that sometimes.
it's never a problem.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, woman.
Good evening to you. So Larry, I mean, you can comment to it from wherever you want to, but do you want to comment to it from this headline on the screen? Cement price crash from 15,000 to 7,000 naira. So a lot has been said. So, it surprised me somewhat that cement suddenly became the metric by which the Nigerian economy was being measured. Suddenly, this phenomenon over the last few days, and they were wrapping it around the narrative of the exchange rate. But that space has now come to speak. And the chairman of the Association of Cement Manufacturers have told us that it absolutely nothing to do with exchange rate. It was a simple matter of demand outstripping supply. But now they are telling us now that they're able to crash it now from the 15,000 spike to the 7,000, still too expensive. So what are you then making then of this price gouging that is clearly obviously taking place in that market space? Larry.
You see, Moman, if you look at the whole thing, right, there is no basis. There's nothing to support whatever has actually happened in that particular space. And what I don't like is this issue of, government calling these guys, more like you're pleading with them, right? Because it's good that they actually, they are businessmen and they could do whatsoever they really want to do. But at the same time, it's also good that they do things that are really normal, right? Now, it's always easy for the big guys to push it to probably the retailers in the market. And if you get to those retailers, they will also tell you the same thing. It's not like people just wake up one day and say, okay, fine, the price is just going to go to 15,000, right? If you look at everything, it's basically going to come from probably one or two things from where they get some of those things from. So that's where I think, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done in that aspect, right? As far as I'm concerned, I think the government really needs to come out hard. You need to start using unorthodox ways of really dealing with some of those things. What they've always been doing is always more like, yeah, we're gonna call Dangote, we're gonna call Boa, we're gonna call this, we're gonna call that. Nigeria is in problem. Sometimes it seems people don't really know the problem that Nigeria is really in. It's a big problem. And that's where I think at this point, when a country is in problem, everybody needs to roll their sleeves and go all out. At this point, right, the problem that Nigeria is in now, it's not when even the president sits in Aure Rock. This is when everybody's now going all out. There's a lot of sabotage in that economy. There's a lot of things happening. And basically because, the whole people kind of like see that the president, there's this lackadaisical attitude that I'm seeing. If you remember when Buhari first came in during his first term, everybody sit tight. Why did they sit tight? Because they have this notion that a lot of things are going to change. It's not going to be business as usual. But when you are a president of a country and you can quickly see that this is obviously economic sabotage that is really moving to crumble the whole economy of the country, what do? You don't just sit down in Aure Rock and just call some guys and they tell you, okay, we're going to help you. You are not helping anybody. So as far as I'm concerned, the government needs to go all out. They need to put their feet down and get these things. We are not saying don't make profits, but don't call Nigerian fools. And like you said, right? You said you don't know why cement has become a yardstick. But let us all be candid with ourselves. In as much as you talk of food, people still want to live in houses. There's a lot of deficit in housing. And major people that really buy some of this cement that you see, that are really facing a lot of all those things are the poor people. And all they needed is just to look for something that they could just build a 2-bedroom, a 1-bedroom. And these guys are making it difficult because previous government has so much given them that power that we are now, these guys can wake up one day and put Nigeria on its news. And that's why, I don't know if Tinubu is able to really...
I think that's what's been demonstrated now. I think there's some power play here.
Larry, do we have a federal consumer protection agency in Nigeria?
Yeah, we do.
So they should be the ones regulating, making sure there's no price gouging.
Yeah, we do. That's exactly why I said everybody needs to roll their sleeves now. Even
Larry, let me interject you. Now, if this guy is asking people to drop this price from 15,000 to 7,000, like we're saying here, let's assume that's what happened. You need to understand. We need to understand that the dollar is not. The dollar rate, because the economy is dollarized, and this will tell you that some of the things that they buy to in the production, like their machineries and all of that, since replacement of parts and all of that, and maybe some chemicals that they will use in the manufacture of those things are imported, and they have to buy dollars. And now you're asking them to bring it down. If the cost of production is not working, are you sure this guy is not subsidizing this for? There's not paying them the differentials.
Let's tell ourselves one truth. When it comes to cement, if anybody tells you that major thing that really make up the cement is actually, they're gonna import a lot of things, it's a lie. And even where they are really getting, this is just, these guys got the raw material they use in getting this thing is cheap, right? In most cases, they are not really paying the royalty they are supposed to be paying to the government. And aside that, if you look at the whole thing that actually happened, are you telling me that now they just wake up one day, right? They wake up in a week and just said, okay, fine, we've just imported. See, most of the cement you see, these are inventories. It's not like these are all the things they're selling. It's not what they just produce in 1 or 2 days. These are inventories. But the only problem we have is because even the guys that are supposed to be protecting this price see these guys as too big to face them. So everybody knows this is just normal thing, right? Normal manufacturing. These are inventories. And even some of those things that you're seeing now have actually left the factory for a long time. So let's just call a spade a spade. We can't just be at the service of all those guys. That's what I just see.
Yeah. All right, brilliant. And the headline on the screen, the protest against the hardship going on in the country. We cannot continue to say this is opposition. It cannot be the argument that this is purely opposition-led. We are seeing it now springing out in satellite little pockets, and it's starting to gain somewhat of a momentum to the point that the Ohanese are trying to pull their people back. This is feedback, and if the government wants to play politics with it and not take it seriously, it will be much to their chagrin. Larry.
You see, one man, looking at the headline, Igbos do not join protest. Yeah, it's their right. You join protest, you don't join protest, right? You see, all those things, for me, as a person, I'm not really interested in probably someone joins protest, someone doesn't join protest, right? I'm more interested in, the government facing the problem that Nigeria is in. Anybody can protest. Anybody can wake up tomorrow and, put some placards, protest, and all those things, right? If you go out to protest, it's not going to solve anything. I'm more interested in the government facing this problem. This problem, we all know what the problem is. And that's exactly why I said they should leave orthodox ways of solving things. When a country is in war, you don't use orthodox ways. Even in economics, when there is a problem, you leave orthodox economics, you go heterodox. And that is exactly the problem that Nigeria is facing now. You can't, every day you wake up, every day, you know, probably tomorrow you just hear, oh, dollar is now 2,500. Dollar is now 3,000, right? And you think it's just going to take care of itself?
Sorry, Larry, let me not lie. Oh. I think, I don't want to make it, I think by early March or second week in March, dollar will be 2K. It's very likely.
That's what I'm saying. That is exactly
but why is it likely? Sorry, Larry, and the question to you as well, Larry, because I don't see it hitting the 2K one, but even if it hits the 2K, it will just dip a toe before reversing back. I think we're getting to the ceiling of whatever it is that is going on.
No, woman, the demand is out of control. That our problem right now is the demand.
Woman, I'm seeing 2005 by end of March.
The demand is out of control. The demand is inelastic. The people buying the dollar, they're not buying it to import or buying it. It's not the importers that are a problem right now. It's the people storing value in dollars. And a lot of it has to do with all these people that have access to a lot of Naira. I want to suspect governors and government people that will just mop up the dollars. I have friends that earn Naira and save in dollars. Those are just normal people.
Workers down, convert the salary to dollars.
Hey, my friends, I just said that now. My friends do that.
Okay.
Kolata, the cheapest business to do in Nigeria now is to buy dollars. And everybody in Nigeria is doing it. Everybody, every salary earner in Nigeria now, right, sees, because it's the cheapest thing to do. And that's exactly why I said, in order to undo this, because Cardoso and the likes of them felt it's increasing supply. That once you increase supply, things are going to get into equilibrium, and it will never get into equilibrium because
it's not a supply problem anymore.
Because it's not a supply problem. The variables are basically within the demand side, and if you don't tackle that demand side is even out of Cardoso. Cardoso cannot do magic.
It is still both now. It is still both supply and demand. Because
no, you know why I said it's not supply?
I understand what you are saying.
Ola,
there's enough Naira in the system.
Ola, there is
except supply is astronomical.
If you look at the last 2 weeks, do you know how much dollars that was actually pumped into that economy? Within the last 2 weeks, CBN said, okay, all the banks should pour out some of the dollars that were keeping. They poured it out. Right? Do you know how much that is? If you look at the volume, right? The volume they traded within 1 week, over $1.8 billion was traded. So what I was saying, is it a supply issue?
It's not a supply issue anymore.
But how do you reconcile this? Because if an economy of about 500 billion, and that's the projection, about $500 billion, and you are only using 1.7 billion for people who needs to do business, does that not tell you how?
No. Rational mind. You are misrepresenting it. That's don't use GDP as part of the volume of trade.
No. GDP has nothing to do with it.
Do you know that we import a lot in that country? We don't produce. Much.
Rational mind. The problem right now is not importation. I totally disagree with anybody that's saying importation hold on. At this point.
Of course, people are storing their money in dollars. Larry.
No problem.
The point I'm trying to say is this: is that when you have people who import, a lot of importation are done, and I know that at least in a month, Nigeria will import over 10 billion worth of product into that country. $1 billion worth of product. I mean, this is just what some counties here in America will spend as their own annual budget. I mean, as their monthly budget. But my point is this: that a country of about 200 million people and 1.6 or whatever you said, Larry, was what was used just in one single 1 month or 2 period. I mean, that tells you that we have a problem.
No, Ahmad, that's just a week. Do you know what that means? what's the whole reserve that Nigeria actually has?
That's it.
So if we can trade over close to $2 billion in a week, that shows you that they pumped a lot of money into that, a lot of dollars in. They felt it was going to normalize things. But the more they pump it, the more, I said it yesterday. What is happening now is if you pump $100 billion into that economy in 1 month, it will be
they'll mop it up.
So that is why I said you don't use orthodox economics for an unorthodox problem.
So what's the solution?
The solution at this point, EFCC needs to stand. Everybody, so now it's not, I'm not even talking about Cardoso. Cardoso doesn't even have anything to do now. He has done what he has to do. Now, let's move back.
Larry, yeah, you just made a statement now that if they throw like 100 billion to that market, they will mop it up. Okay. Are we saying that we don't have a system that we, monitor how that money moves from one point to the other? If they are mopping it, to where? To people's personal pocket, or towards importation, or towards importation of something that can easily be monitored, that will, they are traceable?
That's why we need data.
Larry and Kulata just said it. You earn your salary a month.
No. Hold on.
Now, you withdraw your salary and you go buy dollar from Mala and you keep the money under your carpet. There's no way government will know that you are you.
That's why we need regulation, and that's why the data comes in.
What I'm saying is that if in the official market, how are they doing it that they cannot keep the records, how that money moves, what that money is channeled towards when people are buying it in that official market, towards what? Okay. I think with the system to be able to
indicate the money in the official market. That's what it's easy for them to monitor.
So the problem is not even the official market. Everything within the official market is monitored.
Very easy to monitor.
But the problem now, you see, all those things you said, if it's another economy where a lot of things has been digitalized.
Exactly. You got the word out. I was tempted to say we have to digitize all the
business. Yeah, so it's always easy for you to...
Oga Larry, sorry to interject. I agree to everybody. Let me use my number. They said I agree with the house. Kulata, me, they fear you. Then you send me that data, we will nearly keep send me that information you send me, almost keep my data. Also,
is this to do with the topic being discussed?
No, I'm just joking with him. You send me file, we almost keep my phone. I would say that Europe idea, but say you do my data back up.
But that's not what's been discussed.
No, I'm just joking. I know I'm coming to what I want to talk here. I want to talk about this. I'm just joking with him. Anyway, thanks for the insight for me, Klata. You guys know the problem now. Why
we just want us to know that you and Kulata are friends. We know that already. So carry on. Yeah.
No, you guys know what's going on now. Why are you guys speaking English? And you just said, Larry, that we don't need to use theory. We need practical. The people that is mopping this money out is the Cardoso and Co. The money goes from central bank to the banks, and the money from the banks get missing. You have over 70 trillion excess, and you are saying, what can we do? If we don't remove that excess 17 trillion, and no matter what dollar you bring to Nigeria, it will be gone in a day. People that have this money are the aristocrats and the governors and what you call the politicians. They have billions of naira they store at home. They have the old naira and the new naira they store under the ground. So as soon as you bring in dollar, they're buying themselves. Cardoso will buy his own. The former Emefiele will buy his own. Sanusi that is talking will buy his own. And we are here preaching. You can trace the money from Central Bank to Sky Bank, but from Sky Bank, you can't trace it. Why is it so? Then you are going to hold the change.
No, war peace. We can trace the one within the banking system. You know, the one in the parallel market, they are supposed to complement. The one in the...
Hold on. Hold on. Central bank don't set to parallel market, how you call it. They set to let me say stage 2. That is the bank, the lower banks. The lower banks now take it to parallel market. Whatever you see with ABURE is illegal. Whatever
Okay.
the central bank is.
Ask yourself one question. What is the remittance from Nigerian diaspora? Where are those money going to?
It goes to, that's the problem they're trying to solve now. That I like that move. I said this before last year. All those remittances, we have 27 billion coming to the 25 coming to Nigeria every year, but it goes to ABURE's hand, and that money go back to Dubai. Well, when that money comes through Western Union,
in many cases, that even allow Nigeria to mop up Naira because number one, some people.
Hold on. Wait, hold on, let's see what I'm saying. Hold on, let me say this before one you move me on. Sorry.
No, say it, but Larry still has the floor and he waited a while.
Yeah. Sorry, thank you, Larry. Thank you. The problem is those 25 billion. If this Cardoso policy was on ground, that money goes to central bank, which will help the central bank to wage itself. But that money goes through to the individual banks, the laws they had before that send $1 in America, you see $1 here in Nigeria. So what these people do, they go to Access Bank, collect a dollar, go to Bureau de Change and sell it. The problem is there's no regulation that regulates the Bureau de Change to bring that dollar, their sales to the market and end sales to the market every day. That was what I was arguing with one man. So what these people do, they sell it, put it on Ghana must go. The next night that evening, Emirates, it goes to Dubai. That money goes back to Dubai. That's why Emefiele could tell you that in 25 billion Nigeria receiving foreign market, this thing, just for remittance, only 2 billion gets to the central bank. So what? We all know this problem. We are speaking English. You know rocket science. Cardoso know what to do. All these bank, all the bank directors, hold them and say things will not change. Our first problem and business problem in this country is our banking sectors. Hold them. You see, Nigeria will not reverse in a minute. We're just speaking English here. English will not serve anything. Thank you. I use the photo you want, man.
Yeah, back to you, Larry.
So like I said, right? If everybody knows the problem, and it now depends on if the government really want to solve the problem. At this point, the major people that needs to solve this, EFCC is going to do a lot of things. Immigration is going to do a lot. Like you said, right? Like you said, yeah, it goes through the airport, goes to Dubai or whatsoever it goes to. It's a whole lot of things. That's why I said these people are ready to crumble Nigeria. So that's why the president needs to stand up now. The ministers, everybody, it's all hands on deck. When you have a problem, you have an enemy that is ready to kill you, and you don't have a way out, the next thing you do is to look for a way to attack the enemy back. And that's exactly where we are in Nigeria now. It's unfortunate that it's going to get worse, because I looked at everything, I checked everything, but the way it's going now, it's going to get worse until the president is ready to stand, right, and face the problem. Until the whole minister, everybody needs to stand now. So this one is no more of probably it's APC or PDP, because every day when I wake up and I see some of these headlines, it breaks my heart. So that's why I said it's a problem. Nigeria is in war, economic war. So it needs to be tackled. That's what I see to all states.
But Larry, I don't think Cardoso is done. And I'm going to say why. There's still a few moves Cardoso can do to kind of try and control the demand side. Even though the demand side, you're spot on, a lot of it is law enforcement. Cardoso can still bring out a regulation. I mean, they say BDCs should have $1 million or something. That's the capital requirement.
Yeah.
I don't see why they can't make it like $10 million.
Yeah,
so all these fragmented BDCs.
The problem, bros. The problem now is all those things are probably mid-time solution. What we need now is the shortest solution.
I know.
But
I'm getting somewhere. Somewhere.
When you have a wound, right, and it's gushing a lot of blood, the next thing you want to do is to stop the bleeding.
Yes, well, let me get to where I want to get to.
Yeah.
You can mandate a higher, what's it called, capital requirement. In absence of that, you need to run 100% digital platform, 100%. So with that, and then law enforcement comes in. If you're trading on the street, I mean, and you're not like a Nigerian Thomas Cook, you have no business trading unless you have a digital platform. And with a digital platform, you have traceability over wherever that money is going, everywhere the money is going. That's number one. Number two, our banks are not even strong enough. I don't see why they're not pushing as a matter of urgency, increasing the capital requirement of the banks. It needs to go up, and it needs to go up real fast so they can scale up and they can attract more money. Because as you are seeing this, there's a timing thing. As you are trying to curtail the demand side, you also do your best to ramp up the supply side. And if you increase the capital requirement, you'll get all these portfolio investors to bring their dollars to come. And we also need to increase I keep saying it, we have to increase our interest rate. So, and the reason I'm saying that is we need to mop up more naira out of the system, number one. Number two, savings needs to be attractive and inflation needs to go lower. So those, my friends, that earn salary and go and save in dollars can see that, okay, the naira is a bit stable now. My naira is not going to disappear when I save it in the bank, if it's any high interest and all that stuff. And of course, with that, inflation will go down. But we have a risk of going into a recession because capital is now going to be more expensive. But if we have bigger banks, we may be able to still support some sort of borrowings or sort of this, and government can still do some discounted things they need to target wherever they need to target it. And the law enforcement aspect is where Tinubu, I don't know, Tinubu has to mess up his friends because it's his people doing this stuff, right? So we need to do all those big things, and we need to do it right now. But is it possible? I don't think it's possible. So we're just going to keep watching the thing go bad and bad and bad till we almost cry. I don't see any respite.
It's just so unfortunate. It's just so unfortunate. Sometimes I think of things, right? Probably.
Larry, sorry to cut you short. This is yesterday you were talking. I think you were here yesterday, right?
Why is everybody?
Yeah. I think one man. I don't know.
Everybody's so bad.
Okay.
Wait, hold on, please. Larry, not verse, I beg. You were here yesterday, right? I think we talked here yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
We're talking about this inmate issue, and when we're talking about they are going after, they say people are holding the agent. I think it was me, Akin, we're talking about people holding distributors were making it expensive, and King was trying to make it a distributor, and somebody King was pushing that it's not distributors. But this just proved it now that what the King was saying was true. Tinubu called the Beto and the Dangote, and they slashed price. Why did they call distributors? We see the truth, but we shy away from it. Cement 15,000 naira. They call the Beto, Boa and Dangote and Co, Lafarge or whatever. The next day, I'm making an announcement for 7,000 naira, and we are happy. From 5,200 or 5,500, they are making a kill even at that 7,000 naira.
But we don't know the detail behind the.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The important thing that it was them they called, not the distributors.
No, wait now. Why will you say it doesn't matter? Why will you say that?
So okay, let me tell you what doesn't matter. The first thing they said was the distributor. They were showing trailers, the season trailers going out of Nigeria. That's why things are going up. That's why cement is going up. That's why rice is going up. Now, if they have called it, and I made this point, I raised a question today, like Coca-Cola.
There's quite a bit of background noise from you.
Yeah, sorry, it's my daughter. Like Coca-Cola. Yeah, like Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola price, we know it. They say it there. But the price they supply the distributor is different. But the distributor don't sell more than the price Coca-Cola display out there. For example, let's say they sell Coke for 700 naira. And the show sell for 700 naira. Probably they supply the distributor for 500, 550. That's the difference between the distributor and Coca-Cola. But this of cement or rice, let's say cement, we don't know how much. Dangote don't have official price. If cement is 6,500, we don't know.
Okay, what is one of the reasons I'm asking for knowing the reason is this: if cements are cheaper outside Nigeria than within Nigeria, so what is the incentive of exporting those cements? Now,
Cement was never.
Now, wait. Is it possible that the government is indirectly subsidizing behind the door that we don't know? Those are the reasons that I say, okay, we need to know even why. You don't just call when you are not responsible for my cost of production. You just call me, oh, please drop your cost. I won't do that because I will see, if not because I'm paying, maybe repaying debt creditors back, I will shut down the system because I won't produce at loss. So what's the mechanism behind saying, okay, I call you, all of a sudden the price goes down? We need to know.
Yeah.
Need to know.
Sorry, let me respond.
Back to Larry. No, back to Larry. Let Larry carry on. So sorry, apologies. That's going to go on a tangent back and forth for a good while. Larry, back to you.
Yeah. Probably we can go to another thing.
Yes. Let me take you to the protesting going on in. Have we spoken on that? The protest?
No.
Yes. Let me take you to the protesting going on. What really struck me was that the protest was happening in Ibadan. So you can say it's just a copycat sort of protest, trying to be right on with the goings on. But when you are starting to see protests coming out of that space, that is essentially feedback to the government right there. And for whatever understanding you are asking the people to understand, you cannot ask them to understand beyond the pain threshold that they can bear. So what are you making of the government trying to rebalance, but the people feeling the pain to the point that they cannot bear it anymore? What do you think is going to have to give way in that space, Larry?
You see, let's just be candid with ourselves. One thing is for government to tell people to be patient, right? That things are going to be better. Another thing is for people to see the genuinity on the government side. Because this is more like you have a family, and you're basically telling everybody in the family that, yeah, you guys need to like reduce the number of food you eat. And me being part of that family sees you, and I'm seeing you that you're growing fatter. You keep growing fat every day, right? So even if I try to listen to you, it will get to a point I will be like, why am I really listening to you? Because if you look at the whole thing, right, ever since subsidy was removed, people have been trying. They've been trying. I need to be very candid with you. It's not really been easy for people. They've been trying, but the government itself is not really leading by example. So that's why I don't blame anybody. If anybody's protesting, it's normal because it's a lot. People are going through a lot. So until the government itself, okay, what do you really want to say to this? Subsidy was removed. You still see some extravagant spending, right? Subsidy was removed. You still see that big, big entourage that went to Dubai. Subsidy was removed. You still saw those guys, that entourage that went to the US. So these are things, sometimes you could tell people, oh, things are going to get better, but they want to see it from you. They want to see what you have actually done. So until
they want to see sacrifices from the top, don't they?
Yes, for people, can you tell me of one sacrifice you can point to? Can you tell me any? Nobody can point to one thing, probably, this is what they did, and this is a huge sacrifice. Because these people can't even let go of their luxurious life. And you tell people every day it's going to be better. We are trying to like put one or two things in place for it to be better. What's going to be better? People are obviously seeing what's happening. It's a lot of problem. And they don't even know when the problem is going to come to an end. So people can protest and you know, they can protest is a normal thing. Nobody should gaslight people that are protesting because it's a problem. And until we see that people leading from the front and focusing on those things, then we can see that they are serious. But as far as I'm concerned, the Nigerian government is not serious. They are not ready to tackle the problem. That's what I have to say to that.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this headline. I'm not sure if this is something that wouldn't.
I don't want to speak on this.
All right. No,
I don't want to.
All right. Let me take you to this one then. Nigeria regains cheapest petrol title in West Africa. So this will come as a surprise to so many people. The petrol in Nigeria around about 600 naira. The closest in that sub-region is 1,570 naira. That's in Liberia. 1,580 naira. That's in Ghana. 1,740 naira. That's in Benin. 1,790 naira. That's per liter, by the way, in Togo. 2,145 in Cameroon. 2,170 in Guinea. So what are you then making there for all of it? Because we all know that the subsidy has not been fully removed. It's been reduced rather than removed. But this data it makes for sober reading. If we are complaining about life in Nigeria, then what should these people be saying about their own lives?
You see, woman, you see, some of all this data, when you look at them, you know, I think it's not that kind of data that is really speaking to the real thing. So because if you want to look at all those things, you don't just look at things from Nigerian perspective. Because, you know, the people that did this data, put this data out, is actually it's not really a good job. Because you are looking at things from Nigerian perspective, right? In the sense that, you know, everything in Nigeria is the same thing with all those other countries. Is the exchange rate the same? It's not the same. So it's for me, as far as I'm concerned, and if you look at this, right, you don't just look at things in isolation, right? Because you don't just look at things in isolation that, oh, probably this is the exact thing. You also need to look at things, right? You need to do a comparative analysis. Look at what it was, probably like a year, and look at the trend. Look at the trend of the increase. That's how you're able to really put them. Because this is not apple to apple, right? You can't just, because they are looking at it from Nigerian perspective, or probably this is how much it is in Nigeria, this is how much it is in those other countries. But in actual sense, it's not the same thing. We don't have the exchange rate. So had it been, we have a single exchange rate, everybody is spending the same money, every other thing is the same, then you can use this. But this is not the right data. So I wouldn't want to speak to a data that is not really right. This is just a data to paint, to help some.
How to lie with data. This is what we call it.
What do you say?
This is what we call how to lie with data.
Yeah.
Or we can say they want you to specify so that we're not complain too much. Again, what you would have said is this: can we compare our local economy to theirs? Yeah, they have a stable local economy. Even
they have a stable economy in Ghana. Ghana's economy
I said local economy. I didn't say the standard economy. They're gonna eat what they produce. They go to their farm, they produce like cassava, yam, and all that. They have a steady light. I have a friend who just started a hotel in Ghana for 2 weeks now. He says it's like he has not seen a lights out. The light is constant. That's the economy there.
Sorry, can I pitch in? The biggest mistake in this data is it's kind of like referencing dollar, right? People, since we devalued the naira, people's salary has not, it hasn't changed. So it's not like, it doesn't mean anything. This is, if I was earning 35,000 naira and my 35,000 naira has not changed and you've devalued, it's still expensive for me. rather than looking at, okay, what's the dollar equivalent in the next country there, that they are fully adjusted. I'm still in shock. I'm not adjusted. So you essentially just made my life expensive for me. That's the noise. That's the suffering people are suffering now because things have changed, but their income hasn't changed.
Exactly.
So this, relative to their salary, is very, very, very expensive. In that other country you're looking at, it may not be that expensive because their income will have adjusted to that. So we shouldn't look at it this way. But though you can look at it this way, meaning now maybe people can start taking petrol from Nigeria and taking it to the border. You can look at that. But in terms of relative impact in my pocket, it's not that much different because Nigerians' income has not adjusted, and that's the biggest ebipami that everybody is hearing about now.
Kulata,
Do you think that sorry, one piece, hold on. Do you think that ebipami? Do you think it's contrived?
It's not contrived.
No, I feel it is contrived.
One man.
I see the hand of the obedience.
One man. Everybody, I believe everybody does some sort of budget, right? If I can budget for 2 bags of rice every month, all of a sudden, I'm forced to buy half a bag. Then ebipami, indeed, it's not contrived because income hasn't moved up. It's going to take a while.
No. The outward vocalization of it is the contrivement, if there's such a word that I'm talking about. Because that thing started when Tinubu was going to the mosque in Lagos, and there was an Umbrarian undertone in the accent that was saying a bit.
What did you say now? And I'm breaking up with. What man? I mean, what do you say?
Leave one man.
You not hear a bit of Anambra in the other comment of the accent.
See, because of this program,
I like you.
Rational mind, because of this forum, the Igbos have become smart and smarter to know that if they make any mistake, it will blame on them. Even they sneeze in the way Nigeria does, they will blame it on them. So you see, they came out and said, "Don't riot too," because if they riot now, they won't be. They'll blame everything on them. Like, no, Nigeria is okay. The obedience is making it look bad. One man, can you say that they're a bit of an Iberian for a big family? And the first time Iberian is from when I saw it that day. Nigeria people are hungry. One man. See, I saw a video of women going naked. I think it was about going naked in the market. Did you see that young ladies?
No.
Have you seen that?
Okay, that's a fake video. That's a fake video. Firstly, they were saying it comes from Yoruba land, and there is no culture.
That was an Anambra video actually.
So there's no culture of women going naked in protestation in Yoruba land. So that already fixes it. And then that women going naked, it was from a different narrative that they've then superimposed voice.
It was an insecurity protest last year in Anambra.
I mean, the ones that are coming from Ibadan recently, are those people Igbos?
One man.
Huh? What are you talking about, one man?
One man. You see,
yes, Larry.
Hunger is not respecter of anybody. Even we that are actually outside Nigeria, we know what is really going on in Nigeria. A lot of us have within the last 3-4 months, we've kind of like doubled or tripled the allowance that we give people in Nigeria. And it's that bad. You see, it's always easy for us to kind of like say, oh, probably, politicians have a way, probably it's the opposition, right? Probably is this, is that, or probably is another religion, So what we have now, if they come in and say, oh, probably is this, probably is that, right? I just laugh. I just laugh because they don't know what is coming. One man, if people get pushed to the wall and start, do you think people don't know where some of those people? Remember what happened during COVID, when people started going to loot their warehouses. And it's going to get to that point. So it's even good that you're seeing people coming out to protest and not really going after some of the warehouses. That's when you know that politicians, they know what to do. So if they don't manage it now, they should be happy that people are coming out to protest. And, when people come out to protest, you can still pacify them. But when people don't come out to protest, they come out violently to go after some of the warehouses they have, to loot as much as they can. It becomes bad. Even in the US, you remember during flood issue, right? It became a problem when people started looting. And that's where the problem is going to come, because immediately get to that point, right, that people see that there's no other means. The next thing they want to start doing is to look at that rich guy who is probably a politician in their neighborhood, and they start moving in, attacking them, looting their stuffs. So that's how bad it is now. So that's why I'm more like they need to do something, because if you're still seeing something, if something big is coming and you're still seeing a glimpse of it, and those glimpses of it, you can still control it. So it's good for you, So don't gaslight. If you gaslight them, okay, let them not come out in a gathering that you can still control. Let them now do what they want to do. Then it's really going to be very, very bad. So for me, it's not, probably, normal, it's a normal thing, opposition and all this thing. This is not opposition. This is, I can't even afford, when you can't even afford, before we always say, okay, fine, nobody eats in the afternoon in Nigeria. At least if you eat in the morning, you eat in the night. But now to even eat one is even...
Is that they used to call that 101 back in the day?
Oh, 101. So now it's not even 101 again, right? It's bad. It's bad.
It's now 000, isn't it? 000. Eh?
Larry, anybody that is blaming the opposition now, any government blaming the opposition now, it's clueless. Regardless what policy he thinks or is put it out there or is trying to preach. In this kind of situation, you have to fold your sleep up, take some blame, and show the people you are working. You lead by example. I was talking just before my GSP drop, and one was saying it was not Yoruba land. Every drive that I've started in Abuja and Oyo. And the reason why it has not been full-blown riot, if South goes to riot, Nigeria will go to flame, because a lot of Southerners have people that are sending money to them to cushion their problem. You imagine not that they don't travel. Just imagine areas that they don't travel, they don't have people abroad. That's why we are still having this case, like people are still protesting a little bit. Now people are going to recession. Let them stop Western Union tomorrow if Nigeria will not go in flames. They cannot. Nobody can send money to that.
I think the reason why this time things are a bit different, because I've thought about it in my decades on this earth. This is not the first time we're going to devalue. I remember one devaluation we did. I was in secondary school. Was it? We had one in the 80s, we had in the 90s. We've had it several times. But the difference is the devaluation we did that time, there was a bit of certainty there because it was a fixed rate. So they will just devalue it as a fixed rate. But in this case, you are literally looking at the Naira depreciate on a daily basis. If you are looking at it, you almost have a heart attack. Like it's just going. Because back in the day, I know there was one time we wanted to go to JAND. They just changed the price of tickets and they devalued the currency. It was maybe 6 Naira or something. They turned to 19 Naira or something, maybe early 90s or something like that. So then you say, okay, it was 19 Naira. Then everybody will go through a power. They will adjust. But then that price is fixed. But in today's world, there's high inflation and then the exchange rate keeps going up and up. So you go to the market today, price has increased. It just keeps going. It's not like, okay, they jack up the price and then it stays relatively steady. That was what used to happen in past devaluations. That this devaluation is different because we're floating now. I don't think we've ever done this kind of float before. They call it a managed float, but I don't see any sort of management there because we don't have any money. We don't really have that much dollars to kind of like intervene. CBN doesn't have that much dollars. So there's a sense of hopelessness now because you can't say there's light at the end of the tunnel because you can't even see the freaking, you can't see it. That's the biggest issue I'm concerned with now because it's like a runaway problem. You can't see it. It's like a runaway problem. So you don't know when this thing is going to stop or when it's going to recede. Because if they say, okay, assuming what they did was kind of like a crawling peg rather than float, just generally say, okay, month after month we'll be doing, I mean, if they kind of did it with some, but we don't have dollars to do that too. But it feels helpless. I don't know. It just feels helpless. So we may have it, if they don't do something about food, especially, because I don't know any government that will get there where people are hungry. I don't know what will happen, though, guys. I don't know what will happen.
Colata, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. As Australian dollar poor rich, ask me what is the exchange now? 1,100. I was sending money yesterday and I was smiling.
But that money cannot get anything. You cannot purchase anything at home. Do you know now? There's a drug I used to buy from my mom for 6,000 naira. We are buying it now for 42,000 naira. Indeed.
Yes,
just between
my brother,
2 weeks now. It just dropped to 42,000 naira.
One piece. My mom said you have to triple my allowance now. I doubled it before. Now he said you have to triple it because things are not cheap at anywhere. God.
But you just have to give the equivalent of dollar you used to give before that.
Let me ask you this. Sorry, Ola. Okay, you go first, then I'll come after you.
No. I've finished my question already.
No. I wanted to ask you. Your mom said to triple her allowance, but are you sending more in hard currency? Because if you were sending your mom, let's say you were sending your mom £100 at 1,000 to 1. If that £100 is now 3,000 to 1, you are still sending £100, but you are sending her 3 times as much. You should not really be sending more in hard currency. You
That's
should.
what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Because me, people are sending money to Nigeria. It's almost like I'm happy that it goes up because now I'm sending less money. You understand?
Yes, I'm sending less money, of course. But no, Mike, hold on. You are sending less money on your own side, but that money you are sending to Nigeria, the inflation is not matching what they used to spend before.
Yeah, but no, if you are sending the same amount that you always send, it should still have the same value, because if you are sending 100 Australian dollars, there's no reason to increase it because it still has.
No, Mama, I don't send dollars. I send dollars to my Nigeria account. Then I transfer Nigeria money to her. I don't send dollar. I send naira.
Yes, but what I'm saying is the value that you're sending should not really change. It shouldn't really.
You are right.
Yeah.
You are right.
It changes. See, if you're sending £100 before and £100 is just, for example, is 1,000 naira, and that 1,000 naira will take care of your family for a month and a half or a month and a month and 2 days. But now you say that's £100, it becomes 100,000 naira. But if your family is sincere with you, that 100,000 naira does not even last 2 weeks. That means they will come back again in 2 weeks' time and ask you for £100.
No, what piece? That's not the point. Look at it this way. I was sending to Nigeria at exchange rate of $500 to Canadian dollars before. If I'm sending today, I'm sending almost 1,300. That's exchange for 1,300. So that means they've been about 700, over 700 increase. So, but when I was sending before, a bag of rice was selling for like 40,000, and a bag of rice is selling for like
inflation. People are forgetting inflation.
No. When you use hard currency, it's not really changing. That's what I was trying to tell.
What you buy changes because of inflation. Yes, I get what you're saying in terms of the naira value will increase. Hard currency remains the same, but what the naira can purchase gets smaller relatively because inflation is not static; is increasing.
No. From my own point of view, I don't want to be insensitive. When I look at the items they used to buy with whatever I converted before, they still have more naira, even though that more naira they have may not really be that meaningful. You understand? So you sending that currency, if you are saying that your $100 you used to send before is now less in purchasing power in Nigeria, I think we need to sit down and recalculate, because I don't want to feel insensitive, but I think we might be exaggerating the conversion rate there. That's the way I view it.
Let me play this into the conversation. It's only 2 minutes, so listen to this.
Let's quickly look at this issue where many people, including governors like yourself, wanted the petrol subsidy to be removed. Now that it has been removed and it's kind of inflicting hardship on the people, do you subscribe to the idea of bringing back petrol subsidy? What are your thoughts?
I think let me make it clear to all of you, because you see, my position is clear. I have been an advocate of fuel subsidy removal since I was in the Senate, because it is clear to all of us that people that are benefiting from the so-called fuel subsidy. And of course, if you live in Nigeria, you will agree with me that very few people, numbering hundreds of them, that are benefiting from the fuel subsidy in Nigeria. So, but this time around, when the fuel subsidy was removed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, most of us really applauded his decision, commended his effort, but that is only one step. The second step is, look, and which is more important, every governor in Nigeria have been getting more money than we used to get before the removal of subsidy. For instance, in Kaduna State, in May, precisely, or in June, we had to borrow money to pay salary. But when fuel subsidy removal reflected in our own allocations, we have some surplus of money. That's the reason why I'm telling you we were able to come up with this initiative. If you recall, 3 months ago, I've been able to pay pensioners, even death benefits and gratuity worth about 3.5 billion to our people in Kaduna State. And that is a result of the fuel subsidy removal. And of course, because fuel subsidy removal, that's the reason why we have been able to attract most of this effort we're making to our smallholder farmers, as well as the SMEs in Kaduna State, under an agency called Kadeda. We are distributing 4.3 billion in the next 1 week. That is because of fuel subsidy. So of course, removal. And I think, but there's a lot of misconception about this issue. Everyone in Nigeria is blaming President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. For me, is missing the point, because governance is about local governments, state governments, and the federal governments, as well as effort by the National Assembly. They have also a role to play in ensuring that most of these budgets they made at the level of the federal government, the money is being channeled to developmental areas that affect the people directly by some of these agencies at the federal level.
All right, pick it up from there, Larry. I think, yes, what do you make of that? Larry.
You see, one man, you know, he's saying the truth. He's saying what is really obvious. But, you know, unfortunately, what is happening now is just that even the governors, right, I've not really seen any governor that's, you know, that's really come out to really do things. You know, so if I were the president, I think at this point, I need to look for a way to kind of like, you know, not go through the normal route I was going through before, you know, because the normal route has always been, you will call these governors, they will tell him, papa, at the end of the day, he shares some money and he tells them. At this point, all he just needs to do is to just go all out, forget about them, because they've ended up, there's a lot of blackmail, right? They've ended up shifted a lot of things to him. So he just needs to forget about them, go his own separate way, and let people see what he's doing on his own. Because obviously, all the states, right? All the states are richer now. That's why you see that, you know, a lot of them still do the normal thing, right? Flying private jets here and there. And it's so unfortunate that you still see some of them coming out to say, oh, probably the president should do something. When in actual sense, you know, they all know that there's no magic that the president is going to do, because he removed subsidy. It's not like after he removed subsidy, he increased federal allocation, what is going to the federal government, than what it was before. He removed subsidy, the old money was still going to federation accounts. A lot of you still go into that pot, share, and everybody go on their own separate ways. He just said the truth, because what he said is so obvious. It's obvious. So what I think the president needs to do is to just forget about some of these governors, because he can keep, you know, asking them to do things. I'm not sure that any of the governors is even interested in doing anything, right? Because if they had been interested, you could have seen some of them coming all out to say, yeah, this is a problem. We're all part of this problem. Now, this is exactly what I'm doing in my state to ensure that some of these things, right, don't really go out of hand. But that's not what you're seeing now. You know, you're seeing a lot of them that you see, we're beginning to see that silence, graveyard silence, you know, from most of them. A greater percentage of the governors are silent. They are going their normal way as if problem is not really happening. And once they come out to address people, they're kind of like, oh yeah, the president should do something, the president should do this, the president should do that. So if I were the president, you know, all this issue of calling them to Aure Rock, you know, to talk to them, I will not call them, right? I will go all out. What I can do, if I had to, you've used them, it failed. You use the National Assembly, it failed. Then at this point, it's just like go all out on your own. Let it be federal government assisted, anything. Let it just be federal government assisted. So then when you are doing your own and people are seeing the little you are doing, then they don't have a choice. You throw them under the bus. Because if the president doesn't throw these guys under the bus now, I'm not sure if this whole thing is not going to consume him. So that's what I think. You know,
Larry, sorry.
Hold on. No, just hold on one piece. Thank you, Larry. So thank you, Larry. So, sorry, one piece. I wanted to bail out to hand over to Thomas, so that I can shuffle myself out and shuffle Crown in. So, Thomas, the floor is now yours. Crown has not spoken. Oroyo has not spoken. Mike, of course, Prince Daddy, one piece that was just about to interject then. So, and Ola, of course, as well. So quite a number of people have still not spoken. So thank you, Larry. I think Oroyo should be up next. The super chatters XYZ, T yes, and Kulata, and there's Kulata there. So thank you to all those. Keep them coming. Thank you, Thomas. Yes, over to you, Thomas. Let me bail out before I start to talk gibberish. Thank everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Omar. Yeah, Larry, what I wanted to ask you is, actually, I heard that guy clearly. He was saying that he was able to pay salary of, is it 3.4 billion or before for something billion?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what's the internal generated revenue for Kaduna State?
It's a lot.
So can you imagine the joke, the fat joke that guy came to TV to tell our face that because the president gave him excess money, that he was able to pay a backlog salary of 3.4 billion. If I can remember, I just said generate 70 billion next to Lagos. Lagos generates 200 billion general revenue. I just said generate 70 billion. And Obaseki does not hold salary. It pays. Obaseki is actually one of the government that pays before time. And I believe Kaduna should be generated up to like 40 billion or 40 billion or 50. So your 40 billion you are generating, what are you using it for? Are you using to pay a debt, deficit, or what?
Monthly or annually?
Annually.
Okay.
Annually. So are you telling me you are using to pay deficit or what? Then you still collect. That what generated annually is different from the money government gives to you every month. You share your Abuja money. You go to collect every month, and you are telling us that you cannot. You couldn't pay 4.something billion. I was supposed to hear like we are owing salary of 37 billion, and then I will understand 4.something billion. It's a joke.
Yeah, well, that's how bad it is.
I think he even said he paid arrears of pension, right? Is that what I heard, or salary? I don't know. That country is in a serious crisis, to be honest with ourselves. But then,
Or like even those arrears, it's not a joke. For something billion, you could not pay. You have to wait for the government to send you excess money first.
No, this guy are having a debt portfolio of about 400 billion, over at least about 350 billion that we don't know what they invested.
You understand?
So I don't know.
Security vote alone, he gets is almost $1 billion every month. Security votes. That one is not even there. So 4 more security votes alone can pay those problem. Take up that problem. But you have to wait for the federal government, and now you are wearing Agbada to sit on a TV and say, no, the government, the president is not the problem. We should do this. You and everybody is the problem. We understand the president is not alone in this. What about you guys? Your states. So with the money these people are generating, you're not supposed to be going to Abuja to be collecting money. And they'll tell you they generate 70 billion, 80 billion. Abuja will still give them 200 billion. And yet they'll still be owing salary of 8 months. No infrastructure. Tell me why dollar will not be scarce. They'll say, oh, go and hold their Aboki man. The Aboki man that is selling, just like what is the new slogan now. The kidnapper you catch in the bush are rat tag. So where the 100 million they are paying to, the money they are paying to them, who is not receiving the money?
I think those bandits you mentioned, I think I could be wrong. They might even be among those people responsible for the current forex crisis we have, because you know how much money in the hand of those people. What will they do with the money? You know, they will have to convert, and just to for portability, for them to keep those money. So to me, I don't know. I think if I was the president, I think this is time I will call for emergency for people. I don't know.
What you say?
Just to direct to do resource control and do all those kind of things. I will hide under this excuse. Fast, honestly.
Yeah. What you just said is still not. It's still part of. It's still part of it. You cannot remove anything from the table right now. All hands have to be on deck. Everything is on deck that's causing Nigeria's problem. Not just one thing. The people are selling for in one place. Dollar is going this place. Even permanent secretary are doing their own in one place. We have a leakage, and Tinubu has not fixed that leakage. That is the problem we are having in this country. Bringing policy upon policy when the leakage is not fixed yet, it won't work. No matter how beautiful it is. It's just like you're going to share a Pajero for police to patrol your highway. That does not stop criminality if you don't give them good guns and good logistics. Information to how to put in security terms to really know where they're going to. You understand? So that is the problem, and people have to first of all admit to fire Badamia Amina. That guy is his problem to him. I don't know, can't do my way do that to do for me to love him. It's killing that. It's killing the economy. Do you know that they don't agree? Just right now. Not up to 8 months. Look at the election. Are you guys aware we have 5 aspirants in APC?
Larry, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, sir.
I want to ask you a question. Maybe it will be stupid on my side, or maybe I'm getting it wrong. Yes, don't you think that aggressive redirection of people's energy into productivities we reduce this demand for dollars? You know, I know the type of demand we have now is just a criminal demand, in the sense that people are mopping up, not because they want to be productive. What I'm now saying now is, if we find a way to engage the citizen in something more productive and to take their mind away. And when I mean productivity is beyond taking people to the farm alone. You know, all these our skills that we keep getting from foreign country that we still use dollar, you know.
Yeah.
If you are going to buy cost content now from, let's say, Udemy now, you are still going to spend dollars, right?
Yes, sir.
That's part of sport demand. That if you go to whether Coursera or you go to EX, you're spending dollars. So do we need to go in a very crude way like Trump or what? I don't understand, because this problem might escalate.
When I started this whole conversation, I said something. We need a sort of heterodox economics. And at this point, right, what we need, that's what I mean by, you see, when we say all hands on deck, we are in a problem. It's a big problem. I'm expecting the president to start signing some executive orders now.
A problem is a kind word. We're in crisis.
So he needs to start signing some executive orders, and let him start. It starts from the government itself.
Larry, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I don't know if you changed your mind, but about a couple of weeks ago, I asked you if Nigeria was at war, and you said no. So now that you're asking that we put all hands on deck and get to work, what are you trying to insinuate? What exactly are you talking about?
Okay. You said the last time you asked me, things were not this bad. Things were not this bad. That time, right? We still thought, with some policies put in place, things can actually, they can still get things back to something that is still manageable. But unfortunately, where we are now, we are not even seeing any light at the end of the tunnel or anything. It's not like we've got to that point where we can say, okay, fine, tomorrow is going to be better. We've got to that point where everything from everywhere, it's not going right. So that's why I said what we need now, right, is the president. You see, if the president come out tomorrow, number one, address the nation, let them know that this is a big problem. Roll your sleeves, put out some executive orders. Number one, let the Ministry of Trade and everything, let them go and outline everything that is, the major things that are kind of like from the government that they need dollars. Bring executive order, cancel some of those things. Now, all out, is it whatever we have? If you need to aggressively, put it in, I don't know how it's going to do it. Aggressive, it's more of an aggressive approach to something that's normal.
Well, I hear you. It's not normal. So how come I was able to perceive that the situation was that bad to have declared war on the economy, that now is the right time? Well, okay. Earlier, I think I heard you also talking earlier that look, these guys, they trying to manage the dollar. It's not working. I think I heard somebody said Cardoso and his guys, they are the ones buying the dollar. And I said it even as early as of yesterday. Actually, I said it also that look, these guys, it appears that they don't know what they're doing. Yeah, they're getting some things right now in the past couple of weeks, but they don't seem to know what they are doing. But for what I heard today, it sounds like they actually know what they are doing, but rather they are the ones circumventing the economy and the country. So which side are we going on? Do they know what they're doing, or they don't know? Or they know what they're doing, but they are the ones causing trouble for the country?
You see, in terms of knowing what they are doing, the only thing I have, right, against Cardoso's policy is just that Cardoso still believes that it's a problem of money supply, which in actual sense is not even the problem now. And I'm very sure, if you look at Cardoso like 1 month ago, it was kept saying, oh, the true value of naira is 800, it's this, is that. If you ask Cardoso the same question today, and if Cardoso is being truthful to himself, I'm sure he will definitely tell you he doesn't even know. So that's why I was more like they should leave that orthodox economics, because this is sometimes when things are very bad, right? Even if it's in democracy, you still need to do some things that that it's not normal. You just feel the people just think, oh, this is not normal, right? In the normal market, it's not normal. But that's what is going to stop the bleeding. So what I think they need to do now, it's a whole lot of things. Just like Ola said, if it's a whole lot of things. So I won't say Cardoso, Cardoso just need to leave that normal, everything is going to normalize. Nothing is going to normalize. We all know that. There's no economics that will tell you that, oh, if they do this, if they do that. No. They just need to, if it's a crude way of achieving some of these things, do it.
Okay, Larry, let me make a suggestion. Do you think Nigeria should act like a country in a bankruptcy situation? This suggestion is actually wicked, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
It is wicked in such a way that if I knew that workers, when they got their wages, the first thing to do is to mop up the forex in the country.
Mm-hmm.
So should we have an emergency that, okay, for those people within this income bracket?
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy, though. This is crazy.
I
You should
know
not spend more than a percentage of your money.
No. I know what you're saying.
That's the way I say it's just crazy.
On Nigerian worker salary, I think in a year is it up to 200 billion naira?
You are looking,
bros.
No, it's more than that.
You see, if I were Tinubu, right? Let's not tell ourselves the truth. If I were Tinubu, immediately I got there, the first thing I would do if I were Tinubu was to just call probably KPMG or probably PwC, please come and audit federal government wages. Because the major problem of Nigeria today, right, is that wage bill.
No, you shared the topic now, Larry. I asked you a question specifically for the forex situation.
No, the forex situation. You see, the forex situation.
What we said. When I said Nigerian workers, I'm not talking of the federal government. I mean banks, telecom, and private sectors. Federal government is not paying. It's not. I bet you. I don't think federal government is even paying 1/10 of what is going. The private sectors are paying, right? The private sector.
Mm-hmm.
So now, if we know that because huge amount of money flowing, and this will mop up our dollars, what do? Should we just go crazy? Or you said the other time that EFCC should run after people.
Mm-hmm.
Is it that, okay, we should find a way to force the parallel markets that, okay, anybody selling currency that we cannot trace will be going to jail? But then again, look at it this way.
Mm-hmm.
How do you monitor if I went to Nigeria, I had like $9,000 on me. So because it's not mandatory to declare that, right? And ended up, Prince, let me just land it so that Larry can. We are just trying to brainstorm. Now, you won't even know where that $9,000 will be going. So how do we trace that? So what exactly? Because I think everybody, including us, every Nigerians, wherever they are, this one has gone beyond the government now.
Exactly.
Because if this casala burst, It doesn't matter where it doesn't matter where you are. It does not matter. You will feel it.
Yes, sir.
Irrespective of the degree of the impact. So, what crazy thing do you think we can do?
No, you see, for me, number one, Cardoso should just stop anything. All this he wants to increase supply. Number one, stop it. If what they get from now is good that we can actually get, know what CBN is getting.
No, Larry, hold it. These supplies we are talking about, we have to be very careful too. We don't know. We don't know. I sincerely believe that if we have enough supply, people will be forced to reduce the money they are owing. But it's a bad recommendation if I say Nigeria should go and borrow and throw the thing into the market. It's a bad strategy because we don't even know how much naira available to mop it up. So if CBN can quickly say, okay, we have this magnitude of naira to mop this up, then if it is short term for people to start taking position in naira rather than dollar, then we can say, okay, borrow and face the consequence in the short term. But can you ever trust government officials in Nigeria? What they're going to do with the money once they get the money?
Let me ask one. So, see, the mopping up of the dollar in the economy. See, I think those are
your voice is low. Can you come closer to your microphone, please?
Sure. Let me see if it's better. Is it better now? I don't know.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to say, Cardoso's job and Tinubu's job. It's if we have like real economic activities in the country, right? It would be much better to trace, track, and attack, whatever problem that we are having. But the problem we're having is very limited to real economic activities, right? So we just have people that have a whole bunch of money stacked up in their homes, wherever, and they can engage that funds at any time just to profit. Such people, obviously, they have a lot of money. They don't care about doing any real business. So being able to track, real flow of dollar in the economy and maybe try to divert or curb some dollar go to certain sector is quite difficult. So that's what I'm saying that, look, it sounds like a lot, and maybe you and Larry, you guys know what is going on. But does Cardoso knows what is going on to the point that, hey, this is what he needs to do to mop up the dollars? Because I think I heard Coletta said earlier that maybe by March, the dollar to the naira will be about 2,000. And what is stopping it from going up to 3,000 or 5,000 naira to a dollar? Because based on what we know or what is going on, that they are trying to apply basic economic theories to the problem, is not going to work. It's not going to work.
Prince Daddy, when we are in a crisis, when the economy is in a crisis, sometimes you never can know what will work, because you think you are doing the right thing, but you are not looking at how people will respond. If what Cardoso did in Nigeria, if you've done it somewhere else, the economy might have responded differently. You understand?
No, because because that'd be the right answer to the right problem.
Now, I people like us, we thought about it. Okay, can the government increase interest rate to encourage people to take position in dollars, in naira? But then that's not the problem. The problem is this: when you compare what you are going to gain to the inflation, that's the problem. Because assuming we are exporting now, that we are adding more forex, that okay, we can balance it out. That would have been my suggestion. If your interest rate is 5%, increase it to, like, say, 15% in the short term, and bear it's going to be debt. It's going to be create some kind of challenges locally.
Well, who's bearing this name? Is it someone that changed the name today? Is it someone new or?
It's me. What piece?
What piece?
Oh, what piece? Oh, is it that changed?
No, he has
what does that mean? Now? What does
No, I have my platform.
Huh?
I have my platform.
Oh, you do? Now
yeah.
Tell me.
Oh,
it's Japanese only.
No. 1 month personally. I just started 3 weeks ago because it's a test run, so it's more like my friends, Like
I do politics.
I do politics. Mainly, I do politics. So if I invite you, except you want to come and defend your party. Apart from that, you will not really fit in. It's just mainly the politics. What's going on in those states?
Speaking about over politics.
No. 1 man will tell you the platform now. If you're not tight, you can even come in. The platform is not for kids. So when I started the Kulata, no. What I mean is this. It's not. What I'm trying to say is that it's not for this agbado. All those kind of shout. No, we don't discuss. Religion and tradition. There, no, it's pure things issues that concerns one's life,
like
politics, development. Yeah.
One piece. I'm thinking of even starting one when I have time at the curriculum. I want to start teaching people how to build applications. So if I take you,
that's very good. Yeah, it's very good. It's very good.
Like 3 to 4 applications before the end of the. So I'm looking at.
So what is are you saying? Yes, about agbado and stuff like this.
No. This is a very.
Your own is very more advanced than this one, have you?
No. This is a very sound platform. This one mass platform is a very sound platform. What I mean is that it's not. I don't want to call other people's platform.
What makes your own more advanced?
Just look my name now. Just look at the name. Go and check and see and give me feedback.
Name. Let me say I give myself a super name.
No. What I mean is this. Please now. Just as you know, my show is Upper Reporters TV at YouTube. Just go at Upper Reporters. Go and watch my previous stream. We have like 5 streams now, and see and come back and give me feedback.
So the kind of logic you are presenting there is too high for me, Abi.
It's not for you. I'm not saying for you. I'm not saying too high for you. I'm saying it's not where you just come and start forgetting it. Upper class. It's for the upper class. Thank you.
For upper class like you, Abi.
No. It means people that have something upstairs to say, not people just come to start chanting AIDS without facts. You understand? We don't want tribal issue there. We don't want hate issue there. We try to sensitize people.
It's already tribal.
What piece? We come on. I can't join one of these.
Somebody's squeaking.
But Larry. Yeah. Oh,
somebody's switching. I don't know, but somebody's switching just now. Maybe it's you, I don't know. Can you talk again like I see if I can hear? Can you see something?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's clear, very clear now. It's clear now.
Okay, sounds good. So I was gonna have Larry land on his point.
We can hear you.
Yeah, Larry, go ahead and land your point. I think you're saying something.
I think I'm done. Probably Thomas can go somewhere.
Yeah, Thomas, can you go on that topic, man? I beg. Thomas. Is he frozen or is he?
Oh yes,
he's having network.
DOG. Do we have DOG? My network is better than Japan. Network. Yeah, DOG. Yeah. If there's any other topic here. Oh yes. Be patient. Oh yes. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Can hear you.
Yeah. Be patient with my father. Tinubu daughter begs Nigeria. In the middle of the hardship. Yeah, Mike. Let's kick that one with Mike. What do you think? Why is she even talking? Did you need to talk? You know they will abuse her now. Why is she talking?
Did she really talk or somebody just say she's talked? You know, Nigeria. If you say you're sorry when you didn't say anything, well, let's assume she said something, Sha. Ah, you know. Uh, well, like you said, she doesn't need to talk. But the point of the matter is, I just think they need to do more communication and just saying be patient. You know, they have to kind of give people idea of what they are doing and what's leading to what, what's causing what, and what they are trying to find out, and how people can, what people need to steps, because there's no solution to every problem in life, and give people options of things they can be doing to for the short term or the long term, whatever. It's just issue of communication. I think that's what the problem is. That's always been the main problem of the Nigerian government. They don't understand the concept of communicating, because governance is all hands on deck. You understand? It's both the people and the policymakers. Yeah, development, advancement is all hand on deck. In fact, people are more responsible for the advancements of society than politicians, because politicians' own is to just create policies to support what the people's creativity. You understand? Whatever people come up with, you create policy to enhance it, to allow, allow people to advance and things like that. That's the work of government. So what government should be doing is telling people, hey, these are problems, these are the issues we have, these are where we're trying to go, these are things we're trying to achieve. And then the best minds in society will take that information and start to think. And then the best minds will begin to come up with solutions to the problems. And then government will now look at the solutions that the people have created, and then government will not create policy behind those solutions, and that's how you advance the society. But it's not like you're governing, you don't even talk to the people. People don't know what you're doing, where we are going. It's like everybody's just like freestyling. So that's been the problem of Nigeria. The US, in these Western countries, their government are probably the most, I would say, the laziest government. They literally don't do much but collect tax and support the creative people, because the people create the corporations, they create the organizations, the businesses, the industries. It's the creative minds of the society that are doing those things. And what the governments just do is to see what they are doing and put
and create
policy behind
the
it.
enabling
Exactly.
environment.
And they support them and they help them, and then whenever one of them is kind of maybe trying to collapse or having problem, government will go and bail them out to keep them on their feet. You understand? Because government know that they are the one that are creating jobs, so they put money behind it to keep them on their feet. And government, once they are back on their feet, government begin to extra tax them again to collect their money back. So that's not what I'm saying. So that's all the government do in all these advanced countries.
Mike, I've been in this country for 10 years, 1 decade. I've barely met anyone working personal with the government. I don't even, I've even met anyone. I've met one person working in the court before.
In fact, America is even begging government to get out of their business. They beg. It's like you see people protesting like government should get out of their business. Just take your hands and get away from me. Like everybody, like the progressive people, most, they just want government to leave them alone. Like government, just leave us alone. Let us continue to do our thing. That's what people even fight for.
Mike,
what?
Mike, what's the name of your governor?
What, in US?
Yeah, US. Yeah.
I don't even know. I don't think about the government exactly.
He doesn't even know it.
I don't even think about them like that.
let me tell you. I mean, it's just funny.
That's how bad people don't even. I don't even know. Many times they will be saying they are doing the election, maybe election. I don't even. I just walk past those signs, man. They'll be sending me this in the mail to go vote for this person. I don't have time for this, man. I'm trying to get money to make. So I don't even worry about government like that, because I'm trying to be creative.
Because things are working. Or they work on a road, and they want to commission it. You
want to commission road. You don't see any of that, man. We don't even know. Even some of So that's the thing, man. Like, like whenever issue you're having, it's like you just deal with companies. In America here, most of your issues you deal with companies. if you're having problem with your network, if company that you're calling, and then any issue you have in America, yeah, who you are blaming is a company, it's not a government. If something's wrong with your lights in your house now, you know that you also your electricity company say okay, and you go to something they call BBC, Better Business Bureau, and you go and cut their ratings. You understand? Go and complain about that company just to spoil their image. Or you know what I'm saying? Like you go and and they they rate like different companies. People go there and drop their ratings because they didn't give you good service. Or that's how people deal with I've never seen this time in America where I have problem. I'm starting to think about this politician is the reason I don't have a job. Or this politician is the reason why my clinical is not good or clinical. And then it's the company, it's one corporation that's in charge, And when I don't like their service, I complain. I go to another company, So we don't think about government like that, So yeah, and most of so unfortunately, the Nigerian government just need to understand. You have to communicate with the people. What are we trying to achieve in Nigeria? Where are we going? Just talk to communicate with the society so the people can know that hey.
But Mike, all those companies you are talking about in US, government is behind them.
Hey, that's what I said now. That's what government do. But government didn't create them though. You have to agree with me.
No, what we are saying, government regulates the
way. And that's what you are saying. My point now. That's what I'm saying.
Our own case, corruption.
We don't even have companies. We don't have it. We are not creating, not because we don't have the ability to create. It's because we don't have government that communicates with the people to let them understand that hey, we need to be creative. We are trying to. This is what we want. When you encourage your people, I'll give you an example. John F. Kennedy just made it during his inauguration. He told the American people, say, listen, tell me what. How did he say it? Tell me what you can do for your country, not what your country can do for you. And if you tell us what you can do for your country, and then we can give you the support to do it. That's what Nigerian government should be telling Nigerian people. Hey, everybody, think what you can contribute to your country, and government
must show that they are responsible too.
That's what I'm saying now. I think you are just creating an necessary argument. We are saying the same thing. I'm telling you the mistake the government is making is that they are supposed to be telling people like, listen, if you are creative, what can you do for your country, and we will support you. Come forward, be creative, find solution to a problem, and you become rich. That's the easiest communicate. If I become, that's one the key word a government should be telling Nigerian people is: if you want to become rich today, just find solution to any problem we're having, and
Mike,
we will give you.
Mike, sorry to
Mike,
I just want you to consider this. Mike, don't you think in America, because of the restructuring, the state control their resources, and the level of
my brother, all that state controlling resources things is not what's make America progress. Americans are not progressing on resources in the states. It's the companies.
Okay, bye. Is this what I just want you to consider it? Like in America now, the resources of each state or community, more than 50% belong to that people. So they don't need to worry about what is going on in Zamfara or
Remy, let me tell you something. It's not the resources of the states that are making those states even do well. It's the companies that move to those states. The companies.
I understand.
It's not the natural resources in California that make California so rich. It's the Silicon Valley, Hollywood, so many creative. Is the creative. Well, and Nigeria, we need to stop this. I want to control my kineton that's in the ground. And
Mike,
let me go ahead.
Mike, the question is this: Babajelico is also there. Every state have their own constitution or law.
I get it. I get that.
Some of them have a way of doing business that they attract investors.
Remy, you need to listen to my point here. Okay. What I'm trying to say is we need to get away from this states and have to control this and that, and we need to go to promoting creativity. You understand?
I totally agree with you.
We need to start promoting creativity. This mind that we have that until they allow me to control something that's inside the soil before my life will be better. We need to get away from that because we need to promote more of. Wait, hold on. We need to hold on, guys. Allow me. We need to get away from this mentality of my survivor or my success depend on what God put inside the ground. You understand?
Mike,
Or the
okay, Mike, good
advancement
point.
of my region or advancement of my life depend on something that God is put inside ground. That's a useless man's reasoning. You understand?
Okay, Mike,
What if God didn't have all
exactly.
those things? Wait, hold on now, hold on. What if God didn't put those things in the ground? Do the Japanese people they believe that their survival depends on something God put in the ground? They don't have reason, the Germans or these Europeans. So we need to start and you start with the government. Start telling Nigerian people, listen, whatever is in the ground does not belong to you. You need to start using your brain to become to figure your own advancement and stop waiting for the day government will start digging something from the ground and start making it to change your life and giving sharing money for you or what the heck.
Okay, good
Creativity,
point,
man.
Mike.
Creativity and productivity. That's what we should be preaching to our people.
Look,
Okay, good point, Mike. Let me
Mike,
take your place.
Nigerian people are very creative.
Okay, what are we producing and exporting to the world?
Let me put my 2 cents in, Mike. Your description of America sounded like you were describing Nigeria, actually, because I'm not sure how many Nigerians depend on the government. And to the contrary, actually, you know, America is perhaps the largest welfare state in the world. I hope you know that.
I know that, but now let me.
Okay, hold on. You can't tell me
finish,
that
go ahead.
Nigerians. You can't tell me that a large percentage of Nigerians depend on the government for their daily survival. That's not the case. And by the way, the way Nigerians are complaining right now about high inflation, high
But hold
food
on now.
prices
Let me
and
respond to
whatnot.
that point you make. I got it before you move on. Let me respond to that point you make. You said a lot of the population depend on refuge. Of course. Hold on. Let me learn. What you need to understand about human population is this: there are two category of human being. There are people that are born with exceptional minds. They are natural born leaders, and then the rest are just population followers. Right now, those few people are who you need to change society. You understand? Those few exceptional minds are who you need to change. You don't need all the population to be super crazy, super genius for anything change. All you need is a few among the society to change it. Every advancement in human history, it took one man to create it. It took one man to invent electricity. It took one individual to. So those are that's what I'm speaking to. Like you need to speak to your population, and among your population, hold on. Let me learn. Among your population, the best minds will begin to find solutions to problems. It doesn't have to be everybody that have to have
Yeah.
solution. That's the point I'm making.
Well, yeah, I agree with your point. I'm not disagree with your point, but I'm just trying to make. I'm just trying to do the comparison.
And the so-called welfare you're talking about, the money they are using to pay the followers is the money they take from those that are creative. You know that, right? They tax those of us that are hardworking and everything. And they use it to pay the rest. But you can't have society where no one is being creative. You know, there's nowhere to produce.
Yeah.
And you want to say you want to give everybody welfare. Where's the government going to get the money from?
Okay, you're right about that because the new data that just came out, from the IRS, the top 1% of Americans pay about 43% or more of the total tax. Imagine that. So
Exactly.
that supports your point. But I was just trying to draw a similarity or comparison in the sense that look, Nigerians, the common Nigerians, they don't depend on the government. And I know you know
Really,
that right
when they
now.
took away subsidy, what's going on now?
Well, and I know you know that right now also a lot of Americans are complaining about high
you
food
think
prices,
America doesn't
high inflation.
subsidize food and some other item?
No,
They just took away subsidy now, so now we are seeing how much they don't depend on governments.
Well, for their daily bread, that just part that the subsidy. I mean, okay.
We've been depending on government for too long, man. They've been subsidizing us for so long now.
Well,
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, then it sounds like you don't know the level of subsidy that goes on in America itself. You don't have a clue about that. Sounds like I don't think you do.
I get that. I'm not saying it doesn't go on, but you're the one presenting argument that we don't depend on government at all. It does, but at least we can say, hold on, at least we can say where the government is getting the money to subsidize people is coming from the people. The government of America is not using their own money that they earn from foreign something to be pay people or from natural resources.
Mike,
they tax you even when they give you something back. If you look at how much government will give you back, those people you are calling on welfare, many of them have been working. Government taxes.
If you say, hold on, if you say the money the American government is spending is coming from the people, then why so much such a large deficit in the American economy? Right. So so that means we should be at equilibrium, right? They take enough money and they pay out the same amount for the expenses, but that's not the case. America is way over its head.
But at the end of the day, but America's on debt because they spend on too many ridiculous things like defense. I mean, how can you be spending 500 billion, $800 billion on defense? I mean, that's what's causing them to be in debt, man. So many unnecessary things like that. But if you are telling me that what they are giving for welfare compared to what they are taking from the people, they're taking more from the people than they are giving to welfare. The amount of taxes, if you call the amount of what they take from the people, from the productive people, if you match it with what they are giving to welfare, the one that giving the welfare is not a scratch. Or it's not even doesn't even match. They take more.
Well, I say now that's.
Are you denying that?
No, you get it. You have to break down welfare into different categories because there's corporate welfare also. Mike, you need to do a little bit study. If you know
what study are you telling me? What America collects from Americans in terms of taxation, if you match it to what they give to what they're giving on welfare, the welfare amount is not close. Are you kidding me?
See, Mike.
Well, you have to give numbers. You can't just say that categorically. You got to give numbers. I have to look it up myself.
Go and look it up now.
See, Mike. What you are saying, why theoretically is correct. I think people here, they've suggested a solution to the problem, but it depends on whether you want to accept it or not. See, creativity is, you understand, you must have policies to back up creativity. You have to force your people through your policies to be creative. Now, look at the major thing that government are supposed to even do to provide conducive environment for people. Even if people still want to go primitive, like subsistence farming, insecurity alone cannot even let people go to the farm. And in the agricultural sector alone, the value chain around that place alone can spring a type of creativity. Now, even though I believe that for the large scale, you don't need to be shouting electricity before you establish for the large scale. Small to medium, I understand you need electricity. Then there's no electricity even for the low to the medium scale people to perform. So when you look at all those things, then where will you go back to? You see the government.
If I hold on, give me a second. If Nigerian government come out today and say, okay, we have this money and we're looking for a Nigerian engineer, so scientist, whoever, to come and help us design nuclear power plants, and we have uranium somewhere in the north, can they find them?
See, you don't have to go towards that magnitude.
I'm just telling you that. No, I'm just telling you that a lot of things. Hold on.
See, Mike, you are talking of special skills. Those are
not special skills. What else are we talking about here? We are talking about American society. What do you think? Is it special skills? You are coming here telling me about planting something in the ground. Is that creativity? What is it? We're speaking about creativity and you're coming here talking about agriculture. Is that creativity? Is it not something that's a stone age creativity now?
Agriculture is creativity.
No, it's stone age creativity. Everybody's figured that out from the beginning of time.
Well, go talk to the.
We are talking about technological advancement. Come on, man. Let's have an advanced conversation here, man.
Mike, see, I think what he's trying to tell you is that what you're suggesting is like a special skill, setting. That even the average skill, we don't even have it. I think that's what he's trying to make you understand. But I think you didn't allow him to land. But he's trying to make you understand that you are even going far. Talking about nuclear, we never even talk about normal hydro. We are going nuclear. Do you understand what I'm telling you? You get what I'm
even hydro? That's what I'm saying. But we don't have mines. Anyway,
we don't have it. But at the same time,
the mines are not working. Is the point?
No. See, you have to look at it this way too. Most of these people you talk about that does it here in the West, right? Most of those things came out of research.
That's what I'm saying now.
How many of our universities, how many government-funded research do we have in Nigeria? That's how you look at it. Because when you put in money there, that's why government, even in some of these medications, right? The research is on for like 10 years. So you need You need public fund. Let me just plan. You need public fund in researches like that, right?
Mhm.
Because it's, I mean,
Joe, Mike doesn't believe in that. Mike doesn't
Hold on,
believe
I
that.
never. Okay, what makes you think I don't believe in that? Where did I say that?
Well, you said it in numerous in the past in numerous occasions that
No.
no.
This is what I'm telling you. Listen, this is what I'm telling you. Remember, I said it during the beginning. I said government need to communicate with the people that hey, you need to show what you can do for your country, and when you show it, we will back you. You know, that's what I'm saying. So the blame largely is on the government side, is that they are not working with the people. I agree with that. I don't dispute that with you guys. Now, on the other side, it doesn't excuse the people as well, like the creative minds. Now, Joe, you can't sit there and tell me that most of the inventions that has happened in the Western world were all funded or created or government had hand in it. As far as the research goes, a lot of it, yes, government look at some things. Okay, we can want things, and they go to the scientists and say, "Can you come up with this?" And the scientists go into research. Government fund it, and they
Government is
create
behind
it.
it.
But hold on, let me land.
Government is
There are
behind
some.
everything.
Hold on now, let me land. I just go. Hold on. But vast majority of inventions were just individuals that didn't have any connection with government, and no one funded it. They figured it on their own.
Okay, can I come in now? Let me tell you something, Mike. See, let me put it this way. You see, you make your point and you contradict yourself. Look, there's one thing. There was a statement you made, right? You said that when you compare what America is giving in terms of welfare and what the government is offering, right? That it does not come close. Meaning that what
Hold
the
on, say it
government
again. No. That's not what I said.
if I got you right. And
No,
but even if you did, you were right, right?
no.
Because when you look at
Hold on.
hold on,
Say
now,
it again. Say it again. Let me make sure I heard you correctly.
okay, I said right. I think if I what I understood, you were talking about, you were saying something like that what the government offers, right? Because we're talking about taxes, right? So we're saying you were saying something like what the government offers, right?
No.
Is
What
much
government
is
put into welfare? What they give? Like in America, where people on welfare, all these saying
yes,
welfare people.
yes, yes,
What
yes.
I'm
So
saying is
what they
that what
put
the
into
government collects from those of us that
yeah,
are productive, if let's
okay,
say what the amount we put into the IRS, the system, in terms of
mm-hmm.
taxation, if we
Yeah,
put it together and compare to what government now give to those that are on welfare, what
yeah.
I'm saying is like what they give into the welfare system is less than what we put in, the population put into taxation. That's what I said.
Definitely. Oh, you're right on that one. That you're right. But even what I was even talking about, I think it was like, even if we look at about the taxation, right, versus what the government offers, like the infrastructure, the social system, and all that. What we see here, even down to the road infrastructure, like the way we have it in Nigeria, right? You find out that they put in more. You get more value for whatever thing you're paying to the government. In Nigeria, we don't have that value from government. Now, see, let me tell you,
Joel, hold on. Joel, hold
Mike,
on.
let me tell you something.
Give one
Hold on.
example. Give one example before we move on. Give an example of
Okay.
what a value that American
Okay.
people get from the government.
My brother, see, let me tell you something. When you look at insecurity, for instance, right? You look at the infrastructure, right? I know that we've been here for so long that we take certain things for granted. But at least I know where I'm coming from, like about 10 years ago. And I know what it's like. So I know the difference. Even going to school, these are the intangible stuff you cannot really place hand on. You're going to school, for instance, you're not thinking about you are not talking about the funds to go to school, right? You're not reading with lantern, right? You come in, you turn on the light, you turn on water is flowing. With those things are intangibles that we don't really see. But I bet you, if I take you down to maybe in a remote village in Anambra State, and in the morning we have to fetch, we say, oh, there's no water, then we have to take some can, and we have to walk some miles to go get some water, right? By the time you carry that water and come back, you're going to be like, wow, you will start appreciating what we have.
Yeah,
here.
but what makes Nigeria so unique in that regard? So you can find the same kind of
Nigeria
problem in India.
In Nigeria's case, there is no support from government. You see, let me tell you something. Even here, when you have an invention, right? If you don't get direct funding from government, right? They've already set up funds, like all these hedge funds. So there are the funds are there, right? For anyone that has an invention. If you have an invention right now, there are people that are going to take it up. They will advertise it on TV.
So
What do you have?
okay,
Bring it up, right?
oh, no,
And we
I
also do
appreciate.
things
Oh
like,
no,
hold
I
on now.
appreciate you elevating Nigeria all the way to the same level as America. But okay, do you have a closer nation that you can compare Nigeria to, maybe, by any chance?
See, I am not trying to compare the United States and here. All I'm telling you is something that is not rocket science. If the president, for instance, right, can, if they can spend about, say, 100 billion on cars and all that, that same 100 billion can go into research. It's a matter of priority. So it's not rocket science. I'm not telling us to
I get you, but
reinvent
at
the
the
wheel.
same time, American government is the most wasteful government in the world. If you didn't know
Forget
that,
whether they look. Even if they're wasteful, they're on the right.
I
Even if
agree
they're
with you,
wasteful,
Joe, and stuff of how the Nigerian government don't invest into research. Yeah, they need to do that.
you
And
understand me?
also
They're on the right.
and
So
our
if
elites, our
the government, Mike, let me just plan, right? In as much as they tax us, we still have enough for ourselves, depending on the kind of job you're doing. And let me tell you, you do not create wealth from
Joe, what tax are you paying in Nigeria? What tax is that?
Let me land, my brother. Sometimes you see, sometimes I'm not even talking for you. We are addressing a larger audience, right? You see, sometimes it's not about the income. The income will not make you rich. What will make you rich is investment. So it doesn't matter how much you earn. My point is this: when you come to the United States, if you say you want to study, the infrastructure for you to study is there. You don't even need to catch a bus. If you can do your normal job, get into a place, get a little car, and you're making your move. It is easier here, far easier than someone in Nigeria. I don't know if some of you studied in Nigeria or grew up in Nigeria. It is like, whatever thing you have. Look, this car thing we are talking about. Let me tell you something. Let me just give you an instance. Then I will yield the floor. This car thing we are talking about. There was a car that was developed by what's his name? Mr. Izogo. Yeah. In Imo State. I'm talking about in 1987-88.
Yeah, what did he invent?
He invented a car.
A car.
They were calling it a car, right? So
Car's already been invented. I mean, I can't invent something that's already been invented.
I don't know.
No. He built one. That's what I'm trying to say. He built one, right?
From
and
scratch?
It was from the scratch. He built
engine.
One, right?
He created his own engine, everything.
I mean, I will not tell you if every component of the car, right, was built by him. But one thing I will tell you for sure is that he built a car that we all saw. I mean, you can Google him, Engineer Nzogo, or something like that. I went to school with his son.
He probably only made a car seat. Okay, he made a car seat. Okay.
Right? So he built it, right? So what I'm just saying is this, right? What he built then might not be something that a lot of us might say, oh, we do like it. But if the government supported it, which was what he was calling for.
Joe, I hate when Nigerians always come out with this argument.
Before Innocent even came to be, right? We would have had cars built long time ago. But we do not invest in research. We do not help our people. I mean, I'm talking about intentionally. Let me tell you, if you go back and you listen to Peter B on how Innocent came to be, right? You'll be surprised. No, let's be honest. When we see someone do something right, forget the politics aside. Go and listen to the story. When he saw Innocent, he said, "What? Do you know the kind of boost? You come to my shop, you come to where I'm working and say, oh, okay, you're doing this. No problem. I'm ordering 1,000 cars from you. Do you know that is like they support even the road to your business? I am going to build it. There is that
I'm
morale.
sorry. Did he say he did that as a governor? I didn't get it. Did he do that as a governor in Anambra?
As a governor, yeah, as a governor.
He did that. Okay.
Yeah, as a governor, because during his time, he will tell you that if you're going to open up a business in Anambra State, that he will come and visit you. Don't come to me. I will come and visit you. And when he comes there, he looks around. One of the reasons why he does that is when he comes there, probably you have a place and the road to your place is not good. He has his own personal assessment. Okay, you need road to this place. Then he will not empower you. He will build the road to your place.
Peter B plays the most useless kind of politics in this world. Okay,
it's okay.
The most pandering, useless politics. Hold on a second. If he did his job normally and things are functioning, what the heck should he go visit a store owner and build a road for that person? Does that even make any sense?
Why? No. See, let me tell you something. The road he's building, the road the person is building too, right? He's not building it in the sky. Other people are going to use the road too. The thing there is this: if you have an infrastructural problem and you have a business coming in and you feel like you want to support the business, it is not out of place. That is my point to you. So you're asking me what is the result at the end of the day? At the end of the day, where is innocent today? We are talking about innocent today. And even him, innocent, will tell you that this place wouldn't have been the way. Probably he could have, but at this rate, it wouldn't have come up this way if it's not for this person.
How do we even get to this?
So whatever way you want to look, whatever way you want to, you say what?
Thomas just disappeared. No wonder. Okay, continue. I don't wonder we landed here. I thought he was taking me somewhere. I mean, there was a question.
So you understand what I'm saying? That is the thing. All I'm saying too. For some of us who say he's pretending, let's please. If they can pretend, let them pretend. I made the dollar $500 to $500 to a dollar. If it's pretend. If you can pretend and invest in research, pretend and research and invest in research. I don't get it. Sometimes it's like it's about the person that did it. No.
Okay, Joe. See, I know you. Hold on. If you're talking, let me interject too. Hold on. See, just like you know, I've tried to maybe come up with the reason why things seems to work in America, and I think I've synthesized it to a very simple concept. Really, the institution that people, what you call the forefathers or the founders of this nation many years ago, the institution that they built over the years, okay, it's what is making America kind of function right now, really. And it's not unique to America. If you go to Western Europe and other places too, where they have great and working institutions, things seems to work very well. Just like a well-oiled company, okay, it can last for a very long time. We don't have very strong institutions in Nigeria and maybe in Africa, right? But the problem that you're talking about that Nigeria faces today, we have those kind of problems also in America. We have plenty of problems in America. But guess what? A lot of things seems to work. Just like someone just asked Mike earlier, I think it was you. Does he know the governor of the state? I think he said he didn't know. But nobody cares about the governor of the state. As long as things are working, that's what you care about. That's what you care about. And they have policies in place, they have structures in place, and gradually, by the way, many of that, and I think you know that also by politics, we don't want to go there, that many of these good institutions are crumbling gradually somehow, some way. But again, the credit goes to the founders of this country in many ways. And I think at the inception of Nigeria, I think we kind of had that also. We had that somewhat in a much larger scale. Many regions were doing very well.
I do not know how this pertains to Peter Obi and innocent cars. But anyway,
you're the one that took it there now. I wonder myself how we ended up there, because me, I've exhausted this with that guy. I don't like talking about the guy again.
I don't know where he's coming from, but this is one thing I want to tell you, Prince. What I want to tell you is this, right? The situation in the United States, the forefathers, no matter what you say about the forefathers, they put in the foundation. But let me tell you something.
That's what I just said.
Hold on. Let me land. For those of them that took
But
up
I got
that
a
foundation
question. How did
and
those
oiled
founding
it and
fathers
maintained it, for those people that maintained it as well, they have to be given credit.
I
Now,
totally agree with you. Totally agree.
if we are going to look at Nigeria from the lens of the 60s, right? I mean, we don't make those kind of people no more. What happened? There was a
like who?
tireless investment by leaders over the years. Over the years. So it is not a question of what we think about Nigeria. We are seeing it. You can look. The other day I was listening to Ruben Abati, right? I went on to, apart from what's this other guy? I don't normally see him on Arise again. Mr. Charles. I don't know where he is. We don't make those kind of people no more. We don't make those kind of look at them. But those days, I remember, even if you're watching NTA, you're listening to people like Frank Olize. You see people that have that went through it.
Come on now.
No, I'm being honest with you.
You can't tell me I'm trying to tell you life was so sweet back then.
No, but
I remember Frank Olize. Well, Frank Olize is not different from. I know Frank Olize.
Yeah, that's what
was
I'm
a
saying.
cool
But
guy, but we got a bunch of Frank Olizes today now.
No. See.
More than plenty.
No. See. Let me tell you something, right? See, I've seen many of them on TV, right? I've seen many of them on TV. It takes a lot of things to be on TV. You know, the body language, your presentation, knowing the mood and all that. We don't have those today. Even having knowledge, deep knowledge of what you're talking about. We don't have it.
No, today we just lie propaganda. That's what we do today. Nigerians have developed a culture of propaganda.
No. The issue
we developed a very terrible character, man.
It speaks a lot about our education system. Because if you look at the hours, I mean, I don't know if you guys have just sat back and say, let me see Owl talking, or maybe say Z.
Well, we have a lot of educated people in Nigeria today.
Look,
what are you talking about?
Then, no. See, my brother. Then, even there, you see a lot of them. It's spread. I mean, you guys
Come on, we have more educated people in Nigeria today than back then. Sorry.
No. I think you might have more.
Majority of Nigerians were living in villages. They were illiterate.
No. Come on. No, but then they put in the time. They know what they were talking about. When you see a college graduate, you know it's a college graduate.
I agree with the quality of education. I agree with the quality of education back then.
Bro,
Mike,
have you seen?
What percentage of Nigerians were actually going to school back then?
No, it doesn't matter. But the ones that went to school, went to school there, right? You will say this one are graduate. If they say this one not graduate from high school, even the high school then were far more.
But it's only few high schools.
Hold on, Joe, you can say the same thing about American education today too. You can. They talk about.
I understand. I see that too.
Okay.
I see that too. I see that too in the United States. I'm not. But the thing is that.
In fact, American education is like compared to the rest of the Western world is going way down.
No, it's in bad.
If you want to come in, it looks like.
So I'm not the one to argue with you that that
I know you wanted to come in earlier.
Problems. But the thing is that the problems that people talk about that Nigeria has is prevalent, or it's everywhere around the world. I mean even in the advanced countries like America and Great Britain, right? They have those problems too.
Please, Daddy. Okay, let me come in.
I like what Mike is talking about creativity, but one thing you must know is that first and foremost, please don't let us compare ourselves with developed countries. Their rate of literacy is all-time high, and the way they comport themselves, people are disciplined. People obey the rules and regulations. There's not a lot. You can be a big man, but you still subject yourself to the rules.
Well, some of these, this thing is. Joe, can you mute yourself? Let's see if it's coming from. Oh, Remy is coming from you. Then. Well, anyway, I don't want to talk anyway. So go ahead. Or is it DOG?
Nothing is coming from me.
DOG, can you mute yourself?
Maybe
That's
it's from.
Well, let me continue. Maybe it's coming from you.
Okay, so we can be a big man, but they still conform to the rules and regulation of their country. Now, look at Nigerian context. First and foremost, it's a rivalry between three major tribes. Nepotism, tribalism is all-time high. The interest of an average Nigerian, including me myself, I'm sorry to say this, people might not totally agree. We always put our personal interest above our country interest. It is what is in need for me most time for Nigeria nowadays. If you are given a minister, if you are going to be a governor, you are not thinking about serving the people. And when I mentioned,
Remy, we knew that about you. Now, what are you talking about? We knew that about you. You don't need to be. You don't need to restate it.
What are you saying again? I don't understand. So I don't know what you are saying. What I'm generalized. I'm making a generalized statement because I'm also in Nigeria. But I think we must change our mindset. We have to change our mindset. What is happening today in Nigeria is a decadence of misrule, corruption, and the rest. And government also not taking the right action at the right time. It's quite an unfortunate situation. But at the end of the day, I like it this way because now we can see by ourselves we're in serious trouble. If we don't put our hearts together as a country, then we are going to be in a terrible mess. And I hope Nigeria does not go the way of all those Ethiopia and the rest, whereby people are eating maybe civil war or something like that. I hope not that does not happen in that country. With the situation of things now, because we cannot compare ourselves to US and the rest, what can we do? What is the solution? First and foremost, some governors have been trying now. They started giving people money and they started giving food stuff. I think it's high time most states in Nigeria should start giving what we call food stamp. They can just copy the way of the developed world instead of giving them money. Have an association with some of these big shopping malls in Nigeria. Then you give them because when I was growing up, they used to give us something like a voucher. I forgot the first name. So this voucher will normally take it to some big supermarket in Ibadan. And
they give voucher in what sense?
For example, I have a brother who works in a bank. They usually give them that kind of voucher. So that voucher I can give it to me.
From the private sector or the public government?
I think it mostly from I don't know where it goes, but private sector. So
companies to give voucher, okay.
Yeah, they give voucher. It's like 15, 10 naira, 20 naira. If you have 4 of that, I just take it. I'll just take like to Kingsway. I can buy meat pie, buy a lot of stuff with it or something like that I want. So maybe the state government should come out with that kind of idea for the downtrodden because they know those people. We ourselves, we know in a state or in a city, we can know where the poor people are dwelling. It's quite visible in Nigeria because these people, you can know the terrain very well. Those people, you can give them that kind of voucher or stamp. And then you can have a collaboration with some of these shopping malls. So they can go there maybe every month. They get their voucher. Maybe they can spend 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000, depending on the state, how much can they afford. So this way, they can buy food items. You can also limit it to that. This voucher, you are going to use it to buy food only. So you cannot say, okay, I want to buy alcohol or I want to buy clothes or whatever. No, it's only for food.
But most places don't have. If you go inside the villages, they don't have those kind of malls. So if you're asking them,
I cannot hear you very well. What are you saying?
You can hear me very well.
I can hear you now.
Okay, I'm saying right that most of those villages, right, they don't have shopping malls. Mm-hmm. So if you're asking them to go buy something from the shopping mall,
no, that is for the city dwellers. For people in the villages, I would suggest so many things. First and foremost, maybe they need to improve their primary health center so that they have drugs and everything. Everything should be free. Education, I don't know. I know that I'm not totally sure. In some of these villages, it also depends how far are they. If they are close to one another, they should improve their primary school and high school, provide books and everything, make it totally a free education for them, and provide good amenities so that first, if you are in a village, you don't need to pay school fees, you don't need to pay for health facilities, and they must maintain a good road to their major city or town and they must find a way to encourage them by giving them, educating them how they can farm if they are into farming. So this way, if they are not paying any money from their little honey for education, for book, for health, they can at least use the rest to do whatever they want. And food is no problem for them if they can farm, if we improve security situation. So they can farm and they can have food by themselves. They don't need to depend on people in the city. They can do this stuff. But education and health should be totally free with good health centers and good primary and high school for them, and it's totally free. Even if it's possible, they can also give them uniform, because some of us that went to free education in Nigeria, they also give us free uniform that time. So even when I was in the primary school, there was a time they also give us free toothpaste. So it was a Nigeria have a good. I don't know why things just turn around several like this, because and I think, to me personally, I think Nigerian people have been too docile. They don't talk, and the reason why they don't talk is that it's all boils down to this my personal interest. It's a politician. I can get something from him. I don't care about the other people. And the politicians are crafty too. They just divide you. If you have 100 people, 30 people can get something from them. That the number is good enough, because they know that not all of you will come out to vote on voting day. And so the way politics is played, they understand the Nigerian mindset. And unfortunately, every Nigerian that gets to a particular position is always like improve on that kind of politics, or probably find a way to make it even worse or something like that. So first, take care of the people in the countryside, provide good road, good water, free education to high school, and everything should be free for those one in the interior. But for the people in the city, I'm sorry, because you consider yourself being classy, you have the money, you can get the income, they should tax people.
Why free education only to high school? Why not to university?
The reason why I said to high school is that once they get to the high school, it is only some of them that really, really get a good result from these villages that can go to university.
Is that the way?
My question is
that the way it's done in the country where you live?
The reason why I said that,
where would they get the funding? Remy, where would they get the funding?
Finland. Is that the way it's done in Finland?
Let me give the way it's done in Finland. I will tell you the way it's been done. First and foremost,
you have free education now, so university level. So
Remy, how do they fund it in Finland? How do they fund it over there?
Okay, let me answer you if you can give me opportunity. Here in Finland, education from kindergarten to university is free, and I will tell you how to do it if you can give me some few minutes to explain it to you. Now, if you have children, it is free education based on so many conditions. If both of you parents are not earning more than, if you earn more than 4,000 euro in a month, then you pay some kind of tuition fee for your children. But if both of your income is not up to 4,000 euro, then you enjoy this free education. Free education only cover tuition, books, pens, and ruler. But other associated costs here, like, this is a cold environment. You cannot, they don't sew uniform. All clothes that you have to clothes for different time of the season, you have to buy. If they want to go to swimming class or skiing class or so many other tour or whatever they want to do, the parents must pay the money. And remember, here, they tax us heavily. And I don't know whether they can tax Nigeria heavily like that, because even electricity that we consume here is divided into two. There is distribution levy you will pay, and there's also energy tax, energy bill that they will bring. So every month you got two bills, one for distribution, one from the generating company itself of the power. So, and apart from that, you also, everybody knows the whole system. You also pay tax according to the income you also make.
So what you're saying is from the heavy taxation is what they come up with the money to fund the free education,
yes,
right?
Thank you. They use that way to fund a lot of things. because they want
So
to.
how can we do heavy taxation in Nigeria to be able to fund the education for so many
I don't
millions
think
of people?
Nigerian can do that. The reason why I said Nigerian cannot do that is that the rate of literacy in Nigeria is not the rate of, cannot be compared to these developed countries.
Remy,
Hold on, you are making mistake there. Even when Awolowo did free education in the First Republic, I mean, in the 50s, people were taxed. He taxed people.
But
Some
the tax
people
is
run
that
away.
is
Some
this
people run
heavy?
away from
You
their
cannot
town to the
compare the
villages because
population
they
of
don't want to pay
Finland.
the tax.
But
People were taxed.
the point I'm trying to say is that you
So
cannot.
for you people to say, "Oh, I don't know if Nigerian people will allow them," that is not true.
Wait, I just
Another
Once
thing
people
I
can
want
see,
to say.
once
Another thing I
people
want
can
to say.
see that the taxes are used for their own good, people will pay tax.
Another thing I want to say is this. Another thing that is very important here is this. There is no corner shop here. Any business you do, you must register. So you cannot escape. But in Nigeria, do you want them, if they said now that you are
You don't
selling?
blame anybody.
No,
You
no,
blame your
I'm not
government.
blaming. I'm just telling you the system here. If we want to like do the same system in Nigeria, if you are selling orange in the street, if you are selling tomatoes and red pepper in the open market, all your business needs to be registered as an entrepreneur. And with that, you can pay your tax and file for tax return at the end of the year.
Fine. Yes.
So if they can do that in Nigeria, then everything will be fine. So
Yes.
nobody will not say, nobody's not paying
As
tax.
long
Everybody will
as
have a
people
right.
can benefit, as long
Yeah,
as
of course.
people can benefit
When you
in
pay, you
return
have a
for
right.
Is
their
it these
taxes,
Nigerians that are crying over subsidy that you want to know how you collecting money from them again?
as
I
long
don't
as
know.
people
So
can benefit in return for their taxes, people will pay the tax.
Nigerians?
Even in that Europe, we have what do you call it? Who is speaking now? Remy. Where Remy lives. If government does not use those taxes for developmental good of the people will not pay. But when they are taxed and they can see what that taxes is used for, to build road, to pay for healthcare, to pay for their education of their children, that is what we give that people to continue to pay. But in your own case,
I don't
you
know
don't
why.
see it in Nigeria.
I don't know why it's so difficult for Nigeria to have a good database of everybody that live in that country. It's the easiest thing to do. I don't know why we cannot have a social security number attached to you only. And with that one, everybody can check your record easily. When you go for a job, ask for your social security, they put it into their system. They know where you are living, they know what you have done in
We
the
don't
past.
have the technology. We have to
No, it is
import
not
it.
technology, it's corruption. Because look,
How many
if
Nigerians can
politician,
build computers?
look, if politician put those system in place, it will be impossible for them to loot our money and
It
our
will be.
resources.
That is exactly why they don't want to do
That
it.
is why they don't want to do it.
Because with a PBN number alone,
Remy, see, everything you say makes sense, but number one, giving money and vouchers to people all those things can't work in Nigeria. Number one, corruption. Number two, you don't even have the database to have information about who has
so why
received
do you
and
say
who has not
the
received.
Vasha used to
Hold
work in
on,
Nigeria very well?
hold on. And who has not received the voucher. And with the rural areas, it's difficult. You see, my problem is our solution is in our own hands. Number one, there is a reason you've elected a chairman of a local government. There is a reason the governor is there. You have senators, honorables, both on federal level and state level. These people have duties. But in Nigeria, all those people, they just get elected there. They just sit down there. They don't think they should do anything. They just enjoy the money. That's what they do. And our people don't know the right people to charge. Every problem in Nigeria is the president. But you have all these people close to you that you should actually be questioning them and asking them questions on what is going on. Why do we have this problem? That should be solving some problems, most of the problems in particular, but they don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything. So I don't know how they want to do it. And I think as well, what I've noticed recently is a lot of Nigerians, if I'm not exaggerating, I would say probably 85% of Nigerians are even clueless about what is happening. They don't understand why they remove subsidy. They don't understand what the government is doing. So I think government will have work to do on how to educate and pass this information, even as much as the grassroots. But this is where all these other politicians come in. They should be the one interfering on those local levels, trying to solve their problems, providing for them, and trying to tell them what the government is doing. That will make the president's job more easy in Nigeria. So there is a lot of problems.
Where have you been?
So it's boiled down to
mo kọjá gbóhùn yẹn pé ohun yìí mo mú yìí kẹ́ mo pé where is this voice coming from? Why is the one go pé Ire now? What's going on?
Oh gosh,
so as you said, first and foremost, Nigerians, like I said before, look at the literacy level of the country. How many Nigerians really understand what is going on in their environment? When we talk politics or economics with some Nigerians, you'll be amazed at what comes out from their mouth. They sometimes they say, I don't care, just give me bread and water, just give me this. They don't know nothing. But when it comes to this developed country, an average
people are
person
clueless.
analyzes
Everybody is
for you
people are
easily.
talking nonsense, and you believe. So people don't even know what is going on, and that is where the problem. And where could have been the medium where people
Your
could have
voice is
actually
cracking somehow. Maybe your voice, maybe you
where they
can
could have get this from. Can you hear me now?
It's not better. It's still like.
Can you hear me?
Maybe you can go in and come back again, or I don't know. Nobody can hear you clearly. So at the end of the day, the reason why I said not everybody should go to university. From high school, you can. I was even suggesting something to someone the other day. Hello, I was even suggesting something to, maybe OG, you should go out and come back. Thomas, are you there? Mike?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Let me put
Okay,
it
the guy is making a lot of noise from his angle. I mean, OG. Okay, good. Now, I was suggesting something to someone the other day. It looks a little bit archaic, but I think it's good, in my own opinion. Now, we have 36 states in Nigeria, and every year we have 4 streams of people going to NYSC. We also have a lot of recruitment every year going to national development or police and the rest. I was thinking that instead of spending 3 weeks at the national camp, why don't we increase it to 3 months? And then the federal government, in collaboration with the state, enforce each state to at least have 50 acres of land for farming. So most of our graduates, it might look so harsh for them, but for the first 3 months of the NYSC, they should go to this state farm and work there. So in a year, they will have constant stream of workers for them for 12 months, because every year we are graduating so many people. This way, if Oyo State is about farming for maize alone, we are guaranteed to have 50 acres of maize every year. And then we have to get a lot of technical agriculture experts to guide these people. And most of these people that come out from the university or polytechnic, they are also educated. It's easier for them to communicate with them. So we have constant stream of work, and this also will be their part to pay to the Nigerian government. Of course, they will give them 3 square meals, and they will also give them free accommodation. And of course, they receive their money every month. And maybe they also can put a little bit of money on their monthly salary, the allowances they give them. So I'm thinking this way, we guarantee constant stream of workers year out and year in for the rest. Even if we do this pilot program for the next 5 years, before they now say, okay, let's recruit normal people to work at this farm, it will guarantee us easy food every year.
I mean, do you think, I mean, the truth problem we have is that Nigerians are not committed to nation building.
Yeah, of course, that is another way to commit them, because everybody now that NYC is very important.
No, what I'm saying is that the people haven't really gone to the acceptance that okay, this is the country and we need to build it.
The reason why
you understand what I'm saying?
I understand. The reason is very simple. Most of this new generation, most of them, more than 50 or 60%, they were born into this hardship. They never experienced the good Nigerian. And when you have that
it's not even in fact the new generation everyone committed to Nigeria. No? I'm talking about even the old one, the people. It's not the new one that are new generation are in charge now.
No.
The new ones are more Nigerian than the old one. The old one, those ones, they are just ethnic sided. They don't care about.
I don't know your generation, but actually, when we are growing up, I know that there's a lot of school being established by during the Bola Gandhi rest time, that there were free education for most people, and then the school.
But it's more regional now. You know, back then. Listen, in the beginning, those ones back then were more into their region.
So this is a way. This is the only way you can make them commit to their fatherland, because NYC is compulsory. And anything they throw at them at that particular moment, because if they don't have that NYSC, it reduces their chances of looking for job or getting employment in Nigeria. I'm just trying to. This is just an opinion, because we are in a situation that is a little bit not. We are in a very bad situation now, and I think if we have constant flow of food from every state, it's easy. Every state get 50 acres of land. Tell us exactly what you want to be doing with it, whether it's mango, whether it's rice, whether it's this. And then you have this constant stream of worker from the post. So everybody will know that I'm going for NYC. My first 3 months is to go and farm for the nation. It's balanced. It's the same thing all over the world, all over the country. It's not that only your states will do it. And it's not that, okay, you are posted from Kaduna to Oyo, you are not going to do. And if you are pregnant, they should also make a law. If you are pregnant before your NYC day, you have to postpone it until you born the baby and come back to do it again. It's not that when you want to go to NYC, that's when you say, okay, I'm sorry, I'm pregnant, I cannot do this. No. If you are pregnant from the first day of your NYC, they must cut you short, and then when you deliver your baby after a year or 2 years, then you come back and do it. They should not just exempt them like that. The only people that can give exemption to is that people with disability. Because of your disability, so many things you cannot do. But at the same time, we can also need you to work in the offices or to work in the NYC camp, helping them to serve food or whatever. So I think Nigerians should commit to their own country, to their own nation first. Here in Finland, an average Finnish will not go outside because they enjoy the benefit of their country. And when they finish their high school, they force them to go to the military for 1 year to handle gun. So everybody, it's not that you have to escape it. So there's so many. When I was in China too, they also do something like that. They force them to work for the country. But if you are still thinking about that free democracy, free right, I have this right, I cannot do this, I cannot do that. It's not easy. Rome was not built in a day. The so-called America or wherever we find yourself, they have done so many things like this in the past before to get to this situation, to get to where they are today. But if you are thinking, okay, I don't want to commit to my country, I just want to do whatever I want, I don't care less. If my family and my friends are okay, the other Nigerian can go to hell, I don't care. So that is what is going on. Here, if you have like 10 Rolls Royce, you are in a serious debt because they will find you, the road tax you pay every year is so high that you have to consider that, why do I have 10 cars in my yard? But in Nigeria, look at them. They have look at even your pastor, they are riding super Rolls Royce. In a convoy, you also have 3 or 4 Rolls Royce. So you don't pay the tax they pay associated with their wealth. It's not enough.
It can't be enough now. How do you expect it to be enough? It's number one.
They are not paying tax a lot. They are not paying nothing.
The problem
I
that
don't know.
some people are not even paying nothing if you compare, because there are people that are connected to people in these offices that just bribe them outside, and they'll just go and bring the receipt and every document they need for them to prove they've paid a particular amount of money, So how do you even fix that?
I think the problem we have is that the Nigerian federal internal tax. I don't know, maybe Nigerian federal revenue tax or something. They have a lot of work to do, and that is why we talk about that social security number. With that number,
that institution itself, it's corrupt. That institution you just mentioned itself is corrupt.
Because the custom cannot just wake up today when they collect little money, they let you go. What do you mean? You are bringing a vehicle of almost 100 million to Nigeria. You should be able to pay like a 50%. I don't know how much it will tax them, but you should be able to pay that required customer duty. And for you to maintain that car every year, they must collect at least 4 million, 5 million naira from you because you are a rich man for buying that car and then you have now 20 in your yard. That's it. 5 million times 20. That's a cool 100 million naira from you alone. Tax all these wealthy people very well, and everybody will sit up. So, and if anything you do, people must pay tax. People must be registered. People must be accountable. They must know, okay, yeah, Basira, this is your tax number. So how much are you?
Remy.
Yeah, we can now tax you, and then you cannot get a tax return at the end of the year. But in the sense that everybody does go, okay, the exchange rate is changing every day. I'm also using dollar to sell my atarodo or my tomato. I should also increase my own by 500%, which we bought at as little as 15 naira. But by the time dollar don't increase today, does it concern you? Immediately you also jump it up again. So people just do whatever they want, and they just go. I don't understand.
Okay, Remy, the rich people in Nigeria, the well-connected people, right? They're doing their own thing. So
everywhere in the world, it's not the same thing. We're connected, but
that is true.
Institution must work, and they must work efficiently and effectively.
No, but sure, but if the rich people are doing it, the politicians and whatnot, then how come the woman selling the corn on the street for Ataro, they can't do the same thing? Can't peg a commodity or whatever she's selling on the dollar also and increase the price. You see, earlier it's not like you were comparing Finland. I've been talking about Finland, right? See,
I did not compare Finland. They just asked me what is the system here.
Right, you didn't compare. You were talking about Finland. Yeah, I got you. But Finland, see, the orientation of the people in Finland and around that area, right? It's not like it's not an oppressive society, and it's not a big man's country. I've heard you talk about it. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's not a big man's country. So
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Okay. Okay, and I even heard you said that. Look, even if you're a blue collar worker, you're more likely to earn as much as a white collar worker because they put a value in such work. So it's not from that point of view, it's not an oppressive society. But Nigeria is built on oppressing ourselves. From the politician oppressing the whatever down to the army oppressing the police oppressing the common people like ourselves. So that's that's the country in which we live in. We are very oppressive
I can
people.
tell you categorically here that you cannot know the difference between the poor and the rich because everybody have the same access, the same opportunity to move ahead the ladder. The more you stay in the country, the more benefit come to you. And if you are also law abiding, and there's no way you are not going to be law abiding, because what do you want to steal? What kind of crime do you want to commit? Because every of your step is already known to them. They have access to your income. You cannot lie. The government have direct access to any income you are making month by month. So you cannot go to them and lie that, okay, I don't do this. Any employer cannot employ you without a social security number. So everything is formalized. The people are literate enough to obey the rules and regulations. But here in my country, people just flex muscle. Even people that cannot flex muscle, they are not super rich. They will just scam people, or they will just make you believe I'm a rich man.
Because it's a chain of oppression. Everybody oppressing.
It's about what you know.
A civil servant that has money, a civil servant that has money in his pocket.
That's why I bring the idea that first you have to force Nigerians to be committed to their country. Look at a very good place that every one of them need it, especially the people that graduate from the university, that NYC. Commit them, force them to do something for your country for that 3 months of their 1 year program.
Okay, commitment is nice, but can one be committed to their country without being first committed to their own people? like their own neighbor. Is that possible? Is that a
So that is
possibility?
why I'm
Hold on.
talking.
Ask that question because yesterday we were talking
Yeah,
about
you are right.
Lagos
You are
State.
right. You have to think about your own neighbor. But this kind of service we are talking about, sometimes they take you out from your state to other state. And if every one of them is a way to, it's just 3 months after their 1 year, and what they are doing is a good cause for the country too. It's about for food.
But Remy, but with NYSC, is that not what they do? They send them to teach. It's not everybody that has the luxury of getting request letter from big companies to go serve there.
So what I'm trying to say, they need to re-strategize.
You see,
And
I don't believe Nigerians don't love their country. Nigerians love their country. I'm Nigerian. I don't even live in Nigeria, but the way I love Nigeria, I'm always proud anywhere to say I'm Nigerian.
I
You see,
think
I
that
think the problem
statement you
is
made
not
is
people
subjective.
love their country.
That
But
statement you made is
Oh, hold
subjective.
on. I'm sorry, who's talking?
Ask
Not
Babajale.
Remy. Who's talking right now?
Ask,
I didn't
it's
catch it.
DOG.
Ask
DOG.
Babajale.
I was going to ask you, why do you love your country? Why do you love Nigeria?
I just love the people we have, how life is in Nigeria.
Now, why are you answering that question, DOG?
No, I need to answer it now.
Which
He
kind of
asked me a
question is
question.
that?
Why not?
Why do you
I
love
need to
your
know.
country?
No, why not?
No. That
you see,
question
I
shouldn't
think
come up.
God,
I
Thomas,
don't
let him
think
answer
so.
now.
that go on.
What do you mean?
But well, Prince Dad, yeah, I think Nigeria is a place where you can even find that peace. If you look at Nigerians, the way people are shouting, they are suffering, and everybody know, okay, it's hard in that country. If you still see people smiling in it. It's hard to get that anywhere in the world, and it's because of the people are, the culture, and because it's multicultural as well, it helps a lot. So it's so diverse. So for me, I just think a lot of things is wrong. And if you look at it, there is no way. Everything Remy is saying looks good, but I don't think it can work like that with the present condition of the country. I don't think it will work like that. It's gone deeper that everybody has to come on board, including the councillor that you've elected in your local government. Your local government councillor has to
Please,
be involved.
okay, stop talking about councillor. How many
No, let me
states
talk.
have
So why are
local
we
government
electing
election?
them? Why
How many
are they
states
being
have
elected?
local government election? How
You
many
see,
of them?
when they switched to democracy, that was the reason they picked all this position to be in place. When Abacha, when they were ruling, there was nothing like House of Assembly, and they still did some things that we can still see, So there is a reason all these people are elected, so they can reach the people, because it's now democracy. They can reach the people. It's about the people, but the people don't even know their rights. Things that you can go for your local government chairman for, people don't even think they can go there. Local government chairman will be putting people in the lobby. All right, mom is coming. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. We will prefer the voice of your daughter than your voice.
Okay.
Hello. Yeah. Hello. How are you? Good. Yeah, I know that's the right thing. Good. Good. Have you... good.
Ziva, go to your sister.
Yeah, you need to trouble daddy very well to buy that candy and the toys.
Anyway, yeah. So for me, I think there is a lot of things that need to be done, and all these people need to come in play, because look at the honorables, federal honorables, they give them money. I think they should now start making them account for the money they've given you for your constituency. Let's see what you are doing.
Are you sure?
That's the way to go, because how does all this money that is meant for a constituency meant to be proven that is used for the good of the people? That's what touched the people, because you'll be providing what the people need for them, all the amenities then you'll be providing for them, but they don't. I know of a federal honorable that all it does with the constituency money is just come, go to this party house, do a party, cook food, invite party member, envelope money, give party member money.
That's it. Done. No project, nothing whatsoever.
Federal honorable in Nigeria, all of them, all these people in government, they don't even talk about Naira. I see their text messages. All they talk in dollars, pounds. So you see, there is a lot of problem because those money, it makes it easy for them to carry all the money they've embezzled. Imagine carrying $100,000. Imagine carrying it in naira. You know, so it's just people that goes with two different
In naira. You will call for you
just to go to Dubai, they will take two different chicks at the same time. You know, these people are living life, but people are not charging them. And I think where we could people Nigerians need to be educated.
Can we just govern ourselves?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense. But can we just govern ourselves? There's no because they are not doing nothing.
Obviously,
so why
we all went out.
them there?
You know, I was going to ask DOG. See, I don't know your politics. I don't even know your politics. But I was going to say, you know, based on what you just said, I mean, I support Tinubu, right? But I know for sure Obi can do it. So even Tinubu now, I'm beginning to question because his hands are in the pot for such a long time that it can't really clean house. It can't clean house. So who is that politician? I'm not talking about Aure. Who knows? But who's that person that can actually that feels the Nigerian people and can do right by the Nigerian people? Because all these politicians, wealthy people, they just too in deep into whatever is going on in that country, and they're not going to expose themselves because they also are eating from the same pot. Who's that politician? Who's that person that can save Nigeria?
But the question is, you have to explain how Nigeria needs to be, and Nigeria can be saved. Because, see, it's like I'm telling you, that person is going to save me, but then I have to be the one to tell you how I want to be saved. Being saved, it can be defined in different ways. You understand what I'm saying now?
No, hold on. So it's a crazy person knows that it's crazy, so he can fix himself. Is that what you're saying, Mike?
Yeah.
No. Okay. Okay. If you ask every Nigerian, like, what is being saved mean to you? Everybody will tell you different things now.
Yeah, you know, my answer to that question was to even buttress what Mike is saying is only we Nigerians can save ourselves.
Exactly.
That is it.
Like there's some people now there's some people that is one the government that will come here with favor and they'll become rich and they'll say that government saved me. Like so Olana will come here and say what's his name? Obasanjo's government saved him because Obasanjo did something that saved him. He became middle class or something like that. But there are millions of other Nigerians that are not part of that being saved.
And going
they swear for Obasanjo and they cannot be rule. Like someone like me, I don't even like Obasanjo.
But it's a cop out. Oh, sorry, we Nigerians need to save ourselves. That's just an easy thing.
No, the thing is, we have to know we have to that collective. What's what I'm saying? What we all consider is saved than Nigeria. You understand? What is saved? You know, what do we want? You know, as a people, as a collective.
Okay, I think that's a good question.
Like Southeastern now, their own saving to them is to give them the Biafra. That's savior. That's being saved. Okay. You understand? So everybody's definition of being saved is different.
What Nigerians want, to be honest, is to have food on their table, something to do, and peace of mind. In terms of
and I think we all want that.
Everybody wants that, but
Nigeria or not, it don't matter.
But is it possible? Is it possible for a politician to put food on everybody's table? People still have to do something and to give food on their own table. Like for example, now, Prince Daddy in America here, politician cannot put. You know what you need to do to get food on your table now. You know, Obama can, or whoever is Biden cannot come put food on your table. So when we say that's what we want, food on our table. How is a president going to put food on millions of people?
No, that's what I'm saying.
No. I think what it means is that if we can afford it, it's so easy to be able to afford it.
In America, that you are saying there is job opportunity. People, there is a lot of people over 35. There are some still living in their parents' house in Nigeria.
Okay, my question to you is this:
there is no job. To be honest. And that's why people are idle, and people are idle, and they're being carried away, focusing on stupid stuff, and they don't even know what is going on.
Do you think a president can come in if that's your definition of being saved, like job for everybody, do you think if it's possible that one person can come and create job for everybody?
I'm not saying one person will come. It's a process, and that's what takes me back to what
Do you
Prince
think a
Daddy was.
government can come
Prince
and
Daddy
create job
was
for everybody?
asking a question the other time, like, "Oh, who is the person that I think can actually be there and perform to the expectation everybody expects?" I think the change starts from this guy, this Tinubu guy. I'm sure if the guy is just fine-tuning the system in how to manage and govern. If I give you as an honorable money for your constituency, whatever you do with it, I want to see there is a body that will be looking into the projects, proposals, and everything people submitted. There is the people that will look into execution and cost you've spent. If they are making sure majority of this money, everybody that will be in a position.
Do you think those guys can put job? They can give everybody
making
job?
sure that all this money are being at least put into things that they are being allocated for, not people diverting some money that is meant for some voucher, like Ola is recommending, that will be diverting it to their accounts. With no.
Prince Daddy, do you think it's possible for the U.S. government to create job for all Americans?
No, it's not about the government.
Of course not. It's not possible.
People that had jobs, most especially that.
Yeah, but it was not created by the government now.
Get a particular job,
but 80% of the jobs are not created by the U.S. government.
If you still want to wake up in America and want to be useful for yourself,
you
still find job. But in Nigeria, I'm telling you, Mike, a lot of adults stay indoor all day. All they do in the evening, shower, iron their shirts, starch it, go into a bar. Some people don't even have money to drink, but they will see people that will buy them beer there. Some people have.
So why can't those people go and
that's how they live.
Why can't they go and farm? Why can't they go and farm or do something?
You are saying they should go and farm. They don't even have the resources to farm. You need land to farm. You need the land to farm.
There's no land to farm in Nigeria.
Yes, there is no land.
Do you have your
There's no land.
You can't just go on any land and start farming. You need money to farm.
And now, I mean,
where will you find the money?
You need money to farm.
There is no SME. There is nothing that is actually even helping any graduates in terms.
If you walk into Nigerian forest, you see things are growing on their own.
I've not seen any honorable doing anything like that. I saw earlier on the show that even on Valentine's Day, Governor Deleke was distributing condom. Jokes. Is that not a clown move?
Let me ask you guys this question. Let me ask you this question. I'm trying to understand something here. Before Nigeria was created, before the British created Nigeria, how were people living? How were they surviving? How were they being fed? Before Nigerian system was created, currency, money making system.
There is no government in place at that particular period.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But how were the people surviving? How were they living?
Obviously,
what were they doing for a living?
They are growing their
own. There is no
food.
government in place. We only have community organizing, and people are actually helping themselves out.
So how were they surviving?
I just told you there is no government in place.
That's right. How were they surviving then?
They are just living their life. But now you have
how were they being fed
to someone to take over.
There was no monetary system. Hold on. Before British came, I introduced this monetary system, all this government system where government, where we now do money exchange and all those things. But prior to that, the way we were all trading was trade by barter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Mm-hmm. So back then, someone like you'll be trading something by barter.
It's just a community organizing themselves, community, but family organizing themselves.
Please, Mike, please take us to where you are taking us to.
Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you is that there was a way we were living before Nigeria was created, where there was no Nigerian Senate, Nigerian president. There's no system. There's no governmental system. People just existed in that space today. And what I'm asking is, how were they living? How were they surviving?
People were growing their own food and trade by barter and all that. I would think.
So now, how come today? Now we're you say people are just sitting at home and have anything to do. And I'm wondering, like,
we know if they compare back in the days.
So back in the days, they have something to do. What happened to us?
One of the lofa, go back.
When we're talking about those period we're talking about,
yeah,
family, they are still together, community were together, society were together. But now, and they were the one responsible for whatever that happened to them. But now we already give all the power to some set of people, senator, councillor, chairman, all of them. So nobody is trying to. Please, I want to talk to someone. I'll go back later.
All right. Mike, what you said, Mike, trading by barter and these other things, it wasn't unique to our own people. They did it everywhere around the world before money
No, I
came.
get
That's
it,
how
but
people lived, right?
yeah. But what I'm saying is that our home wasn't too long ago. You understand? It's just 2 generations
Okay.
ago. You know what I'm saying? Nigeria was just
Yeah.
1960 now. You know, like we were like just 3 generations ago. We're not all going when the British were doing their colonial stuff. We're not all associating with them. We're not going to them or anything. People were still living their normal ways. It was when the British now gave us independence that everybody now begin to come into this new system and realizing that they are Nigerians and things like that. And then we started this idea of government. We go into government for something, and people start abandoning their normal ways of doing things and start coming into this new global capitalist system where now people are looking for jobs, and and that just created poverty. Whereas prior to that, people depend on themselves for their own survival. They live on the soil, they live on nature. They have
But
farm, they
Mike,
grow food.
we've changed our value system. What we think is it's a value in a society has changed. You talk about sending somebody that wakes up in the evening, takes a shower, iron his shirt, and go to the bar to drink to go farm.
Exactly.
Really, nah. Our orientation has changed. So it's changed a lot. The way our society is
No,
organized
the reason
right
why I
now.
said that is because when he told me that Nigeria, there's no job, government don't have job, they just recorded. So I was like, why can't they go and farm? Now he was telling me that. So I'm like, okay, but that's what they were doing before. That's what they used to do back in the days now. I mean, come on. Because they don't have job, but they're waiting for the government to come and create job. And we don't have that's why I ask you, like, do you think it's possible for government to create jobs? Even in America, government cannot create jobs for the people. It's impossible. They've become industrialized. It's an industrial society. So people now rely on see, what Africa needs to understand is this: the Western world came to an industrial age. So they left the agricultural age and moved to industrial age because now they've figured this new age out. They've created industries and they know that this new age can employ people. They design new system. But we Africans haven't got to the industrial age. We just kind of like participating in the industrial age, but we are not actually, we as the people haven't got to that age yet. You understand what I'm
Mike,
saying?
I understand, but we just like when we adopt new ways of doing things, we abuse it, just like we abuse everything. See, you'll be surprised, Mike, how many.
But why do we adopt it though when we're not there?
But the farming you're talking about, the Western world still farm. I'm telling you,
they still farm. They still do both. You get it? They know what can abandon farming. But what I'm saying is, okay, before the industrial revolution started, like in the late 1800 or something like that, right? Or early, So prior to that, what they were doing was just farming. Everybody was just in agriculture, and they want to be rich. They go capture slaves and use slaves to do the mass farming for them, right? They use the slaves to grow the plantain, grow the crops, and then sell. They were trading crops. And then when they discover steam engine, they discover machinery industries and things. Oh, a new way to create jobs, to create new system. Or then they introduced the monetary system, but they still kept people in agriculture. And then when they create those new opportunities, they now pull people from those agricultural sector and bring them into the industries to come work, to become workers. But they created a new industry, the new sector, the industrial sector, to pull people from the farm to pull them into it. But now In Africa, we haven't created
Mike,
industrial.
it went both ways. They put people from the farm, and the technology that they developed actually went into the farming also.
Yeah, the farming is still there. But I think you're missing my main point. My main point is that they didn't leave farming to go to something else that they didn't create. They haven't created.
We're saying the same thing. That's what I'm saying. The technology, the industrialization that came about.
I'm not saying they left the farming. I think you're talking on two different things.
No. We're saying the same thing. No, we're saying the same thing. I'm saying that the industrialization that they developed, they actually used it also on their farm to make their production
they use it as part
better.
of the industrial farming and things. I get it. Yeah,
exactly.
I get it. Yeah, but the point I'm making is that the industrial production is what creates jobs. That's the main thing. But which they put in they put into farming and things. I get it. The industry is basically where they manufacture finished goods and things like that. They have plants, industrial plants. It's just another form of farming in a sense because it does more of industrial productivity rather than natural productivity. Natural farming is more like you use nature to grow something, right? Grow commodity because raw food is commodity. You understand? And then when you cook it, it becomes finished product or whatever. So through nature. So scientifically, discover a new way to grow something else. So like, we create industrial plants. We go there to manufacture something and grow it. I kind of make it a finished product. You understand? So it's just not different from farming. It's just more of one is natural, one is artificial. You understand? So that's what the industrial age is. But now we the Africans,
I agree. Yeah.
we haven't moved ourselves into creating those industrial plants. We haven't figured it out. But then we're moving from the agricultural age straight to join them in the industrial age. we understand. So in Nigeria, the industrial plants you see in Africa, it's just a foreigner that brought it there. You understand? So it's like a foreign investor that will bring it in and put a plant in Africa. And then any day, anytime, he can pull out. And once you pull out, everybody's broke back. Now, the people that left their agriculture and natural farming are going to that plants brought by some foreigner. Once that foreigner leaves, now he's in poverty because that thing didn't belong to him. Now he doesn't know how to go back into farm. That's why our government, everyone is participating in this industrialization in Africa when you are not industrialized people. And that's why the government have to constantly run overseas to go find the Chinese man to come invest or the Europeans to come invest. So we have to depend on some foreign investors to come invest in this. You get what I'm saying? So we find ourselves in a mess.
But you talk about the negligence of the government, for example.
Exactly. So the system doesn't make sense.
The Chinese people is the government that made the policy that, hey, if you're going to come to our country to set up a business, Chinese company or whatever has to have a share of the company. And also they make sure that they transfer skills and technology at the same time.
We're not transferring any of it. Over the years we've been participating in this industrial thing. They haven't transferred all these things because we're literally not manufacturing much like finished products.
Exactly, but if we have instituted such a policy like the Chinese did and some other countries, but not just China and some other countries.
Yeah, they copy, they spy on their technology, they figure out to make it. But we haven't figured out to make anything though.
Because and that's why no matter how you want to talk about the government, I said the government has a role to play in society. Okay,
at the end of the day, the thing is this: the government doesn't fall from the sky. You see people that become government, so we have to look in the mirror and just see. Prince,
it's not about the people; it's about a working government. What I mean is that look, I believe I'm a conservative in a lot of ways. I believe in less government intrusion in the lives of the people. I do. I don't want government everywhere. But
I get you. But Prince Daddy, how long are we going to keep saying? Using the word government as if these people in the government fall from the sky or come from somewhere else. They are part of us, and we've been changing them over and over. It's people from us it's us. Tomorrow, maybe you may vote. Okay, Prince Daddy, hold on. Tomorrow they will make you the governor.
We need government that bring about the right policies that help the people. That's what I'm talking about. It's not
But
just government.
but that so-called government is we the is the part of is people that become the government. So
I
what I'm
agree.
saying is,
Obviously, yeah.
yeah. So we just need to stop. Like what I'm saying is, when Nigerians want to have conversation, they just believe it's not their responsibility as people to start thinking and figuring things out, and they think it's just some government. I see that government just is just some people that come from the sky, and we the people come from somewhere else. And you understand
Angel.
what I'm saying? And they don't understand that tomorrow now you become the president. And if you haven't figured it out as the people, when you get there, what makes you think you'll not figure it out when you get there? So the conversations you'll be having in the society is what the hell are we? What are we thinking? But people believe, oh no, government. I'm like, dude, why you keep saying government? The guy that's there today, he was sitting where you and me and you were sitting before. I'm talking government. You understand what I'm saying? All of them, they were all sitting there in Lagos in the 90s. In
Many
the
local
90s, Abby.
government, many local government chairman, they are our brothers' friend that will sit together in their bed.
In the 90s, Abby. Am I lying,
90s, yeah.
Thomas? Yeah, they were all I know what I'm saying now. All these guys, all these young guys, they didn't know all of them. 20 years ago, I remember they were all like in their 20s talking government. I see the people in that government fall from the sky. And today they find themselves there too. So we are saying government. I'm like, dude, it's all of us have to be doing the thinking. We all have to do the thinking. The government are the people, they are just regular people like us. The only difference is that they just find themselves there. They just find themselves in that position, you know. So as a society, that's the conversation we have to have. Like, our system is upside down. You know,
But how
we
do
got
you have that without one voice? You can't have that without one voice.
I don't even like one
Everybody,
voice.
there is too many division. What is actually even getting people carried away is not even helping them, which is the social media. Everybody is jobless. That's why you will see one comment will have 4,000 likes, and I'm thinking. And the funny enough, on the topics where you will see this are things that doesn't even have any impact in their life
It doesn't have any meaning on the
when
part
you
of
see something that
individuals.
has
Yeah,
value, it's going to have 500 likes.
500 is too much.
The
500
post
is too
alone will
much.
only have 500 likes. And I'm thinking, this is where you people should be shouting, no? But you people are busy shouting on a post of one blogger that they saw that has rashes in her butt, you know, things, stupid stuff. You know, and it's sad. And when you see them talk about what is
And
going
these are
on,
the people that will end up in the government 20 years from now.
exactly the same people that will be. But as we are saying, the way forward to me right now is, I just believe that there should be new policies, because if I'm Tinubu right now, if you know all the institutions are messed up, so you need to make sure people are actually putting all this money in where they should go. Because what these people, as at when Obama was president, a senator in Nigeria is earning more than Obama. If you convert all the money, stupid allowance, newspaper allowance, wardrobe allowance, and something allowance, security allowance,
visitors allowance.
upon that you still take your salary. Upon that, the money they give you for your constituency, you still pocket it.
DOG, even their salary is not the problem. The allowances is the problem.
I'm not even bothered. You see, I'm not bothered about what they pay them or what they, if they want to embezzle it, are they not even embezzling it? Let them even get all those allowance. But the money that is being allocated to your constituency, that is meant for the use of your people, let it be useful. Let it make sense. Don't pocket
DOG, I saw
and share to party members.
DOG, I saw a honorable commissioning a Paco Bridge. Paco Bridge.
And again, most of those honorables and all those senators, they should make sure they don't live in Abuja. Go and stay in your constituency.
How would they pass the law?
Most of you live in Abuja before you become senator. Stay among your people that you are leading. When you have meeting, come
But
to
they need
Abuja.
to be in the house to pass the law,
And when
isn't
they
it?
need to be there, they should be there. But if they need to, they don't need to be based in Abuja. Actually, so why are they even sitting there every time? They should be in their base where you are close to your people. So you just come for the meeting. You have the plan for the your own people. Go for the normal meeting, then go back to your base. Stay close to your
GOG,
people.
local government chairman self move to Abuja.
Local government
Local
chairman, if you go
government
to
chairman
their office, if you
move
are
to
not,
Abuja.
if you don't know who is who, you will sit down, you will wait tire for ordinary local government chairman. You will wait tired there, sitting there.
They are lords to themselves. So
So I
you
think
know
that's
that.
what they need to do now. They need to charge people, scrutinize people. This money, what are you doing? You local government chairman, the allocation state gave to you. What did you use it to do? Governor, what have you done with your money? Let people be
Who will
accountable.
ask that
You will see
question? Who is
people will
going to
start
ask that question?
improving, starting to do stuff. The impact will be showing bit by bit. Tell your
I don't
people.
think people DOG, who is going to ask that question you just asked now?
Who's going to
Who
ask?
who are the balls to ask them?
Is the president now? Is the president, from the president to people? Are they not the ones dishing out the money? It's from the president and the
Do you
money.
know the governor they are autonomous. They do what they like.
Yeah,
President doesn't have the power.
the president will order the governor. The governor will focus on his state. On your state, every honorable, every senator from each state have where they report to, where they scrutinize what they are doing with the money they've given them. Because if you are living large, they've bought your official car, they just squander money to go and buy another official car. When Tinubu came in, Nabi, they give you allowance, you have your own house, you get paid a lot, you people have money you share behind, but this money they give to you, you must be accountable for it. That is what me I will stand on. You, minister, what have you improvised? What is new? What are we improving on? What are we starting to focus on maintenance? Because that's another thing we don't have in Nigeria. Maintenance culture. If they do something, they just leave it till it's wrecked. So I don't know. So that is not like it's anybody. If anybody is there, if you are not thinking in that direction, we will still be in the same hot soup.
DOG, sometimes when they are doing the renovation of the road here, I will be wondering what's wrong with this road. They said no, it's getting deteriorated. They have to upgrade it. And like kilometers of road in the middle of the night, they've cleared everything, put new ones before you wake up in the morning, brand new road. I said, but the previous one in my country, that is the
You see, and that's part of the
still.
problem in Nigeria as well. This is where they could create job opportunity. Like if they are doing all this construction, half the time is during the day they will do. Half the time you do night construction where people can have night shift. So some other people can have job. That's another job for people. And your projects will be quicker enough, more than even expected. You see, it's just that people need to really want to work and make changes. If it's not something that they want to do, it's difficult. So there must be something at least forcing them to do something because of the system we have. So you have to create something that will at least force them to do something. The system is too corrupt. We're talking about tax. There are people in tax office, just go and tip them. They will help you do all your documentation. They will give it to you, No money is going to the government, just there, salary.
Our problem is enormous. It is beyond.
So it's gone too deep. It's deeper than just people talking grammar and telling us one calculation that people must ready to work. Nigerians must know who to go to complain. If your local government chairman is meant to construct a road, if they are not constructing the road, shout on him the way they are shouting on the president. You will see. Let everybody carry that is not doing the road. You will see how fast they will go and do the road. If the money is there, why are you not doing it? But they want to embezzle the money, but people will keep quiet. They've not done the road. They've not done the road. Nowhere to charge, nowhere to question about things. You know?
It's very unfortunate. Sometimes I just think sometimes you want to give up on that country, but you know that the love. I'm just speaking on Peter Obi, the embezzle money.
Those
DOG.
ones, those ones
Peter
will be
Obi and
okay.
his Labour Party,
People,
Janjaweed, embezzling
well,
public fund.
if you are deceiving yourself, you would think all these people are holy and angel. They are all angels. Well, you see what is going on there now. But me, I'm not even worried. All that me, I was not. I think we even talked about it in the earlier stage when they started getting donations all over
Funds,
the world.
donations, yeah.
You know? Yeah, we started talking about it. People you will see that money at some point you will find out it's been embezzled and it can't be accounted for self.
DOG, they spend 60% of the donation on the legal aid.
Mm-hmm. They are wasting
The
their
main
time. They are
money
not serious.
the main money they didn't spend it on the campaign. They spend 60% of the donation on the legal something with Tinubu and the rest.
Thomas, what
Yeah.
you will ask yourself is this:
Just pass me the
why
plug.
did Obi came out after the accused
No,
ABURE?
this one. You want the plug, you said?
After the accused ABURE, why didn't he come out after the election? This is how we spend the money. So one of them are Olegbe Olegbani.
Yeah, thief carrier.
He just scam them all over the world, and he's not using their money to travel around to do whatever. In fact, God is in mercy, always show the kind of people. Now everybody don't see him now. What can they do? Nothing.
No. Some people don't see the obedience don't see what you are talking about.
No,
the obedience, they don't see that.
Obedience you are talking about, their number are doing you totally. Come 4 years, you will see. They won't be able to do the same thing anymore. It's over for him. Because there are so many things they have against him, they are keeping it. Let him come out in 4 years, they'll bring it, everything out. Everybody will say,
No. They are die fan for they will overlook that. Are you telling me the Southeast is going to bring
no, you can ask them whether they will
to
donate money now. Ask them whether they will donate money like before. They won't donate.
They will. Ekene say we still donate again and again. Don't you hear him
Yeah, but
saying that?
it won't be as the way it was this one that people were.
Why do you
now
think it's not going to be the
these
same
people
trend?
you think everybody? Let me tell you something. Some people, why they donated was just that they wanted change, and them saying that now they can't even account for the money. The money is even causing trouble. They've dust their hand, they've washed their hand off it. If they like, they come to me and say,
No.
go and use your own
DOG, the
money.
Biafran call lover,
Those
of
are
Peter
the
Obi.
ones, yeah.
They
There will
don't
still be
care.
some few, of course. There'll still be some few, of course, that will donate. But that's not even the case now. The case of this country right now, honestly, and the things that could be people, it's worrying if you see how much a lot of people don't really even understand the situation of that country when they talk and comment on all this their social media. You just see something, you just so you are this clueless and you're here shouting, cursing people that you are not even meant to curse.
No, that cause
You know?
is the order of the day. is their breakfast, lunch, and dinner
We need
and
to. I
dessert.
don't know
they
how
will
this
serve.
man wants to
They
do it.
will serve you any time of the day.
Hopefully, I hope he's strong mentally enough to be able to withstand the pressure and do what he needs to do. If not, they're gonna mess him up.
Yeah, I'm thinking. I was even asking that question yesterday. Are you sure you'll be coming 2027? Somebody say why not? Why won't he come? It's going to
No, it
come out.
will, depending
Yeah, and then
on
we on
you look
which
from
party?
now.
Party will over DOG. Which party? Labour
Who?
Party is gone.
Oh,
Obi.
you mean Obi?
Yeah.
Oh, Obi care.
can't it just form his own party in all
Obi
states?
is
Why
a
is this
gunner
so
for now.
opportunist like that? Go ahead, form your own party now. If you use labor again, they will.
If Obi should go and use another party or bring party from
That is
wherever.
it. Go and use another
Obi can never be. Obi won't be president in that country in the next 16 years. I don't know about after then. No.
Remy is not that easy to form a party now.
Is it not easy to form? Okay, why don't you spread the money against all the people now? Why are you and your ABURE stole all the money? Eh?
Is the people that are willing to give him money now?
Come out and be making noise, okay? It's a lot of money. Okay?
But when I heard the news, I'm not surprised, Sha, because if you look inside that party self, it's like there is a division, even all those periods of election. So obviously things like that will happen. And part of them is the money that is part of what is causing that division that we didn't know.
Do you know what happened?
Hold on. I want to know how much is the money. Nobody's telling us how much this guy received.
They say 800, is it not 800 million?
800 million. 800 million.
Dollars,
no, 800 million.
800 million. Still, they do not have polling agents.
Are you kidding me?
I don't
no. They are giving us
weekend pocket change now. That's bit of this weekend pocket 800 million. What is that? That's a joke.
No.
That's a big joke.
Let me read it to you. We receive 800 million. This is from
I
Peter
don't
Obi.
care about that. No, it don't matter. What is? I wish nobody knows the real money. Come on, with all the money that was coming from England and everywhere in Europe and America, it's 800 million.
More than that, they are lying. Okay,
of course. Let's
Peter
put it in
is
dollar
lying
terms.
now.
even Samuel Epa can fund the campaign by himself. My understanding, that's a joke. I mean, I would like to say, let's just start with like 20 minimum. I don't know, 20 to 30 million dollars. That's what they collected, the minimum. What is 800?
They said they spent 2 billion on campaign. They spent 2 billion on campaign. How much did they say they spent? Their calculation is not even, everything is off.
It's not as if all the money was 800 million. I think the money that is causing trouble that they can't account for now is 800 million.
Okay, I want to know how much are they reporting that they collected as donations for Labour Party when
I didn't hear about that, 800 million naira or 800 million dollars.
I think
naira.
The money that they are saying they can't account for, but obviously with the way people contributed almost everywhere from all over the world, that
really
like we are looking at 20 to 30 million dollars, man.
Yeah, I agree. That is
I want
just wasting that time with the 800 million naira. That's a joke.
Some of those top Igbo rich guys actually give that guy some money too.
Of course. Are you telling me all these Obi Cubana also they will not give him money? Cubana, what they call it,
I said that thing here during that election period. One man said no.
All those guys are business guys. All those celebrity, they really push for him now. They give him money.
That is their best chance. But the people that kill them is the Northerners. They call North. They don't want them at all. That is trouble. It's part of Nigerian politics. The only way they can win that.
No, I don't think so. I think it was Atiku. It was Atiku that killed them. Because if Atiku didn't force himself,
it's the other way around. It's them that kill Atiku.
No. I get your point, Prince Daddy. I get your point, Peter. They killed Atiku, but why I'm saying Atiku now is because if you look at it was PDP actually that actually did the zoning thing. It was not even APC. They were them that actually said, so from north, it should be going to the south. But they override all those stuff.
If Atiku didn't run, all those Atiku votes that went to Tinubu, those Atiku Northern votes would have went to Tinubu.
Yes,
And those article votes in
it could,
Oshun were went to
could have
Tinubu.
gone. It could, few of it could have gone to Tinubu, but it would have
They
been more.
still will win the damn
It
north.
would have
Trust
been
me.
more difficult if Obi get that support, or because it could have been between Obi, Wike, and the likes if they actually stand on that zoning thing. Then, and if you remember, I'm sure Mike was here
No,
then because we actually
OG,
that zoning issue
OG,
was really a
the best
topic on the
bet for
platform
them
then.
that although they will not win, is if they are presented wicked.
They might not, they will not
They
win.
won't win, but they will get a chunk of votes because the South will vote massively for him. Part of Southeast will vote for him. But if they present Obi is a little bit tribal politician to the core. You can see the way he campaigned. So
But
the
you know, but
Northwest
remember,
and the East, they don't really like him. And they waited for him until that moment.
but I like to say that if you guys like it or not, Peter B was the best option, absolutely the best option to have come out of that region or that party, and also that Peter B, yeah, it was absolutely the best option, and it did himself a favor by jumping ship and going to an LP Liberal Party, really. Yeah, I don't. Wiki has no chance. I mean, come on, Wiki has no chance. Who's gonna vote for Wiki?
So Wiki would have done better than Obi. Trust me.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Wiki would have done better. Wiki would have done better.
No way. I don't even believe
Are you
that.
talking in terms of
Please,
votes?
Guys,
if you look
hold
at
on,
this
guys.
election,
Are you talking in terms of
politics?
this
we
past
talking in terms of
election,
votes or competency? Why are you saying which one?
I'm talking in terms of votes. In terms of the number of votes, Wiki will barely get a half of what Peter B got. You guys gotta remember.
you are looking at
No,
Wiki will get a lot of votes in the north. He will
you
do well.
guys,
Wiki?
Yes,
you guys
Wiki
are
will campaign.
looking
Wiki will
Really?
do well in the north.
You
Really?
guys are looking
Wow.
at
Okay.
you are looking
He
at
campaign
I
well
don't
with the
think so.
northerners.
I don't think so.
Trust me. Wiki
no, Prince
Wiki is
Daddy
not
is
Igbo
looking
now.
at
What are you talking about?
Wiki
From the south south.
from the angle of the noise of Obi. It wouldn't have played out like that. What would have happened? You see, Wiki would have played his game well, form a bit of alliance with some northerners.
You guys are giving Wiki a lot of credit. Come on, you guys, listen. Wiki is brash and crude. The way you guys talk like Wiki is such a polished politician that can
He is,
wow
man.
people. It's not. It's none of that.
Wiki will humble himself and go to the north and campaign with their leaders
Since
there.
when?
This guy doesn't even know.
Prince Daddy, it wouldn't have played out like that because even Obi crossing to Labour Party was what even gave him that a bit of that people falling towards
I agree.
towards him. It was that.
But you and I
was
know that Wiki plays Agbero politics. He doesn't have that skill. He does not have that skill. That's a joke. I'm telling you, man. Peter B was absolutely the best candidate to have come out. I'm telling you, and the politics he played. I'm telling you what the politics of religion.
Tell me the politics Peter B played that was very so good. Just tribal
good.
politics.
No, hold on. I'm not saying his politics was good, but he played a strategic policy. Politics.
Strategic.
What strategic is Peter Obi's politics?
He went ethnic. He went ethnic, and he went religious. He did.
And they call us smart politics.
This guy almost got as many votes as Atiku. Don't forget that.
Dude, he had he had an entire ethnic group, the second largest ethnic group in Nigeria behind him. His ethnic group.
That is part of it now.
No. They were going to be behind him whether he play any politics or not. They were going to be behind him. Take away his ethnic group out of the equation. The guy didn't do shit anyway. He didn't do nothing.
Zero. Nothing.
It's just the 5 Eastern State where the guy.
I'm not a Peter B supporter, but I'm telling you, I like to see the truth. That place where I stay,
No, if Obi wasn't from Southeast, trust me, and he's Obi, he was from one of those minority tracks. The guy would probably get like Flores votes or something. The guy wouldn't have done shit. He just has his ethnic group, and they felt like it was their turn to be president. Really,
Okay, hold on, Mike.
the reason the Southeast came to vote massively for him is not because of him. It's just because they feel it's their turn. It's their region's turn to be president. That's it. And they want their son, the Kanu, to be released from prison. That's it. It's not because of Obi now. They don't care about the guy like that.
So do you think Wike would have been able to leave PDP, went to LP, and make such
No.
an
Going
impact
to LP,
as
I don't know. I'm just saying Wike on a PDP would have done better. Wike would have read under
maybe I can
PDP
agree
now.
with you. See, I'm talking about the whole scenario.
No. If Wike would have gone to LP, I don't think he would have done shit. Even Obi, he's not really LP. He's not LP that whether LP or no
He
LP.
won't be going to Labour Party. He would have just stayed in PDP.
Prince Daddy, and I want you to look at it this way. South have 6 states. And each of these states, they can muzzle out more than 1.52 million votes for him. Calculated, it's already more than 5 Southeast states. Now, Wike, the politics he play, if PDP have picked him, I can bet you he will win in some northern states.
Northern state will vote for him. Yeah.
Not all of them, but at least he will win some.
Well, at least some will vote for him.
Yeah, it will win like 20 or 30% of northern states, and Tinubu will win the rest.
Listen,
if Atiku was not running.
Kind of mindset. Wike will not play the politics of religion and ethnicity that Obi played. He won't play his own politics like that. He will go to the core northern leaders, try to get their support. Obi did not play that game. Obi campaigned to where there is all Igbo in all over Nigeria, and he also go to churches.
Obi is part of the people. He's part of the people that caused the division in Nigeria today.
Yes.
Okay, please,
I don't disagree with that.
Let's hear from Bishop. Yeah, Bishop. Yeah.
Okay, please, Daddy, I heard you repeated. You said repeatedly in the past few minutes that Obi is the best candidate for that election. I want to be sure I heard you very correctly, and I just have 2 questions. How did you come to that conclusion? Is it by his antecedents in Anambra State, a state I know so very well, or is by the interviews or his interactions before the election, long before the election, long before the election? There was a day I cleansed my mind. I just wanted to listen to it. So I dug out. I was actually on the road, I will confess that. I dug out some of his interviews and I listened to about 5 or 6 of his interviews. And I tried as much as possible to listen with open mind. I was very, very objective. I just wanted to hear somebody come up with plans and solution. And all Obi said in all of those interviews were bad. I mean, utter brainless, nonsense. So if you've replaced say is the best thing that with me. So was it by accident in Anambra State, which I knew he was a total failure, completely evil, and Anambarians were really, really angry with him then. And there are references to that either in write-ups, articles, reports, then not now, then when he was governor, or were you convinced when he was granting those interviews of jumping from one? So that's why I actually came in, because I'm listening to you.
Yes, thanks for the question, Bishop. I tell you, everything just expressed right now, I share the same sentiments and view about Peter Obi. Perhaps you didn't hear my response or how I answered the question. I said Peter Obi was the best to have come out from that region or from that party. That's what I meant. It was everything you think about Peter Obi.
From its region.
His views and everything, I shared 100% with you. And I felt the same way. I listened to Peter Obi. I started listening to Peter Obi like back when he first run as a VP to Atiku. And I watched a lot of his videos from the horse's mouth, and I said, this guy is just paperweight. He has nothing to offer. So I share the same sentiment. If you listen to me, I'm not a supporter of Peter Obi, but I was just talking about his politics. And a candidate that could have come out from that region at this point in time, or this last election, it was, to me, was absolutely the best.
I do think, out of that region, there are other people I know that could have done better in other region than him. Honestly, someone like Rochas or even these Anambra governors. Hold on. Soludo, they would have done better in the north than Obi.
Okay,
No, I'm saying
so
not in his region. No. In the southeast, they
so
would do bad, but they would have done better in other region because they would have campaigned better. Rochas would have got more votes in the north than Obi would have got from the north. For
okay,
a
so
fact.
Of course, for sure.
That's
thank
what I'm
you,
saying. Yeah.
Prince Daddy. Thank you, Prince Daddy, for your clarification. Now, let me just drop in this because I've been inundated with a lot of reports and whatever across the country, and I ask people a very simple question: was there ever an easy way out for Nigeria out of the quagmire we find ourselves in? The road did not start today. If anybody had come and prescribed that there was going to be a a roller coaster easy way out of the problem, I would never have believed that person. So for me, I have always held that what we take out of talk us Nigeria out of this quagmire is going to require somebody that has the courage to do the needful, irrespective of how painful it is, because I believe that there was never an easy way out. We need a brain reset as a country. We need to turn a lot of this around. Is Tinubu getting it 100%? I don't think so. I would have thought Buhari was the one that would take the courage to take some of the very painful, extremely painful but necessary decision. And Buhari failed in that area. I don't know why he did. He couldn't. So, was there ever an easy way out for Nigeria? If anybody has,
No, but talking about this decision making, you're talking about what sort of decisions were you expecting, if I may ask?
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, a few. Number one, I'll reference an article that was written by Olusegun Adeniyi. I can't remember the title of that article, 2015 or 2016. There's a been report that both state and federal government will carry 2/3 of our civil service, of our wage bill. They are not necessary because they are not adding value. So, will there be somebody that have the courage to sack 2/3 of our labor force? I don't think so, because that will be adding more to the challenges we have. So the second one is there has been freebies that many people undeservedly have been enjoying in Nigeria, except we are deceiving ourselves. There are freebies that people are enjoying that they don't deserve, and if we continue in that trajectory, it's just a matter of time before we collapse. For example, the fuel subsidy, this naira, something we are talking, we keep defending, because people that know, they know, and a lot of the wage of the burden that the government is carrying that should not necessarily be. Look, in the past, people have analyzed and they told us that our tax to GDP in Nigeria is 6%. It is abysmal. It is horrendous. How can just 6%? So we know this, and the people that are paying, number one, the people that are paying are the payee, the one that have payee, that's majority, the one that government deduct at source. But these civil servants even steal more than what they are, because I can tell you, majority of the civil servants in time past don't depend on their salaries. They depend on what they can get, in the course of their duty. And a fact is this: most Nigerians have that mentality, entitlement, especially theirs. That look, that is Latinje, apart from their salary, they look for. So we have that culture, and it has taken it has eaten deep. So breaking away from it was never going to be easy. So if you ask me which area, I will tell you, we have an entitlement mentality. If you can dispute and convince me that that's not true, then I will apologize and I will withdraw myself. But we have an entitlement mentality.
You are very correct, and it's part of
Even
what
when
you're
there is
telling us,
nothing.
because you as an individual, you know me, but you could have had a lot of things you could have, and as an idea, you could have brought that would have bring about development that could have had value and you could have gotten paid for it. But people don't want to think. They just want to come to you and get money one way or the other, or get contracts that they won't execute, And it's just so I totally agree with you. I'm not good. It's really a crazy person that would disagree with that.
So for me, like I said, I know we can get out of this mess we are in, but it's going to take some very hard decision that's going to come with some degree, some very high. If we have taken it sometime before, maybe the pain will not be as much as it is now. But for now, the pain will be excruciating. And if we not get halfway and we abandon it and we go back, it's just a matter of time.
Like I was
Venezuela
saying earlier,
will
before
be a
you
child's
came on,
Venezuela will be a child's play when we crash.
I was saying earlier before you
You
came
know
on.
me, I'm a robot.
I
I'm
was
a
saying,
robot and I behave in automation.
yeah.
So the thing is this. There are some gas stations in Nigeria now that they've already been automated, right? So two things can happen. If you go to that gas station, when you use your card and you are not having any interaction with human directly, no point of someone cutting your gas short or whatever. You just pay and go. So where am I making this example is this. Even though average human being, average workers in Nigeria, they like corruption. And I'm not excusing them, we created a situation for it to happen. When these guys are heading less than necessary, and when there are no kind of credit system for them to be able to achieve things. So you tend to have corruption. Then when you have things like that, then you have to have some kind of accounting system that will now make that silly. They will still steal, but assuming that maybe there are 100,000 people stealing before, if you are able to eliminate like at least 40,000, less 60,000 to 70,000 out of them, you are improving and you keep improving until you get it right. So, like I said, Nigerians will not just come every one day tomorrow and say, oh, we want to do good. We don't want to steal money. No, it's not going to happen. It has to be a system that hold everybody accountable, that keep everybody on his toe, that make them be afraid of even trying rubbish. So, at the end of the day, where will I still go to? Government. Because government, they've been able to reduce ghost workers, right? That's one of those accounting systems we are talking about.
Okay.
Ola,
Ola.
Okay.
Go ahead. I will come in after you.
No, go ahead, Bishop. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I agree with you to a very large extent, to some reasonable extent. But what we are talking about is, can we? There's a saying, people, one of their good books, permit me for you to use that, that they used to say, can we continue in sin and that grace may abound? I don't know if I quoted this correctly. Now, do we want to continue the old ways of doing things? And is there a switch, a switch system that can change our situation just like that people, they were not used to the culture of hard work? I don't know the part of the Western world you live in, but I know money does not come easy. Many people in Nigeria are spending money they don't earn. And if you want me to put a percentage to that, at least the amount of people might be just about 10-20% of the population, but the amount of our collective patrimony that they have access to and they are squandering is more than 80%. So when 80%, when 10% or 20% are spending 80% of unearned, that's money they have not really earned in the real sense of it. That it is just by one paddy, connection and the rest. Then we are doomed. It's just a matter of time before the roof comes crashing. Am I at peace? Do I like what is happening? I don't think so. But I have always known that, look, if we are going to have a reset, look, that man, that woman. If we begin to cite examples, I have dozens of examples. In fact, I have some that are so close to me, and I will give one example. Permit me. I have a relation that works in one of the hospital. I think I mentioned it here, and he was doing so well. He's not really very well educated. And some of my people will know what I'm talking about. He's not really well, very educated, as in, but he got a job in one of the teaching hospitals, and they were in charge of some facility, and he was doing well. He was making money. And one day I was asking him, and he said, "Oh, he goes home with a minimum of between 10 and 20,000 every day. Do you know what they do? Okay, I will spell it out. He works in the department in the hospital where they are in charge of oxygen. They give oxygen. So when people come and they are paid for oxygen, and those people, maybe, as you guys used to say, have buy, or what do you call it? So instead of returning the oxygen back, they have a way of corrupting it, cornering that oxygen. They remove from that place. So when another person come, they now sell that oxygen again, and that money goes into their pocket, and they were making a whole lot of money. If one individual that his salary is not up to 100,000, 76,000, that's what he said his salary was, but he's able to go home with sometimes 20,000 on a day, on a good day, 20,000 on a day. But he said average between 10 and 50,000. So let's now take the lower limit of 10,000 per day. So that means if this guy works 20 days in a month, it takes additional 200,000.
Bishop, I agree with you where you are
So,
going to see
so
it.
sorry,
This
just 1
way,
second, just 1 second.
no,
So when he got caught, I'll just land that. So when he got caught, and they almost sacked him, and after much pleading, they had to redeploy him. Reality dawned on him because they told him all eyes were on him. It was a federal government hospital that all eyes were on him. So since then, things have changed. Now, when that individual talks to people and complain about Nigeria, I will tell them he will never say that to me because he is past.
no. Everybody is a saint on his own when they are not caught. You understand?
Yes, yeah, you have got it.
So if who wants those things, let the person cast the first stone. This is what I'm saying. You see, if we preach from now to tomorrow, you understand, people will not listen. It's a systemic thing. Let me give you an example. When I will see for the government for the private. Look at when OBJ made an example out of Alamese.
Okay.
Every month that time, the governors, they were going for medical checkup anytime they collected allocation.
For the allocation.
You understand? And look at the situation of Forex then too. They will mop up the Forex too. But when they made example of Alamese, all the governors, they stay back in Nigeria. Or suddenly, medical tourism stopped, and our Forex started performing. This thing, they appear like yesterday, Abby, but all those people that have interest in politics, just like we have now, we can still remember what happened during those days, right? Now, example of what we've just done is this. While in the bank, I've said it before, we deploy all this Edu Portal, and we have different business solutions to different people. Ogun State now, we deploy some solution to them. Because I remember I was doing a project in Ogun State, and those people, all those touts around the Ministry of Finance, they were telling me, Oga, when you write your wife and your name, they will look at you, they will double tax you. They were giving me all those stories because they didn't know the type of person I am. Because they believe just a random person. I listened to them, I say, okay. Because I have a stubborn mind that, see, I don't want to do something today and regret it in 20, 30 years down the line. Because you think you cut corner today, you think they are doing a new thing for you today, and things turn around tomorrow. How did I know that? My few experience with NEPA. When you're not those touts in NEPA will do things for you. Those touts, they were working with the staff inside, but that thing will backfire later. Especially that's what we call illegal meter then. That some people will got illegal meter. Those meters were not illegal, but they got it through illegal means. That's just the meaning. Now, what am I saying here is this: when we deploy, when we deploy solution via e-transact, so a person like me, I use it. You know, immediately I paid, I just needed to send code to the database, to the e-transact database, and it responded to me the time I paid and amount that I paid. You know, things like that. What did I do? Okay, let me do one funny thing. I even wanted to give money to some of them there when I left. You understand? They were afraid to collect the money from me. I said, no, you are not collecting bribe. I've paid my money officially. You understand? They were afraid. So what am I saying is this? We need a system. Even in schools, when I talk of EduPortal, do you know how many fake receipts that those bosses used to produce those days, that and they will be collecting money on behalf of that school. They will be collecting money on their own self behalf, because they will be the one to register, to record everything. But when it became the issue of sending the thing through electronic payment, where just like a line or 2 lines of queries, we just bring everything out, the thing reduced. So what I'm saying is this: we should encourage automation.
Well, good.
So
Yeah.
all these forex we are talking about, we should enforce automation. Because yesterday we are here when people say we don't have data. I said we have data. We prove it
I,
yesterday
I
that we have
agree.
data in Nigeria.
I agree with that, your submission. If that is the crux, that we should encourage automation, yes, I agree 1000% with you. Let me give you another scenario. I'm sorry for. I have a friend that works in the Federal Ministry of Education. He's been there for a very long time. He's very close to retirement now. He was my, friend in younger days. Since the day when Federal Ministry of Education was in Lagos, that place in Legico on the way to on Amadu Bello Way. If you know Legico, that's Ministry of Education, just opposite of this military barracks. What do they call that place? Something cantonment. So many years later down the line, I had another friend that was working in the federal. I was teaching in the federal government college. So we got talking. He got to know that I know that individual. I will not mention his name for his privacy. And he was saying, "Yeah, I should help him." That he wants to go from being a teacher to being to work in the ministry. All federal government teachers, federal government college teachers are, and he has grown to be like almost he was nearing a vice principal. And so I called my friend. I said, "What happened?" He said, now you know what he's talking about. That is not easy. I'm not talking of last year. I'm not talking of 10 years ago. I'm talking of between 15 and 20 years ago. And I was shocked to discover that people pay, that is in federal government colleges, that people pay as at then as much as 3 to 5 million naira to be posted to some schools, one, and to be posted to some departments. So you are a teacher and you are going to be made a vice principal or principal, and you can cover 5 million because you want somebody to post you to, for example, Queen's College or King's College, or you understand what I'm saying? And I was shocked. So I went back to my friend. I said, "Why do you want to go to that place?" The thing he said was that Ibelobewa. So it was not just because you have any reason to go to federal, to those places. You are already working in a federal government
Bishop,
college.
you will continue. Right in Canada, I know someone that paid 4 million on behalf of his brother to buy a job in Abuja. Just to buy civil service job in Abuja.
Okay. So
4 million.
So
when you pay 4 million to buy a job, so what will you do when you get there?
I'm telling you. So can we now say all these people that are enjoying the language? We are not even talking of the ones that go on courses. There are some people, the way they grease their palm in federal government, they go on courses and training abroad like they are going to, in some of the important, in quotes now, important parastatals and agencies. Are we saying those people are going to fold their arms when their food, their meal ticket is being taken away from them? They are going to fight back. They are going to do everything to make sure that we did not succeed. Look, I have used to quote one quote here. is I'm beginning to sound monotonous. A lot of things we should have done many years ago. We left them undone. The pain is sorry, I don't know how to circumcise. And you did not, you avoid it, you manipulate, you dodge. When you are now an adult, you are now going to do the circumcision. The pain you would have experienced if they had done that thing when you were 3 days or 8 days old or 40 days old, it's not the same pain you are going to experience now. Now, the risk of infection, the risk of this for doctors among us, the risk of that, the excruciating pain, the fact that some things are formed is going to be there. So if we want to get out of the woods, honestly speaking, it's just only a few, less than 20% of Tinubu's policy, I would say, are not necessary. We can as well kick the can down the road and continue to patch and manage the way we've always been managing, thinking it is just a matter of time before the roof comes crashing. My submission have always been elections are over. People that did not win this time should rally around. Let us work, criticize objectively, and wait for the next opportunity to contest in the election again. But every attempt to bring down the government by some individual, because some people are sponsoring it, some are actively, I'm not giving Tinubu 100%. No, he's had some mistake. I have my disagreement with him. I've only called him out anytime I have the opportunity. But the truth of the matter is this. There was a musician that sang a song many years ago. I don't know how many people remember. Ozidi King. I used to like that man. Sonny Okosun. In 1983, when they released a record, Which Way Nigeria, Which Way to Go? I love my fatherland. I want to. Which way Nigeria? Is there an easy way out? My guess is no. If we want to weather this, we must be ready to pay the price. May God bless Nigeria. Thank you, guys.
The 1982 song you just gave us. So DOG.
Yeah.
Continue with your.
Yeah. Everything Bishop said was on point. And like I was saying, I've said, all these guys, they are getting money, allowances, salary, all this sharing of money they getting. But I think Tinubu needs to now make sure everybody, you must account for what you use the money allocated to you. You must account for it. There must be a body that scrutinize. Sorry, there must be There must be a body that scrutinize.
It was a contribute now.
There must be Ziva, stop it, stop being silly. There must be a body that scrutinize how people spend this money. At least get all this allowance, enjoy your life, but the money you are allocated to go and spend for your community, for your state, for your constituency, be accountable for it. Let us know what you did with it, because by then, when they start using the money to do things, it will start having impact in the people's life. But that's why I said, even they should just have a period they have meetings in their Abuja. Most of them should be living in their constituency, so they are close to their people. You are leading people, but you are far away from them, from Abuja. Your people should have access to you. Would they have access to you? Some of them don't even know how to get to Abuja, and you are sitting in Abuja saying you are, So a lot of all those things, all those unnecessary stuff needs to stop, and people need to focus. These guys, they need to focus.
Yeah, is I don't know. The situation is unfortunate, but
Honestly,
sometimes
you know what is painful? That's why I'm saying this. If you look at what these people get as allowance alone, aside salary, not to now talk of the money that they share between themselves. So the money they now even still give you, okay, as senator, honorable, this is money for your constituency. Go and look after your people. They will still pocket the money.
Just
That's wickedness.
Now that we're even at this point, none of them is even improvising in that. It's okay. It's time for me to until
You see,
some of us have to start shouting that you people to try and make impact in people that in your locals now.
You will see the likes of Dino Melaye, and
That
they will
one
be
is an
showing you the
idiot.
number of cars
That
that
one is an
the person
idiot.
that has car more than Dangote
Agbaya,
boss.
Agbaya, Agboshi.
you see, Agbayabawo,
Ọmọdé kéré ni Dino náà, ọmọ
Agbayawo ni Dino, ọmọ Ranu wo ni Agbaya.
ọmọ
Just
1974. Ó ṣe máa pé 50 lọ́dún yìí ni. So the thing is,
so let me say this. You see, sorry for butting in. You see, well, I agree with you to a very great extent. Let's do a little bit of reflective. I don't know what they call it in grammar. Now, number one, our representative at the federal level, because in Nigeria, legislation is a full-time business now. Actually have reasons to be in Abuja, not in their constituency. They go to their constituency once in a while, but their major duties is in Abuja. That's number one. I'm not saying I support them. Number two, politics in Nigeria, because of the poverty that did not start now, has made the people they call PEP, politically exposed persons, to be very vulnerable. Now, it is not uncommon for you to go to your honorable in your state, depending on which state or which part of the country you are from, and everybody know that the man is coming in on Thursday. From Thursday evening, he will stay till maybe Monday before he goes back. That Thursday, you get to his house, you meet 100 persons at the very minimum, and as one is telling him, they just admitted my wife in the hospital. The other one is telling him, my mama just died yesterday. The other one is telling him,
Bishop, sir, I agree with all those things you are saying. See, let me. That's one. That's
I'm
one
not.
of
I'm
the
not
reasons
justifying it. I'm not justifying it. I'm
No,
not justifying
no,
it.
no. I'm just saying that that's one of the reasons they should be staying within the community, so that instead of when the pressure is much on them, they should work out. They should work and make the government do the necessary thing. And see, it's just because of they are not living among us. That is why they care little or less about insecurity.
Yeah, the gap is too much. The gap is too much.
See, that at this stage now, we should even be talking of how to be doing a meeting, all those sessions or online using Zoom, using Google Meet, all those stuff. So let them be staying with their people. If they are staying with their people, they will know that, okay, by the time about 10 people are asking you for money for hospital, you will know that you are supposed to build a center. So instead of, in fact, if there's a way to put them, see, okay, how come that mayor of my city, I can see that person, I can see my rep, I can see my rep, I can see, but when it comes to that of Nigeria, they are almost invisible. It's just because of the social they created.
No, they see them.
No, Bishop,
the only reason why some of them run, they see
the
them.
money they should have invested in security, all the policies they are supposed to
They
make.
don't see them.
They are carrying
Hold on. Let's. Look, I agree there's a problem, but especially I don't know about senators, House of Rep members. I know, at least I can say, some 3 to 4, 5. I don't want to mention it. That's what they do anytime they come from morning till night is to attend to people one after the other. One after the other. We have a bad mentality, this mentality of depending. When honorable come out and call a person way, so
but it was not like that in the 80s. It was not like that in the 80s. It's just because the way they created this thing for their own political
the pressure of the 80s is different from the pressure we had now. Look, there was a lacuna. There was a gap.
That's not okay. Look at the free education. Then you will get your alawiye or the notebook.
I understand you. Let me tell you what happened.
If you give these people that money, they will shop the money.
No, that money is not. That money is not even
and
there.
our politicians those days, they were not living large. Even the person that will happen to be governor of Ondo State, like 404, that he used to enter
I agree with you. I agree with you, but the realities have changed, and I will tell you very briefly. See, there was a lacuna, there was a gap in development, in building, and the rest. Let's just take the easiest time, 1980, between 1980 and 1990. There was a major gap, and the gap is in threefold. Number one, development ceased. There was the development did not commensurate with our population growth. That's one. Income dwindled, shrunk. We were not making as much money as a country as we were making. Number three, population exploded.
No, Bishop. We are talking of the money that is towards the politicians.
That's what I'm saying
No,
now.
I can agree. No,
If you
Bishop,
factor
I
in
can
those
agree
points,
if there were any like Omobori, who like I just seen, like all those 1980 leaders. So if we are not saying there's no money, after that we understand. But the money that these people are earning is even enough to even fund free education in Nigeria. The type of life they are living. Okay, for example, in the 80s, the like of those people, they were using simple 504. If you have your money, if you have a car before, they won't buy a car for you. You'll be using your car. So what is the senator, they want cars, not only one, they want it in entourage. So because if they are doing well, they will not even need some kind of or a police orderly for them to move. So that's the problem. So to me, if there's a way, if you cannot represent us, if you know that you are afraid, you are not secure within your community, then you don't need to go and represent us at the National Assembly. If your people so love you, they will be the one to protect you. That's how it's supposed to be.
No, surely, I mean, I'm not defending
See,
politicians.
we have to make that position difficult for people who they are not going to help the people, their people to get to that place. Okay, it's just like student union president in the school. You say, okay, because there are called guys in the school, you don't want to when you contest, when you win, you want to be living in the rector, your rector of VC room.
You know what you just said now, and I will say this, and I will let go. What you just said now struck me. I wanted to use that as an example where the rot started from, but you just took it out of my mouth. You just seconds ahead of me. Student union. Do you know in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s, but middle to late 80s, I know I can confidently point at some student union leaders, student union presidents of Nigerian institutions that stole millions. And they were living large. When I said large, living large. I don't want to mention name. I don't want to be, because I will not. It's difficult to go and prove. But those things actually happened from Lagos to Ogun to Oyo to Niger, Mina, as far as Maiduguri to University of Nigeria, student union leaders that were involved in serious, what do you call it now? Mismanagement. If you remember, as a student union, as a student, there is an amount of your money that they used to deduct for student union dues. It started from 5 naira. Do you remember? I don't know how many people remember that.
Yeah, student union fee, yeah.
From 5 naira before he grew to 15 naira. And student union, I know of a particular student union. I won't mention his name. Apart from building 4 flats as a student upstairs, he had these Toyota Coaster buses that were running from Lagos to Onitsha. 2. A student union. And all the money was from student union. Now, they took cultism to a different level. I will not say that Lucky Grenadier is a cultist to Usabi. I will not say that James Ibori is a cultist to Usabi. I will mention names. We have people that eventually got to governors and they were using those boys at different levels, whether it is from Ibadan or Delta or Rivers or everywhere in the state. We know them. They are always in public. So we are used to this thing, and they believe that the people have no choice but to continue to tell their lies. and the time to stop it has come. And I pray they stop it. But the question is it going to be stopped without them fighting back? We are beginning to see their hands because they want us to revert back to status quo. There are some things that we can accommodate, say, okay, at least so that people, but there are some that we have to say no to. The question is this: which way out? Like the song I just sang, I know that song very well. It used to be, I bought that record, that LP. It used to be one of my favorites by Sonny Okosun. Ever before I bet him. Which way, Nigeria? Is there an easy way out of these challenges we are facing? Or to take the decision to remove those undeserved privileges from those people? Look, NNPC was not producing for years 1 liter of oil. We were spending hundreds of millions of dollars in turnaround maintenance. But do you know the number of employees all those refineries were retaining? And I will tell you for free, because I know, and I can tell you authoritatively, I know members, staff of those refineries, they were going on overseas training, even though they have not produced 1 liter of petrol in 10 years. They went to Japan. Some of them spent 6-7 months in Japan, earning big. Some of them, so they were sending them abroad. So to them, they don't care whether they are producing or not, in as much as their salary was going, and they were still even getting promotion. They were still recruiting more. Is that the kind of system we want to run? You just said something about automation. I did say this, and I say it on my integrity. I was talking to someone a few days ago. Very few. I was a few days ago. I was actually on this program. I came through West Virginia. I drove through West Virginia I was coming down south from the north. I actually was in Nebraska, and I came to, so a very short distance. I used a tool, what do they call this road now? So, and I paid toll 3 times within 100 miles, and those two, $6.25 in my small man, $6.75.
Sorry for cutting you
Yes.
off.
Yes.
In Australia, you are not mandated to pass through toll roads. Are there not alternate roads you can pass through?
I will not say there are no alternate roads.
Yeah, because there should be alternate road. You don't have to pay for toll.
No, you are in many instances you are mandated. Look, it's like me giving you an option.
No, that is not right.
No, well, it is that one is grammar. Let me give you an example, a very typical example in Florida. I know I've driven in Florida very well. The alternative they will give you, that alternative is not even there, because number one, you don't know all the roads. You will put your where you are going on Google, on your GPS. GPS will just suggest always. In some instances, we give you the alternative. Now, the truth of the matter is this: some alternative, like what's this guy? Oh my God! The name just flashed in my head now. That wrote this book, the Devil's Alternative. What's his name now? Frederick Forsyth. Like the Frederick Forsyth. The alternative they give you are devil's alternatives. I will tell you why. If you are going through the turnpike, you are going to link 75. Anybody that knows 75 to 10. If you want to go from Miami to you are going to Texas, you will run on 54 a whole stretch before you link to 75 and you link to 10. On that 54, that is Florida Turnpike, you will pay toll at minimum maybe 5 or 6 times, if not more, because the most toll state in America is Florida, and except you will not drive, you can enter public transport, but that they will give you alternative.
I can say you are passing those toll for your own convenience.
Okay.
There will be alternate road.
Oga Thomas, forget
No,
those alternatives.
Thomas,
Forget those
what he's
alternatives.
saying is, you see,
Forget it.
like even in the UK here, sir, even in the UK here, there is toll. You know, there is a bridge of power. Is toll. You take, but do I want to take that toll and get to where I'm going to in 10 minutes, or I want to go and take
But that is
alternative
your
route?
whole that is your whole preferred
Why
thing.
do I want to drive 2 hours
You
when I can
choose.
drive 10 minutes and just pay
And
token?
so you pay for the toll. So you pay
So
for the toll, isn't it?
I should drive 2 hours
Again,
rather than pay
that's not
£4.50.
that's not even my concern. That's not where I'm going. I was just using that as an example. You see, you will not tell me, thank you for that intervention, that for a 10
Yeah.
minutes road, I will go and drive 1 hour road. It doesn't make sense. I
Because
mean,
of
I take chance
$2 or
because I
£2.
want to, so I make it difficult for you because of £2
So that's
essentially.
what I'm saying.
But
That is the money
where I'm
of
going,
your toll.
but where I'm
Yeah.
going is in the automation. In the automation, you get to gas station in America, you get to store, you buy things, you check, you do your self checkout. You understand? You don't interface with anybody. You get to the airport, you can do your self check-in. You go to a gate, there's nobody there. The thing automatically you just put your card, the thing deduct your money. If you have the e-pass, you have bought it and they will just send the ticket to your house and they will add money to it. But if you have a pool whereby they just deduct it as anytime you pass, the thing electronically captures it and you pass. So they are eliminating human interference in using data because other people are able to contribute positively. The question is, are we there yet in Nigeria? The answer is no. But there are stores you go to in Nigeria today, in America today. Go to Walmart, you buy your things, you go to your self checkout. Now you go check out. Money, camera is
That's
capturing
nice.
it. You go to gas station, you do the same thing. You go to airports, you go to different places. You go to a toll gate, nobody is there. People say it is taking jobs away from people. Agreed to some extent, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is relating it in Nigeria, where we are, where the number of the unskilled is humongous. The number of the unskilled, that is people that have no skill, you just manage to patch them. Just let my people go, as they used to say in those days. So if we want to go completely automated, it has its consequences. But I am not demanding that now. I'm just saying everybody, that culture, that orientation, that everybody that wants to earn a kobo should learn the culture of putting in a kobo's worth of job. Simple. This idea that people can get rich suddenly by some magic, because somebody that is putting 4 million to buy a job slot in a ministry, he's not going there to work, he's going there to steal. The same way, somebody that is made to come out, one of my friends wanted to contest for election in Oyo State many years ago, and he went to Oyo State. I won't mention his name. And he went to Oyo State and he consulted with a lot of people. They told him point blankly, they happy to come up with a budget. I'm not talking of last election. I'm not talking of 2 years. I'm talking of 2015 election. Or was it 2015 or 2011? I wanted to contest. I mentioned the name already. And they told him to go and bring 7 billion. I swear on my father's grave to contest an election to be a governor. How? How will somebody now bring 7 billion because he wants to help his people and you don't expect him to steal? I am talking of my state. I live in Port Harcourt. I was living in Port Harcourt then. I've mentioned his name mistakenly. I was not supposed to mention. When they came out, I said, "What do you want to do?" He said, "Because it was easy way to give him tickets to go to heaven." Of course, he stopped. But there are so many people that did not stop. So if you invest 7 billion about 10 years ago or 15 years ago to become a governor, tell me, even if you are Dangote, do you want to throw your money away? And all these people we are fighting for are the ones that are demanding that money. Every word you go to, the people want you to drop money, people want to eat out of you. Some people have taken politics as a business. And you ask people to go and vote, they will tell you, oh, you have to give this amount. So we are in a very big problem. and turning things around is not going to be like a roller coaster, like a tea party. One of my friends of blessed memory says that potato, it's not going to be as easy as you are eating potato. I hate it. But at the same time, I like to face reality. How can we get out of this? You see a parent, I have seen a parent that is approaching a lecturer to sit for exam for her daughter. People pay for special centers. People pay to get, even for primary school children, common entrance is coming. Parents are going to buy paper for them. I have said here, ever before many years ago, that if they do serious certificate screening in Nigerian universities, a whole 1/3 of our lecturers are not qualified to be there. Professors, they have fake PhD, fake MSc, plenty. Many years ago, they caught one professor in University of Calabar that had been a professor for 17 years or something, 7 or 17 years, on fake results. So if you really want to share for more, it's not going to be easy. But we need it. Otherwise, hey, it's just a matter of time. Nigeria will collapse. I pray we don't get to that. Thank you, guys. It's been nice being with you.
Thank you, Bishop, and we enjoy your contribution. Thomas, are you there? Thomas.
Is General Thomas there? I want to give a shout out to him, Mama.
It's not.
It's lost in the fridge.
Not the fridge. Yeah.
Not the fridge in there. Because Thomas, ironically, I've been able to trace back. I know Thomas way back. Yeah.
Where?
Is that Thomas asking? Hey, Mama,
No.
now I know Mrs. Thomas very well.
From Ibadan. From
Yeah, from Ibadan Crane Cocoa Research Institute.
Yeah.
And
he would have been happy to hear that too.
No,
Yes.
I think I told him once, but I've been able to get. I know. I remember very well.
So
Because I don't eat Thomas Mama food very well. It's just like yeah, of course, he knows.
Yeah.
But at least I was able to get the.
Where in Ibadan did you live, sir?
Man, I'm at Ibadan. I like Ibadan, but I was living in I did some time in Oketunu. Then I live in Bodija, the Ring Road. Yes.
Oketunu? Mokola?
Yes. Who is talking?
DOG.
Oh, DOG. Okay. I live in Oketunu. Oh God, what to visit?
No, Oketunu mo dagba si ni.
You tell me your area in Oketunu.
Cultural Studio.
Don't tell me. Ilé bàbá Débásí Nwoko. New Culture Studio. Lọ́rẹ̀ méjì.
Ilé ọlọ́yà dé lè ní gbé.
Ta ló sọ̀rọ̀? Dayo. I was be live in our shit. I did that. Mi di sọ̀rọ̀ kọ́ mi fún ẹ o.
Kí ló dé?
Tó bá ti dọ́là, ó pe Àlàbí Ìpàyẹ́. Báyọ̀ kí n dárúkọ àwọn ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀. Ṣé ọmọ bàbá lọ́wọ́ adé ni ẹni?
Ọmọ Gutoni.
Ogúndé. Dayọ̀ ọmọ Gutoni. Mi sọ̀rọ̀ wọn. Okay. Mo ní màálù nígbà tí mò ń gbé ní Òkètùnú. Ṣé o ti gẹ́ẹ̀tì ẹni tó ń sọ̀rọ̀? Kò sí àwọn méjì tó ní màálù ládùúgbò yẹn.
Ọlọ́pàá dé.
Mi ò sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Anyhow, jẹ́ ká sọ̀rọ̀ later. Mi ò sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ o. Orúkọ mi dé bá. Ọ̀gá o. Ọ̀gá o. Ò jẹ́jẹ́ mi ni mo wà o. Gbogbo Òkètùnú yẹn
láti ọ̀rẹ́ méjì tó fi dé Coca-Cola tó fi dé Bódìjà Alábí smart sọ fún smart pé èmi àti ìyàwó ẹ̀ sì sọ̀rọ̀ lé èmi àti Flora sì sọ̀rọ̀ lé. So torí kí náà pé kí ni ẹ̀gbọ́n yìí náà kí lórúkọ ẹ̀ jẹ́ náà tó ń gbélé bàbá àwọn Reverend Akíngbàlà gbà ẹ̀ kí mo forúkọ ẹ̀ ṣe oh God bàbá ńkọ́ bàbá ọlọ́run ńkọ́ ọkùnrin tó ní nǹkan
everybody
tí ìpàrípà ara ọkọ ti wájà ọ ẹ dáríjì mi ọ mo forí yín pamọ́ ni ọ anyhow where are you now?
UK.
Oh okay UK àwọn ọmọ mi náà wà UK àbí méjì lẹ́tà wà bẹ́ẹ̀.
mo ṣe gbé péjì tó ga lókè.
ìtìtú ẹ ló where is General Thomas?
Thomas, I don't know. I thought he came here.
It is well, no. I mean, I okay, Tinubu was my. Mo ṣe sọ fún ẹnìkan níjọ́ pé ìyá àpàyẹ in her days of blessed memory. Anyway, tá a bá wà máa kọ́kọ́ wá jẹ àsáró láàárọ̀ Thursday. Mo bá Fọlábí sọ̀rọ̀, Fọlábí àti Nuru.
Nuru, yeah.
Fọlábí sọ̀rọ̀.
Custom àbí ọ̀kan ni.
No, custom no. Kini ló wà ní custom. Sharif ló wà Mango, olórí Mango ló wà ní custom. Fọlábí wà ní Navy.
Navy, yeah.
Ọ̀gá, wọ́n yẹ ká sọ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ́jọ́. Wọ́n dàrú kan kílẹ̀ kejì bọ̀. We can talk later. Màá sọ fún them wọ́n máa kó fún ẹ nọ́mbà mi. Ọ̀gbọ̀n tó ní kí mo fi ọ̀bọ ìṣe náà. Kí mo forúkọ ẹ̀ ṣe orúkọ ẹ̀ dẹ̀ sàpàmì lórí. Oh my God. Ọmọ Beams now. Bino.
Bino, yeah, Bino gets.
Kí lorúkọ ẹ̀gbọ́n yìí náà tó ń gbélé ilé tó wà opposite àwọn ilé àwọn pààyẹ yìí ilé bungalow táwọn Reverend Akíngbàlà ní náà. Solo God bless you Solo ńkọ́.
Uncle Solo ti kú o.
Don't tell me.
Yeah. Uncle Solo ti kú o.
Mo ò sick briefly náà.
Wọ́n ti kú o. It's over probably about 2 years.
Solo ti kú.
Èmi àti Yomske ṣì ń sọ̀rọ̀ lọ́jọ́ wo nìyẹn.
Yomi right? Kí lórúkọ ẹ̀gbọ́n ọmọ bàbá obìnrin kí lórúkọ ẹ̀ náà?
Túnráyọ̀ Folúkẹ́.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n wọn Túnráyọ̀ Folúkẹ́ náà nà àwọn ilé kan mi.
Mọ̀rẹ́nìkí.
Solo ti kú.
Àwọn Solo ti kú.
Sorry, oh my God. Ọ̀rọ̀ kú gan-an ẹ̀ ti kú ó ga o. Ṣẹ̀yẹ gba mo gbọ́ pé Ṣẹ̀yẹ jọ náà kó mọ̀ Ṣẹ̀yẹ. Ṣẹ̀yẹ náà kú mo gbọ́ ti Ṣẹ̀yẹ náà. Ṣẹ̀yẹ jọ ní orí ọ̀rẹ́ mi lórí Coca-Cola road ẹ̀. Ṣẹ̀yẹ mo gbọ́ mi gbọ́ ti Solo rárá. Solo ti kú. Wow. Ilẹ̀ ń jẹyọ. Jọ jẹ́ ká link up jọ. Èmi ò ní fẹ́ lọ nínú retirement today. I'm past due retirement by the grace of God. So I want to go back home. I want to go and be eating amala in Ibadan. I don't want to eat amala.
Unnecessary.
Yeah. So I know he was sick. I tried to reach out to him then.
Yeah.
Oh, Solo. You'll enjoy your man. Time going fast. When I heard of Sheye John, I was really paid. Because when you hear a few days ago when I did mention of Lolade Akintelo?
No.
Oh, you are not here. Okay. I made reference to him when I was making the submission. Sorry, gentlemen. We seem to have Thomas because I just remembered somewhere reflecting that I love Dodo and Ewa from Mama Thomas. And I've been to, Thomas will understand what I'm saying. And there was one particular person I want to ask Thomas that was there. Aure Kelewa kan wa beg baye. I want to know who was that Aure Kelewa. And I'm not talking of last year. I'm not talking of 2010. I'm talking of
middle 80s, early to middle 80s. So who is that Orokelewa and where is she now? Tamawa Losibe. And that's right in there. Solo. Man, that's devastating news.
Yeah.
Flo still called me today. Flo still called me today.
Yeah.
Alabi still called me today. Flora, she called me today. But let's leave that one for back of the subject. Don't let us bore people with our I will tell one man to give you my contact.
All right. Nice to hear from you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Baba Olongo.
Baba
Olongo. Ṣé Church Baptist ẹ ṣì wà lábẹ́lé wọn bẹ́ẹ̀?
Bẹ́ẹ̀, ó ṣì wà níbẹ̀.
Wow. Mo gbọ́ pé mama sista àti Flora ti kú. Flora.
Ìyàwó oko mọ́mì.
Bàbá gọ́gọ́.
Bàbá ti kú ti pẹ́.
Oh, really? No, ìyá kú before bàbá.
Yeah, no, the Flora, yeah. And the Flora,
No, Yakubu for Baba.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Yakubu for Baba. I met one of his sons here. Boy, then Bofun, about Bofun or no. Show Mama Bende. Mama Bende. Don't be the opposite. Let's leave it. Don't let us take over the platform. We can talk later. Thank you. It's nice meeting you here. It is me. No, kilo kole. Ilé tí sister tó fi ṣe nursery school ngba yẹn kíní kan blue. Lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ tó bá fẹ́ máa lọ síbi tí water tank wà yẹn. Reservoir wà.
Tunato.
No, Tunato.
Mama Bende.
Mama Bende. Ilé green. Exactly.
What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing?
I was waiting for you, Thomas. Thomas. You were going to die. Money, anyhow, we'll put it to after.
And that was funny. He was actually talking to you about something. Me, I just speak for it.
You see, I was talking to that about mama, I mean, and you, we chatted, well, I did not finish it. I know beans and dodo and beans are my favorite.
I know.
So, and I just discovered that somebody was so close, so close. I wanted to address that now. Somebody just came to my mind. Kinuko, brother, you ignore you.
Small world. We are in this really small world, my brother.
It is a small world.
So do good all the time. Because you will still down. It's a very small world.
It is. This one ourselves, it is a small world. This person I'm talking, we are just next door. I know. In fact, don't let me talk more than that. It is really a small world. Brother Felix, you remember Felix?
Felix not cool.
Really?
Yeah.
Brother Felix,
very lovely person.
Easy going. Yeah. I remember one incident when we were upstairs on April 1 many years ago. Roof flat decking. So Fako, you know Fako now. Okay, Fako came and Fako said, Fako wanted to
you guys know each other. Do you know each other?
Fako wanted to take. Of course, yeah, I know him. I know that very well. I know that that year was uncle to go forward. So I know that very well. So Fako came and said, we news come we Bola game at cool. And Uncle Freddy said, yes, but boy, it's mod. What you cool now? Pay so sad. And all of us, we knew it was April Fool because Bola game was not dead then. Are you with me?
I'm with you, sir.
So Akutalo Maja, Uncle Felix. Fakoni, Uncle Felix Agbayadi, you roll like Bola you know, and everybody just went quiet. You know, Felix now, you call it Ayomeye for a purpose. So Fako can so Uncle Felix, you roll like you know, it's but Bolagi was still alive then. Anyhow, that was in the, I think, in the late 80s. So Bolagi Okuho, where April Fool, Uncle Felix Connie, he looked for a way to twist it, but Shegun now. Shegun is another, another way, By every standard, I will call him way to his face. And but I remember that incident. So I never knew Uncle Felix is dead. Oh my God. Baba White. Baba White, then this man, to she honorable in the street,
Sarumi.
Sarumi.
Sarumi, ó ṣubú lẹ́nu stairs, man.
Gbogbo èèyàn máa ti fẹ́ kú tán.
Ó ṣubú lẹ́nu stairs ló hang síbẹ̀, kò sí anybody nílé.
Ṣé wá kú?
Mo ṣe rí Dọlápọ̀ wọn àti
Dọlápọ̀
mo ṣe rí Dọlápọ̀ ní wedding bọ̀bọ̀ Básà kan láì tó ṣe wedding recently.
Ìgbà tí mo gbọ́ pé kìnìún náà kú,
Zacchaeus.
Partner OJ ní orí òkè.
Mi ò gbọ́ ti bùdá Zacchaeus.
Zacchaeus, I'm watching Zacchaeus. But Zacchaeus, I want to say, in fact, it's okay. It is well, OD.
It is well.
My wife picture call. My wife picture me àti my lawyer dey where they come. Mo kàn stumble lórí picture ẹjọ́ kan ni. Kí lorúkọ mo kàn stumble lórí ẹ̀ mo ní àti darúgbó. It's okay. Thank you. It's a pleasure meeting you here.
Same here.
Please come as often as you can. Sometimes
I'm always here before.
You can get very rough.
Funny enough, I've been here several times back many months back that you will be here. As Bishop as well, but I never knew was somebody I knew.
Because we say things the way they are. I've seen quite a bit. And that's the truth. And the truth of the matter is that, look, if we grew up in Nigeria, the time we grew up, we know there's always been challenges. But how can we move forward? And then what can we do differently that will give us a different result? If we keep doing the same thing, we are going to ever continue to get. And things are getting really worse. The amount of our young persons that engage in illegalities, is it drug, whether it is in the peddling or the usage, is it gambling, is it violent crimes, is it even Yahoo, one show called Yahoo Plus? How can a same person going to be sacrificing another woman being? It means someone from academy government, my God, I want you. Oh, yeah, by any official, what you way about your Dano. Because we just messed up. Look at to know Remiji, to the Demokola, to the look at how those places were 30, 40, 50 years ago. I can put the part of 50 years conveniently. I can tell you the story of 50 years. That's 70. Biola. Oh, sorry. No, let's go to that. I was trying to keep that.
No, everybody's in law. I can't. Co-host General Thomas. Background.
Everybody know the platform. Are you sure?
No, of course.
I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7
They
persons.
are just there. They are not active. Thomas no background.
Oh, really? Then that's interesting. So you got me right. Alopade. Maybe you know. Do you know Shegun?
Are
you sure?
Ṣẹ́gun
ló sọ̀rọ̀.
Mo mọ̀ pé yín ni náà.
Okay.
Ẹni sọ màálù.
Àṣírí ti tú.
Mo rò pé Thomas síbẹ̀ ní kò síbẹ̀. Thomas
wà ń bẹ̀. Mo sọ fún pé òun nìkan ló wà ń bẹ̀. Orí ẹ̀ wà ń background. Orí ẹ̀ move on.
Okay. Thomas Ṣẹ́gun ló sọ̀rọ̀. Regan ló máa ń pè mí. Nickname.
Mo rántí dáadáa náà.
Wow.
Gbogbo gbà yẹn náà ibẹ̀ yẹn everybody máa ń wà átá kéré gan gbà yẹn gan a máa ń wà around yín
We did a little bit. We did a little bit growing up. Maybe there are some things we would have done differently. But I was talking with Fako a few weeks ago. I was actually talking with my smart today, and I had to call him to order. We already look at Indagba. Alagidi, it has to be something of that because
That's why she's Shagidi.
I'm not watching. Look, when we were at Darugo, at the grandchildren, no. So if you are still talking, you are still boasting with I'm stubborn. That's not something we should be saying at our age. So stop it. Stop it completely. Yeah, there are certain things that we want to force you out, but hey, by the time you look,
Mamba Fako no sorry, lekoko.
Oh, Fako Lola. Fako is in Philadelphia. I know Fako. I talk with Fako. Fako was Philadelphia. I was actually in Philadelphia a couple of months. No, yeah, for sure, Philadelphia. Fako. To marry pẹ̀lú Fako. I'm actually deliverance for anyone. I'm actually deliverance for anyone. Mama Fako could be 2 months ago. Yeah, mommy.
I'm trying to get in touch.
Mommy Fako cool. Mo ṣe gbọ́ tí solo lẹ́nu you know. Èmi àti tí lè tẹ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ débẹ̀. Because solo.
To bounce a couple of months ago.
Solo quite. How time flies. Mo fẹ́ rántí orúkọ ẹ̀pẹ́ obìnrin yìí kì í ṣe Túnráyọ̀.
Folúkẹ́.
Ṣé Folúkẹ́ ni?
Folúkẹ́ ni ẹ̀gbọ́n.
Exactly. Dájọ́ ya fọ́tò kan ní wedding kan. That wedding was in
America.
No, in Nigeria. So America do what?
What American say?
Really?
What America at 5 years ago.
Share her details with this place. Please.
As a matter of fact, she came with her daughters because I mean, be on talk on What's why I thought she nursing, not in practice gun in US.
Really? Share her details with me. Ọdún ayọ̀.
Ọdún ló ní accident ní iwájú ọba kìí. Nígbà tó ń lọ school ìgbà kan ráyè.
Ṣọba kí bí èlò lọ.
Òun lẹsẹ̀ fi ń dùn náà.
Okay. Accident tipẹ́tipẹ́ mọ̀. Ọdún. Oh God, that's another character. He's a very lively character. Mo ti rántí ẹ Johnson. Mo ti rántí ẹsẹ̀ yẹn. Ọba kí bí náà ni Bíọ́lá náà lọ. Ọmọ Bíọ́lá náà Bíọ́lá ọlọ́pàá ni. Lanre, Bíọ́lá, and the rest. Toby wà ní UK. Bíọ́dún náà wà ní UK. Benji náà wà ní UK. Wà ní UK. Mẹ́rin ni. Ẹbí márùn-ún ló wà ní UK sí. Àwọn ọlọ́pàá 4 or 5.
So when
I tell people that every inch of Oketunu is my playground. Every inch, everybody. Látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn bàbá Aláyọ̀dé to Adédìran to Badiru to Bàbá Ọlọ́yàdé. You know Bàbá Ọlọ́yàdé. Time. Bàbá ilé opposite ilé àwọn ọ̀pá yẹn tí Solo gbégbà yẹn ilé àwọn Reverend Akingbala nìyẹn. I know Reverend Akingbala when they were in Kaduna. Reverend Mama Akingbala in Kaduna with one other Reverend Kimuru Baba Isheo. In Kaduna, because I lived in Kaduna. My early days were in Kaduna. So by the time the Civil War was what actually made me brought me back to Ibadan. After the Civil War, my dad insisted that look, you know what? So we came. Then Army Children's School. Army Children's School, Miori. Nobody is proud to say. Everybody wants to say they went to Alafia. You know, they went to private nursery school.
Cool.
Our time, they love public school. No, they Ejeka not remove me now.
let
the poor breed now. Let us breed. You know, then I was almost going to tell someone someday. Somebody said something. I was tempted to tell him that. Show up way. I know we are off. Thomas, are we off platform now? Are we off air now?
Thomas.
Okay, what's cool, man? I was tempted to tell that person that was always running his man that look, my 40 lọ́dún yìí. So stand up Paty. I got my friend over there, but I just changed my mind. Yeah, whether by mistake or by no mistake. But we should try as much as possible to just be, you don't know people when we talk.
Of course, yeah, that's what people don't get. So people will
exactly.
they'll be talking to you as if they are your father.
Exactly.
And you don't even know who you are talking to, Zef.
No. It could a matter, but at least respect is reciprocal.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody says you I don't need it, but when you talk to people,
I mean, I know my friends went. One of my friends never recovered. He went to Ecomog and came back. And when I interacted with him, I couldn't stop crying for a long time because he was never going to be the same again. That was a sacrifice for the nation. And some people will come and disparage such people. That guy never recovered until he took his own life.
Wow.
He never recovered from it, And when you tell people these things, they think, yeah. And when you tell people these things,
mentally or injury? Is it mentally or injury?
No, mentally, not injury. Mentally. Thomas, Thomas,
Thomas, is he offline now?
Yeah, we know. We need to, if it's 10 hours, I'm about to shut it down. Then we can talk in-house. In-house talk.
Okay. Put it in-house, please.
Yeah, let me shut it down. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
His Mike. Mike voice. Mike voice sounds familiar too for many years. I want to know if Mike is still there. Just shut it down first, so that I'll know if Mike is still there.
We shut it down. Yes.
Thank you so much. Mike, I don't know if because I like your voice. That's why I'm familiar with your voice, or your voice sounds familiar. If you have told me you are in Australia,
we go in house. Thank you, everyone. You can just see now. This is example of do good. The world is just a small village, small global village. Very small.
Most of my people, most of my mommy, right?
Yeah.
I was beginning to realize that I actually have seen you. I was trying to narrow down who could be Thomas among these, who could be you among these guys, and I was trying to narrow down that picture. And
really?
I think I'm getting close. Yes. I've been to mommy's. I've been to that many times, but I was trying to know who is Thomas among the people I was seeing. I know the girls. I know there were 2 girls that were elderly. That I know. So I was trying to narrow it down. But my baby, for me, I belong Larry, I belong Gbenga, and Yola. You know what I'm talking about. I know they will give me, because number one, apart from the restaurant, the canteen, you seem to be living opposite their opposite in quarters, cream. So Timba narrow that I think I have seen Thomas in real life before. I was just thinking about
Let's keep that for legacy.
Bro, where is it now? I thought we are already legacy.
No, I just call me. This shut it down. Let's shut it down. Yes. Oh, thank you, everyone. The word is just a small word. You can listen to the conversation in the last couple of minutes. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. God bless you. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you so much. Yeah.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up. Take back your country. God bless you.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.